think it's working now.
Should we turn the phone off?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, Jiva, it's all yours.
Is your phone?
We need to be done by 20 past India time. Okay, Jiva, over to you.
So we want to introduce Bhavatarini and Narahari Prabhu. They're going to do a small invocation and sing some bhajans and kirtan. Hare Krishna.
Jadwan.
Jai.
So I go now.
Yes, please.
Jai Sri Sri Guru Gauranga Gandharvika Girihari Radha Vinod Bihari Chu Ki Jai. Radha Govinda Radha Madan Mohan Radha Gopinath Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajak Acharya Sutara Satra Sriman A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Bhakti Vaman Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Bhakti Balavatirtha Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Daita Madhava Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Bhakti Vaibhav Puri Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Bhakti Rakshar Sridhar Dev Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Sriman Param Gurudev Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Parama Bhagava Prabhara Shri Gaur Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astutara Satra Satchidananda Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Vaishnava Sarvabhuma Siddha Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Gaudiya Vedanta Acharya Srila Baladev Vidya Prabhu Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Narottam Srinivas Shamananda Prabhu Trai Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai. Sri Rup Sanatan Bhata Raghunath Sri Jiva Gopal Bhata Dasa Raghunath Sar Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai. Sri Swarup Tamadara Ramananda Di Sri Goura Purnima Pt1 Ki Jai. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Sri Vrindavan Das Thakur Ki Jai. Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Sikho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Ki Jai. Sri Navadvipam Ki Jai. Sri Sirara Krishna Gopa Gopi Go Govardhana Shravanatmaka Sri Vrajamandala Ki Jai. Srimati Vrinda Devi Ki Jai. Srimati Purnamasi Jogamai Ki Jai. Sri Gopishwar Mahadev Ki Jai. Sri Jagannath Shubhara Baladev Sudarshan Chakra Ju Ki Jai. Sri Ketramandala Ki Jai. Sarva Vigna Vinasakari Sri Nishingadev Ki Jai. Bhakta Pravara Prahlad Maharaj Ki Jai. Charidam Ki Jai. Chari Sampradaya Ki Jai. Charya Ki Jai. Akaramata Raja Samuha Ki Jai. All the World Association of the Devotees Ki Jai. Granta Raja Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Ki Jai. Appearance date of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Gauranga Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. Appearance day is glorious appearance day Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Goura Purnima Hari.
Lord Chaitanya's moon is rising.
See it rising.
And Lord's Mother everyone we meet to come on home.
Yes, won't you come on home? Yes, right to home.
World is dark and full of sorrow.
Full of sorrow.
Will there come a bright tomorrow? Will the heavy-hearted man ever see daylight again? Or will they die?
Forever cry, never cry.
Lord Chaitanya's moon is rising,
See it rising.
and you know it's not at all surprising that we're singing in the streets, asking everyone we meet to come on home.
Yes, won't you come on home? Yes, back to home.
False convictions, there's a quarter moon overhead now.
Overhead now.
I listen, Chaitanya somehow. He's the golden avatar, spreads the names of Krishna far to every town. Hear the holy sound,
Hear the holy sound.
Prabhupada gets Chaitanya's name.
Chaitanya's blow.
Great blessings, who can bestow our deliverance is certain. Guru Maharaj brought Kirtan to every girl and boy. Transcendental joy.
Transcendental joy.
Lord Chaitanya's moon is rising, and you know it's not at all
surprising
that we're dancing
in the streets, telling everyone we meet
we're going home.
Yes,
Won't you come on home?
yes, back to home.
Golden moonbeams each place we wander.
Yes, we wonder.
This mind on Chandra. We make lions chant and dance the slaves of Gurunga's lands. What is this? Each moment bliss.
Each moment bliss.
Lord Chaitanya, moon has risen,
It has risen.
and time's fate no more. In prison, moonbeams open wide the gate with love to inundate. What is this? A flood of bliss, a flood of bliss. Lord Chaitanya's moon is rising, and the roads
So that all surprising
that we're
singing in the streets,
asking everyone we meet to come on home, yeah.
won't you come on home? Yes, back to home.
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Lord Chaitanya's moon has risen,
It has risen.
and I'm safe no more. In prison, moonbeams open wide the gate with love. The earth to inundate. What is this? A flood of bliss,
A flood of bliss.
a flood of bliss, a flood of bliss.
Satinanda Narahari. Hi.
And this is a song I wrote 2 verses, and then years later, Gurudev, Srila Narahari Maharaj, helped me write a third verse. Krishna Chaitanya. Krishna Chaitanya came 500 years ago, chanted Hare Krishna wherever he would go. He was born underneath a neem tree. He's the Lord in the guise of a pure devotee. Radharani, known as Sriman, he was very young, came to this planet to save everyone. By his Kirtan movement is known. Chaitanya's come just to take us back home by chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Taking the complexion and mood of Radhika, taught by Radharani in the form of Gadadhar, he has entered into the school of Raj to taste what Radha feels when she gives to him her love. The chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Tasachinandana Goura Hari, Tasachinandana Goura Hari, Tasachinandana Goura Hari, Tasachinandana Goura Hari. Haribo, 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 Nitagor, Haribo, 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 Nitagor, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo, Haribo, Nitai Gaur Haribo. Gaura He, Gaura He,
Gorahe, 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 Gorahe. Nitai he, 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 Nitai he. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura. Gaura Purnima Haribo.
Guy, thank you so much, Prabhuji's Hare Krishna. As always, very enlivening, very beautiful, and very much to the point. Thank you so much. Not to cut into Maharaj's time, you're right on time. So I'm just gonna, as asked by Yashodhananda to make a short Mangalacharanam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavam Cha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Tam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitam Sha Mantra Guru Arayantra Shiksha Guru Gana Hara Charananange Kariye Vandana. First of all, offer my respectful obeisances at the lotus feet of my initiating spiritual master, Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and unto all of my instructing spiritual masters headed by my Bhajan Shiksha Guru, is Divine Grace Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj. I was going to offer some prayers to Lord Chaitanya, but I won't because I want to come into Maharaj's time. Bhakti Vedanta Tridandi Maharaj, as a quick introduction, took sannyas from Srila Gurudev, I believe, in 2005, and is currently living in Godrum Dham, India. He's been traveling and preaching since the year 2000, is a regular on our programs here. And I humbly offer my obeisances unto him and to all the assembled devotees here, past, present, and future. Hare Krishna. Go ahead, Prabhuji Maharaj.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jiva Pavana Prabhu. Jiva Pavana Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'm going to begin to offer some presentation here today. Om Aginati Mirandasya Gyananjala Shakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Jena Tasme Shri Guruve Namaha. Guruve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Dadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tarabhaktaya Namo Namaha. Anapita Chirim Chirat Kurunai Varatino Kalo Sumarapaitam Unnata Ujjala Rasam Swabhakti Shriyam. Hari Purata Sundarata Tikadamba Satipita Sada Hridare Kandare Spuratu Vasachinandanaha. May the son of Sachi Devi, Sri Goura Hari, forever manifest within the innermost core of your heart. Adorned with the radiant splendor of molten gold, he has descended in the age of Kali by his causeless mercy to bestow upon the world that which has not been given for a long time, the beauty of his own brilliantly radiant Ujjwala Prem Ras Bhakti, service to the highest mellow of amorous love. Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritya Kladini Shakti Asmad Ekatmanab Apivuvi Deha Bedam Toto Chaitanyakam Prakatam Adonat Tadvayam Chekamatam Radha Bhav Duti Subalitam Nomi Krishna Surupam. Radha and Krishna's Hladini Shakti and the embodiment of the transformation of his pranaya, intimate love. Since they are one soul, she is intrinsically non-different from Krishna and one in identity with him. However, to enjoy the transcendental pleasure of their loving pastimes, Radha and Krishna have eternally manifested themselves in these two apparently separate forms. Now these two transcendental entities, Sevya and Sevak, Vishaya Tattva and Ashraya Tattva, have manifested in one Swarup as Sri Chaitanya Tattva. I repeatedly bow down to Sri Sachinandan, who is the Swarup of Krishna and who has appeared with the barb and complexion of Srimati Radhika. Shri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima Kidri Shovanaiva, Swadyena Atputa Madhurima Kidri Shova Madhya, Sokyam Kasyam Mad Anubhavita Kidrisham Vetilobat, Tadbhavadya Samajani Sachigarabo Sindhu Harindu. Desiring to understand the glory of Srimati Radhika's love, her Pranaya Mahima, the wonderful sweetness in him that she alone relishes through her love, Adbhuta Madhurima, and the happiness she feels when she realizes the sweetness of his love for her. The Supreme Lord Hari, richly endowed with her emotions, appeared from the womb of Srimati Sachi Devi as the moon appears from the ocean. So I'm first of all offering millions and millions of Dandavat pranams unto the lotus feet of our most beloved Gurudev, Nitya Lila Prabhishta Om Astottarasara Shishimat Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and the same again millions and millions of times unto the lotus feet of our most beloved Nitya Lila Prabhishta Om Astottarasara Shishimat Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and all our illustrious Rupanuga Guru Vargya, and all the Vaishnava and Vaishnavi devotees on this thread today, and who may listen in the future. My most humble Dandavat pranams to you all on this most sacred, exceptionally special day. The climax of our whole last week has manifested today with the appearance day of Sachinandan Gaura Hari. Today I was down at Mother Ganga, and the crowds were just overwhelmingly huge. And Ganga Mata is right down at the moment. We haven't had any rain for about 6 or 8 months here. And so it was quite muddy, and all the mud was swirled up by all the pilgrims bathing, and no one was slightly disturbed by it. Everyone understood and acknowledged the sacred nature of Mother Ganga and taking bath on this particular day at this time. And there was a huge cry of Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. And it was just resonating all around. It was really, really exceptionally special. So today I'm going to read from Adi Lila, chapter 13. Oh, by the way, those invocational verses that I sang today, the first verse, Anapita Chirim Chirat, we all are aware, this was like Gurudev's flag. And this is, of course, written by Rupa Goswami. Then the next two verses, we should understand, are written by Swarup Damodar. And Swarup Damodar is the complete authority on the identity and tattva of Sachinandan Gaura Hari. So those second two verses, that Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritya Hladini Shakti Asmat, and the Shri Radha Pranaya Radha, this second one, Pranaya Mahima Kidrishovanaiva, these three desires of Mahaprabhu. So yes, I want to read from Adi Lila chapter 13. Every single Goura Purnima, we would all gather in the evening time on the stage there, and in the huge assembly, the Keshavji Gaudiya Math is just packed with probably as many, I would say, without being exaggerating, 15,000-20,000 people. That's a lot of people, really. They're all trying to get in the back door. They're all on the balconies holding out there. They're in the windows. They're everywhere. And we always sing these verses from this Adi Lila chapter 13. And we start from text 98. But I'm going to start just prior to that, and I have my dear friend with me, Goura Gopinath. He's going to chant the Bengali for us, so we're getting a full rounded impact of this divine Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita by Srila Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami.
Maharaj, he's still on mute. Your friend is still on mute. He needs to unmute himself.
Unmute yourself, Goura. He's done so.
Perfect.
Say something.
Yeah.
Say Haribol.
Haribol.
Okay, well, it's
Okay,
good.
this is Goura, and he's very shy, by the way. Okay, so on text 80.
All glories to the Guru and Gauranga. 1406 শকে শেষ ও মাঘ মাসে জগন্নাথ সতী দেহে কৃষ্ণের প্রবেশ।
In the month of January, in the year 1406 in the Shaka era, which is 1485 in our era, Lord Krishna entered the bodies of both Jagannath Mishra and Sachidev. Text 81.
মিশ্র কহে সূচি স্থানে দেখিয়া নরীতি জ্যোতির্ময় দেহ গেহ লক্ষ্মী অধিষ্ঠিত।
Are you all able to hear okay? Jiva? Maybe
Fine,
something
Maharaj, it's fine. It's good. It's clear. It's fine.
Okay. So Jagannath Mishra said to Sachimata, I see wonderful things. Your body is effulgent, and it appears as if the goddess of fortune were now staying personally in my house. Text 82.
যাহা তাহা সর্বলোক করো এ সম্মান
Close the back
ঘরে
window.
পাঠাইয়া দেয় ধন বস্ত্র ধান।
Anywhere and everywhere I go, all people offer me respect. Even without my asking, they voluntarily give me riches, clothing, and paddy.
সচি কহে মুই দেখো আকাশ উপরে দিব্যমূর্তি লোক যেন স্তুতি করে।
There's beautiful commentaries here by Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada that you can read at your leisure later on, if you choose to read this later on. But he's commenting how in Bengal in particular, the etiquette is very beautiful in honoring anyone who they judge or assume is a saintly person. So Mother Sachi Mata, because she's bearing the effulgence of the Supreme Lord within her, then people naturally offered her and honored her so much respect. Sachi Mata told her husband, I see wonderfully brilliant human beings appearing in outer space as if offering prayers.
জগন্নাথ মিত্র কহে স্বপ্ন যে দেখিল জ্যোতির্ময় ধাম মোর হৃদয়ে পশিল।
Jagannath Mishra then replied, in a dream, I saw the effulgent abode of the Lord enter my heart. 85.
আমার হৃদয়ে হইতে গেল তোমারও হৃদয়ে হেন বুঝি জন্মিবেন কোন মহাশয়ে।
From my heart, it entered your heart. I therefore understand that a great personality will soon take place.
এত বলি দুহে রহে হরষিত হইয়া শালগ্রাম সেবা করে বিশেষ করিয়া।
After this conversation, both husband and wife were very jubilant, and together they rendered service to the household Shalagram Shila. And Prabhupada writes a very beautiful commentary here, explaining how there was no need for any gross sex life for this personality to manifest. This was what we call an immaculate manifestation or incarnation of Krishna. And he comments in this purport here, this is on page 379 of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And he's commenting that these sorts of personalities have the Lord directly appear in their hearts, and from Jagannath Mishra's mind, it entered the heart of Sachimata, exactly the same as Vasudev in the dungeon. He had the same experience, and that conception entered the heart of Devaki, and that's how Krishna appeared in Mathura. So that commentary is very well worth reading. I'm not reading it now because we're focusing on the advent of Mahaprabhu at this very moment. Okay, text 37.
হইতে হইতে হইল গর্ভ ত্রয়োদশ মাস তথাপি ভূমিষ্ঠ নহে মিষ্টের হইল ত্রাস
In this way, the pregnancy approached its 13th month, but still there was no sign of the delivery of the child. Thus Jagannath Mishra became greatly apprehensive. Next verse.
নীলাম্বর চক্রবর্তী কহিল গনিয়া এই মাসে পুত্র হবে শুভক্ষণ পাইয়া
Nilambara Chakravarti, the grandfather of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then did an astrological calculation and said that in that very month, taking advantage of an auspicious moment, the child would take birth.
1407 শকে মাসও যে ফাল্গুন পূর্ণ মাসের সন্ধ্যাকালে হইল শুভক্ষণ
Thus, in the year 1407, which corresponds to 1486, in the month of Falgun, February and March, which is right now, in the evening of the full moon day, the desired auspicious moment arrived. So this is happening right now. We are celebrating this.
সিংহ রাশি সিংহ লগ্ন উচ্চ গ্রহগণ ষড়বর্গ অষ্টবর্গ শুভ শুভক্ষণ
According to the Jyoti Ved, or Vedic astrology, the auspicious birth moment is described as follows. The moon was in Leo, the figure of the lion in the zodiac. Leo was the ascendant. Several planets were strongly positioned, and the Sadvarg and Astavarg showed all auspicious influences.
অকলঙ্ক গৌর চন্দ্র দিলা দর্শন সকলঙ্ক চন্দ্রে আর কোন প্রয়োজন
When the spotless moon of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became visible, what would be the need for a moon full of black marks on its body?
এত জানি রাহু কইল চন্দ্র গ্রহণ কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ করি নামে ভাসে ত্রিভুবন
Considering this, Rahu, the black planet, covered the full moon, and immediately vibrations of Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare inundated the three worlds.
জয় জয় ধ্বনি হইল সকল ভুবন চমৎকার হইয়া লোকে ভাবে মনে মন
All people thus chanted the Hare Krishna Mahamantra during the lunar eclipse, and their minds were struck with wonder.
জগত ভরিয়া লোক বলে হরি হরি সেই ক্ষণে গৌর কৃষ্ণ ভূমি অবতরী
When the whole world was thus chanting the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, in the form of Goura Hari, advented himself on the earth.
প্রসন্ন হইল সব জগতের মন হরি বলি হিন্দুকে হাস্য করে জবন
The whole world was pleased. While the Hindus chanted the holy name of the Lord, the non-Hindus, especially the Muslims, jokingly imitated the words. So even we understand this Nama Bas, even they were joking, the Muslims. So the entire atmosphere, and actually we get a physical experience of this when you next come to Navadvip, or you can remember from previous occasions, the overwhelming amount of people. And when they're all chanting this Gauranga Mahaprabhu like this, the vibration in the atmosphere is so extreme. It's really significant on the consciousness. It's very, very special. So this was the backdrop. This was the atmosphere when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first appeared. Text 96.
হরি বলি নারীগণ দেয় হুলাহুলি স্বর্গে বাদ্য নৃত্য করে দেব কৌতূহলী
While all the ladies vibrated the holy name of Hari on earth, in the heavenly planets, dancing and music were going on, for the demigods were very curious. They understood what was happening. Even the devas understood.
Maharaj, we can't hear Gaur Gopinath very well.
Speak more into your microphone, Goura, and speak more loudly and slowly.
প্রসন্ন হইল দশদিক প্রসন্ন নদী জল স্থাবর জঙ্গম
No, that's worse.
Okay, looks like.
Someone's
Right now
alarm.
in Cat.
Why is it not coming through so nicely?
It was very good earlier.
Oh, it was better earlier, so you've done something different. To begin with, it was good. You don't need to play with the phone, just keep focusing on the thing. In this atmosphere, all the 10 directions became jubilant, as did the waves of the rivers. Moreover,
Where
all
is that
beings...
coming from?
Routine.
Huh? Can you hear me?
We can hear
From
you, but we
headlines
got
from
someone's
BBC
news
News
coming
at
through
6:48 a.m. today.
on my side.
Someone's news. Turn your phone off for a minute. Okay, we try again. The whole world is celebrating, Jiva. Everyone wants to get in on this celebration of Advent of Mahaprabhu. Even the world news wants to celebrate with us. So, no problem. The whole world was pleased. Oh, yes, I've read that. In this atmosphere, all the 10 directions became jubilant. Ah, yes, I read that also. So, text 98. Now, this is where we begin in our evening celebration during the Abhishek. This is the song that we will all sing collectively together. And we don't get a translation when we sing it. We just hear last year, our Siddhanti Maharaj, he sang this very nicely. Generally in the previous history, then of course, Krishna Das would sing this very beautifully. So can you sing this, Goura? Text 98.
নদিয়া উদয়গিরি পূর্ণচন্দ্র গৌর হরি কৃপা করি হইল উদয় পাপতম হইল নাশ ত্রিজগতের উল্লাস জগভরি হরির ধ্বনি হয়.
Can you hear him? Jiva? You're muted, Jiva, but I don't know if you can hear him or not. Just put your thumb up.
I hear him, but I also hear the news coming through. Is everybody hearing that news?
3.5% for next financial year, which starts in April. Government sources said the health secretary believes.
Turn your phone off for a minute. Turn your phone off for a minute.
Reasonable settlement. Unions, though, have warned that industrial action could resume if there's no progress by the end of the week.
Age UK is calling for anyone with a
Yours
quick
off?
opportunity to have it removed.
So it's somewhere else. It's not in this room.
500,000 older
Someone else.
Right there.
has
Does
their-
anyone have the news coming through on
Turn it
there?
on again. Turn it on again.
Debit. Energy companies say the meters help ensure
On.
customers don't
On.
fall into too much debt. More details have been released about plans to overhaul the student finance system in England from 2024.
Is it you, Jiva?
Able to borrow up to
If I unmute, do you hear it?
Yeah, the news is coming from you, Jiva.
further education
From me?
courses
How?
or
I have no
apprenticeships,
idea.
and it's not clear.
Mute your phone. Mute your phone.
Remote learners
Mute
also
yourself. Let's see.
qualify. But the Education Minister, Robert Halfon,
Yeah, that's at your end.
You're on? Okay. So this first beautiful verse that we all sing together in front of the glorious Abhishek that's going to take place in about 5 or 6 hours tonight here, when all the thousands of yatris will be celebrating. Thus, by his causeless mercy, the full moon, Goura Hari, rose in the district of Nadia, which is compared to Udaygiri, where the sun first becomes visible. His rising in the sky dissipated the darkness of sinful life, and thus the three worlds became joyful and chanted the holy name of the Lord. The Lord is able to dissolve the sins of this world just by his remembrance and by the chanting of the holy name. It literally, physically dissolves the sin of the individual who's chanting and listening to this sound vibration. Text 99, Goura. I'll read the translation while he's looking. At that time, Sri Advaita Acharya Prabhu, in his own house at Shantipur, was dancing in a pleasing mood. Taking Haridas Thakur with him, he danced and loudly chanted Hare Krishna. But why were they dancing? No one could understand. Text 100. Text 100. Okay, now I'm going to read text 100. He's just getting his phone together. Seeing the lunar eclipse and laughing, Advaita Acharya and Haridas Thakur immediately went to the bank of the Ganges and bathed in the river in great jubilation. Taking advantage of the occasion of the lunar eclipse, Advaita Acharya, by his mental strength, distributed various types of charity to the Brahmins. 101. Bolo. Loudly.
জগত আনন্দময় দেখি মনে সবিস্ময় ঠারে ঠারে করে হরিদাস তোমারও ঐক্ষণ রঙ্গ মূল মন পরশন্য দেখি কিছু কার্য আছে ভাস
When he saw that the whole world was jubilant, Haridas Thakur, his mind astonished, directly and indirectly expressed himself to Advaita Acharya. Your dancing and distributing charity are very pleasing to me. I can understand that there is some special purpose in these actions.
আচার্য রত্ন শ্রী শ্রীবাস হইল মনে সুখোল্লাস যাই স্থান কইল গঙ্গা জলে আনন্দে বিহ্বল মন হরে হরে হরি সংকীর্তন নানা দান কইল মন বলে
Acharya Ratna, Chandrasekhar, and Srivas Thakur were overwhelmed with joy, and immediately they went to the bank of the Ganges to bathe in her waters. Their minds full of happiness, they chanted the Hare Krishna mantra and gave charity by mental strength.
এই মত ভক্তিততি যার যেই দেশে স্থিতি তাহা তাহা পাইয়া মন বলে নাচে করে সংকীর্তন আনন্দে বিহ্বল মন দান করে গহনের ছলে
You're hearing it all right now?
Yeah, we hear him fine. There's some music in the background, but it's no bother.
Well, the music's coming from our local temple, so it's everywhere in the background here.
Yeah.
In this way, all the devotees, wherever they were situated, in every city and every country, danced, performed Sankirtan, and gave charity by mental strength on the plea of the lunar eclipse, their minds overwhelmed with joy. So what I described earlier about the atmosphere being packed with joy, that is certainly what was happening on this actual Advent night, day, when, or evening, when Mahaprabhu actually took his birth. 104.
ব্রাহ্মণ সজ্জন নারী নানা দ্রব্যে থালা ভরি আইলা সবে যৌতুক লইয়া যেন কাঁচা সোনা দুটি দেখি বালকের মূর্তি আশীর্বাদ করে সুখ পাইয়া
All sorts of respectable Brahmin gentlemen and ladies carrying plates filled with various gifts came with their presentations. Seeing the newborn child, whose form resembled natural glaring gold, all of them happily offered their blessings. Yashoda or Jivaji, you have to indicate to me how our time is.
You're doing fine for time, Maharaj. You have
Okay.
more than
Okay.
10.
Okay. Go ahead.
সাবিত্রী গৌরী সরস্বতী শচীরম্ভা অরুন্ধতী আর যত দেব নারীগণ নানা দ্রব্য পাত্র ভরি ব্রাহ্মণীর বেশ ধরি আসি সবে করে দর্শন
Dressing themselves as the wives of Brahmanas, all the celestial ladies, including the wives of Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Lord Nrsingadev, Lord Indra, and Vashishta Rishi, along with Ramba, a dancing girl of heaven, came there with varieties of gifts. So all the worlds are understanding the magnitude of this incredible event taking place. 106.
অন্তরিক্ষে দেবগণ গন্ধর্ব সিদ্ধচারণ স্তুতি নৃত্য করে বাদ্যগীত নর্তক বাদক ভাট নবদ্বীপে যার নাচ সবে আসি নাচে পাইয়া প্রীত।
In outer space, all the demigods, including the inhabitants of Gandharvaloka, Siddhaloka, and Charanaloka, offered their prayers and danced to the accompaniment of music, songs, and the beating of drums. Similarly, in Navadvip city, all the professional dancers, musicians, and blessers gathered together, dancing in great jubilation. So this wasn't organized. This was all utterly spontaneous response to the eclipse that was taking place. And some internal indication was inspiring all the residents and the residents of Swagaloka also. So this is representing Krishna in the heart, was understanding that he's appearing now. And all the living entities were being influenced by that.
কে বা আসে কে বা যায় কে বা নাচে কে বা গায় সম্ভালিতে নারে কারো বল খণ্ডি লেখ দুঃখ শোক প্রমোদ পুরিত লোক মিশ্রা হইল আনন্দে বিহ্বল।
No one could understand who was coming and who was going, who was dancing and who was singing, nor could they understand one another's language. Yet all unhappiness and lamentation were immediately dissipated, and people became all jubilant. Thus, Jagannath Mishra was also overwhelmed with joy. Text 108.
আচার্য রত্ন শ্রী শ্রীবাস জগন্নাথ মিশ্র পাশ আসিতারে করে সাবধান করাইল জাত কর্ম যে ছিল বিধি ধর্ম তবে মিশ্র করে নানা দান।
Chandrasekhar, Acharya, and Srivas Thakur both came to Jagannath Mishra and drew his attention in various ways. They performed the ritualistic ceremonies prescribed at the time of birth according to religious principles. Jagannath Mishra also gave varieties of charity. So this is very wonderful pastime that's happening. Okay.
শ্রীবাসেরও ব্রাহ্মণী নামতারও মালিনী আচার্য রত্নের পত্নী সঙ্গে হিন্দুর হরিদ্রা তৈ খই কলা নারিকেল দিয়া পূজে নারী গণ রঙ্গে।
What verse was that you just did?
100.
Oh, you missed a verse. So wait a minute. Whatever riches Jagannath Mishra collected in the form of gifts and presentations, and whatever he had in his house, he distributed among the Brahmins, professional singers, dancers, bhattas, and the poor. He honored them all by giving them riches in charity. I'm reading now text 110. The wife of Srivas Thakur, whose name was Malini, accompanied by the wife of Chandrasekhar, Acharya Ratna, and other ladies, came there in great happiness to worship the baby with paraphernalia such as vermilion, turmeric, oil, fused rice, bananas, and coconuts. Text 111.
অদ্বৈত আচার্য ভাজ্যা জগত কুচিদা আর্যা নামতার সীতা ঠাকুরানী আচার্যের আজ্ঞা পাইয়া গেল উপহার লইয়া দেখিতে বালক শিরোমণি।
One day, shortly after Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was born, Advaita Acharya's wife, Sita Devi, who is worshipable by the whole world, took her husband's permission and went to see that topmost child with all the gifts and presentations. Text 112.
সুবর্ণের করিবলি রজত মুদ্রা পাশলি সুবর্ণের অঙ্গদ কঙ্কন দুবাহুতে দীপশঙ্ক রজতের মলবঙ্ক স্বর্ণ মুদ্রার নানা হারগণ।
She brought different kinds of golden ornaments, including armlets, necklaces, anklets, and bangles for the hands.
ব্যাঘ্রনখ হেমজরি কোটিপত্র সূত্র ডরি হস্তপদের যত আভরণ চিত্রবর্ণ পট্ট শাড়ি বুনি ফত পট্ট পাড়ি স্বর্ণরূপ মুদ্রা বহুধন।
They were also tiger nails set in gold, waist decorations of silk and lace, ornaments for the hands and legs, nicely printed silken saris, and a child's garment, also made of silk. Many other riches, including gold and silver coins, were also presented to the child. Text 114.
5 minutes, Maharaj.
Okay. Thank you, Jiva.
দুর্বাধান্য গোরোচন হরিদ্রা কুমকুম চন্দন মঙ্গল দ্রব্য পাত্র ভরিয়া বস্ত্রগুপ্ত দোলাচরি সঙ্গে লইয়া দাসী ঢেরি বস্ত্রালঙ্কার পেটরি ভরিয়া.
Riding in a palanquin covered with cloth and accompanied by maidservants, Sita Thakurani came to the house of Jagannath Mishra, bringing with her many auspicious articles such as fresh grass, paddy, Goura chun, turmeric, kumkum, and sandalwood. All these presentations filled a large basket. So in the evening, we're going to sing this entire section of verses describing the birth and the presentations that were made by all the different personalities. So Krishnadas Kaviraj, he's captured this mood of the celebration and joy in the atmosphere when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. And it coincides today with the celebration of Holi here in Bengal. You see, they've put some Holi on my head today. But this is also, when it's performed in a nice way, this is a very joyful, colorful celebration that all the residents here appreciate. And we know throughout the whole year, they're always celebrating with music and dance. It's an expression from the heart. When you dance, it's an expression from the heart. So all of these expressions of joy and happiness, chasing lamentation and any kind of unhappiness far away with his advent. So we in our lives can relate to this, and we can take our parikrama strength that we've gained by traversing all the 9 islands in the last 5 days, and we can use this strength to focus on what is the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and how can I be a part of that mission. Being connected with Sadguru, being in his line, following our Rupanuga Guru Vargya, then taking advantage of this potency of the holy name, we can become empowered to do anything on the planet if we're focused sufficiently, if we're internally listening carefully to Gurudev's instructions, etc., all the Shastric discourses and so on, instructions that we're getting, then we should know what is my duty to support this brilliant, most effulgent, this Unnata Ujjvala, resplendent personality of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. What is my participation in the world with this? Because we all have a part to play. It's not like these were just the Nitya Siddha Parikas. Of course, we're utterly conditioned souls, but at the same time, we've had the fortune to hear about these truths. We've had the fortune to do our Brajamandal, our Goramandal Prikrama just now during this most sacred time. And now we're celebrating the birth directly, the advent directly of Mahaprabhu. So we should be thinking what is the purpose of Mahaprabhu's advent? Premras niryase korite ashwadan. He's come to taste his own prem, but he's come to give rag mag bhakti loke korite prachan. He's come to give this most intimate commodity in the most fallen age, the most degraded age of all the Kali Yugas. There's 1,000 Kali Yugas in a day of Lord Brahma. This is the most degraded age in the whole of all the Kali Yugas. And in this age is when Mahaprabhu, why is Mahaprabhu able to give this topmost conception in this most fallen age? We may ask that question. In such a yuga, the avatars were very much like Vaikuntanath or Parameshwara or Yogeshwara, all very Aishwarya personalities. And as we come down the ages, the avatars, they become more and more accessible because the people of this age, they may be proud of so many different things materially, but that pride can be expelled very quickly just by the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Because only in a humble state of mind can we enter into these pastimes and appreciate the magnificence of Vrindavan Leela, which is what Mahaprabhu has come to distribute. He's come to distribute the nature of Vrindavan while Radha and Krishna were on the planet 5,000 years ago. So such a short space of time, only just a blink of an eye practically. And now we have this opportunity of taking this powerful holy name, as we see in the advent of Mahaprabhu, how it was resounding everywhere in the atmosphere. And so many people were becoming intoxicated just by the sound vibration of the holy name. So when we go on Sankirtan, when we're fortunate enough to have that opportunity, and when we simply just chant on our own, we should appreciate the tremendous power of the holy name and look to give this holy name to others also who are suffering desperately at this time, Kali Yuga. So on the strength of the holy name, I am begging for all the mercy of the Vaishnavas to please give me some real taste for this holy name, that I may become connected more to this Sankirtan Yagya that Mahaprabhu has come to inaugurate today. It's today that we are celebrating this. Jai Vaishnavas, Vanshaka Prabhyascha, Kripa Sindhavevacha, Patitanam Pavanivyo Vaishnavevyo Namaha.
Jai Maharaj.
Satchinandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai.
Haribo. Jai Maharaj, thank you so much for the reading. It's always purifying to hear directly from Chaitanya Charitamrita, but even more so for your realizations, which are very sweet. A bit of synchronicity, because of some of the very verses that I wanted to invoke as Mangalacharana, you actually immediately went into at the beginning of your talk. So there was some transcendental synchronicity there. Again, thank you very much. I'm trying to curtail my time of speaking as much as possible so that we don't go into the next speaker's time. I don't see him, but we need his Sripad Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj. Is he there? Is he there? Anywhere. Let's see if I go into gallery. Do I see Nemi Maharaj? Is our next speaker?
He's definitely lined up. He's definitely confirmed.
He's confirmed.
He's probably a connection problem. I'll give him a call.
All right. So if we can continue our little discussion with Tridandi Maharaj. Yes, it's important that that we give what we've been given. The more we give what we've been given, the more we get. Actually, it's a sort of transcendental mystery, isn't it, Maharaj? That the more we preach, either verbally or by giving books or just introducing people to Krishna consciousness, our own Krishna consciousness increases, isn't it, Maharaj?
And so does Krishna's. When Krishna sees the consciousness of the individual souls blossoming, he also appreciates that. We each have such an individual rasa with Krishna, and Krishna wants to taste that rasa more than we want to taste it. So when we turn to Krishna and Krishna sees the heart of the jiva blossoming in affection and attraction towards Krishna, then he also becomes very, very satisfied and very pleased. As we become pleased when we introduce this holy name or a book to a conditioned soul, as you were saying, Jiva.
All under the direction of Srimati Radharani.
Entirely. Without her grace, nothing will transpire.
Maharaj has got a connection problem, so carry on talking, gentlemen.
Does anyone have any other question or any comments, Jiva? Does anyone?
Well, I was envisioning the tremendous kirtan that was happening around the advent of Mahaprabhu when you were mentioning that, how even the non-devotees were chanting. We used to get that sometimes on Harinam, where someone would come and try to stop the Harinam. They'd say, stop that chanting, and says, stop the chanting of what? What is it you don't want us to say? Stop chanting Hare Krishna. And then of course we would laugh because they were chanting indirectly. So this medicine is like Chintamani. You know, whoever it touches, even their mood is not correct, eventually they'll get purified by it. It's a wonderful.
Absolutely. 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 Shall I read a couple of more
I see
verses?
Nemi Maharaj. Come on, I just saw him there. So let me get out of here for a second. And Nemi Maharaj, you can unmute just as a quick introduction. He is, of course, initiated by Srila Prabhupada. That was in 1973, around the time I was just getting introduced to Krishna consciousness myself. And I took sannyas from our Srila Gurudev in 2004. In ISKCON, he was very famous as a scientist devotee, a devotee who was presenting Krishna consciousness from a scientific point of view and defeating the scientists. And now he is lovingly sharing a lot of sweet Harikatha. And so without further ado, let me allow him to begin to speak. If you can unmute, Maharaj. Maharaj, you need to unmute yourself. Nemi Maharaj, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Jai, we can hear you now. I will mute myself.
Sorry. I had to restart my phone again.
You only lost 5 minutes.
Omagyanatimirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshul Miltangena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Samaniti Namane. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namane. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Goura Purnima Pt1 Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Bharati Iti Namane. Vansha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhabhyavacha putitanam bhavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Shri Gopatavali. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Offering my humble obeisances, lotus feet, my beloved Diksha Guru Nichali Bhavesti Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Shri Prabhupada. Lotus feet, my beloved Shiksha and Sannyas Guru Rupanugavar Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Lotus feet, my beloved Shiksha Guru Shri Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj. And lotus feet of all our Rupanuga Guru Varga. And I offer my obeisances to all Vaishnavis present, and our elevated speakers and Tridandi, Hare Krishna. So today, most amazing day, the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Sachinandan Gaura Hari. Chaitanya Maharaj pointed out that these sannyas pastimes are naimatic. So we don't so much celebrate Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is after he received sannyas, cut off his beautiful curly hair. Like Gopal Bhatt Goswami, when he was a little boy, Gopal Bhatt. Lord Chaitanya stayed with them for some time with his father. And he visited Lord Chaitanya, and just momentarily, he got a vision of Lord Chaitanya as householder. Gorgeous, black, curly locks, and beautiful. His dhoti folded 3 times in a very charming way. And then that vision disappeared and he was crying. Oh, this attractive form is what I want to see. Sachinandan Gaura Hari. So, Nimai, baby Nimai has appeared, and I don't know what time. In the evening, I suppose, as the moon rose. Yeah, it must be, because everyone at that time was chanting. So eclipse of the moon. Eclipse of the moon?
Yes, Maharaj.
She, Advaita Prabhu, Advaita Acharya, he'd been praying, performing austerities, fasting, to get this glorious personality to appear. And on this day, he felt extreme bliss, and he's dancing and chanting, and Haridas Thakur is with him and sees how Advaita Acharya is spiritually enlivened. He's also dancing and chanting. Haridas Thakur is a very, very blissful personality. And everybody's feeling bliss. They're all chanting the holy name, many of them standing in Ganga. So they're all chanting Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. And all the Muslims going, Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. So somehow or other, everyone, please excuse me, I just have to drink to clear my throat. I'm still recovering from the parikrama. So it's very blissful. Like any incarnation appears, it's described when Shri Krishna appeared, when Vamanadev appeared, everyone became blissful. So this is the supreme bliss, because Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Satchidananda Gaura, he's bringing the highest, most transcendental bliss. He himself is tasting the highest, most transcendental bliss. Anarpati chirim charat karanayavatir nakalo samarpayatam unnatojvala sang sabhakti. He is tasting unnatojvala ras sabhakti. He's tasting the most extreme tip, summit, perfection of unnatojvala ras, shining, blazing, brilliant, loving sentiments of madhurya ras, sabhakti, in the mood of Srimati Radhika. So he's tasting this. He's come to taste this. Rag Mag Bhakti Loki. Niryas Prem Korityaswadan. Prem Ras Rag Mag Bhakti Loki Korita Prachar. So the first cause is to taste this mood himself. He's tasting the increasing glories of Srimati Radhika's love. Is limitless and always increasing. And he's tasting his own sweetness that she tastes through her love. Srila Prabhupada says, mother will call a child Padmalochan, even though the child's got no eyes, somehow or other. But anyway, she'll say Padmalochan. Means because of affection, we lose any sense of perspective. So, Srimati Radhika, because of her love, is the most supreme love. So she tastes the sweetness of Krishna to the fullest and fullest extent. And Krishna is chasing after that love. He's chasing after it. And when she tastes that sweetness, she becomes so happy. And Krishna is feeling that I'm supposed to be the supreme enjoyer. But she enjoys more than I do. I want to taste that enjoyment. I want to taste that happiness. So he has to perform great austerities. He himself has to take the position of the abode of love instead of being the object of love. When you've been the object of love for so long, to take the position of the abode of love, it's a big austerity. It's a great transformation. And he needs help. So Srimati Radhika herself appears as Gadadhar Pandit to give him guidance, loving guidance, how to taste her moods more perfectly. Like Srila Gurudev used to give that example that on one occasion, Satchidananda Gaura, he recited one verse from Bhagavatam, so much feeling. And then from behind the curtain, Gadadhar Pandit, he recited the verse as it should be from point of view of gopis or point of view of Srimati Radhika. So Gadadhar Pandit has come to help him to taste her moods more and more and more fully. First of all, Ramananda Rai, is there in Godavari. So Lord Chaitanya, he's by now Lord Chaitanya, he meets with Ramananda Roy, and Ramananda Roy, as Shiksha Guru, Rai Ramananda as Shiksha Guru, he gradually, as the ideal teacher, he brings, we can say, brings the level of consciousness of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu up and up and up and up and up. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was eagerly, yes, go on, go on. First of all, oh, this is external. This is external. Oh, okay, this is good. You can say something more, say something more, say something more. And in the end, describing not only Madhurya Ras, but the actual tattva of Radha and Krishna, Ramananda Roy is astounded. I never thought there was anyone in this world who could ask further beyond this. And then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked about the love of Krishna. Ramananda Roy began to describe the state of separation. Srimati Radhika is saying that in the beginning, there was no need for any messenger. And now separation itself or herself is the messenger between us. And Lord Chaitanya put his hand over his mouth. So before he said, that which I was seeking has become the object of my realization. Amazing. So after that, he went gradually, he went back to Puri, and he began to practice what he'd heard from Ramananda Roy. And like, so for example, when Pradyumna Brahmachari came,
We've lost your sound, Maharaj.
amazing. This is the Supreme Lord. Because he's the Supreme Lord, he has to find out about love for the Supreme Lord from those who love him. So, I'm not even sure how long you've been going already. And I'm not sure what you've been discussing. So, we know that there's 4 principal reasons, Srila Gurudev said, there's 4 principal reasons why Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. So there's 2 external reasons. One is to distribute the holy name, to distribute this Hare Krishna Mahamantra. In every Kali Yuga, an incarnation comes to distribute the holy name. But Sri Rupa Goswami has explained in other Kali Yugas, it's an empowered living entity, and he distributes Krishna's holy name, but he won't give Braj Prem. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he appears, he takes the place of that incarnation, empowered incarnation. So in this day of Lord Brahma, not just this day, in this particular Dwapar Yuga, Kali Yuga, so Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes just once in this incredible day of Lord Brahma length, and he gives us Braj Prem. He gives Braj Prem and he gives knowledge of Radha and Krishna's Leela. And who more authoritatively than him? So this is one reason. And then another reason, we think and we know that Rag Marg, Raganuga Bhakti, this is very, 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 very confidential. But even so, Rag Marg Bhakti Loke Kirtan Pracharan, this is still, wait. This is still external reason. And the internal reasons, one is to please Advaita Acharya. Advaita Acharya, he's calling and crying and screaming, Hunka. Even threatening Krishna, if you don't come, I'll take a form with many arms and weapons. I'll kill all the atheists. Even he threw his clothes off. He became very angry. He's dancing and shouting at the world. You have to come, you have to come. Other times worshipping with Tulsi Manjari and Ganga Jal, worshipping Shila, crying, come on, come on. Only materialists, all materialists. You have to come, you have to come. Because Krishna's arranged that Gauranga has arranged that his associates will take birth before he comes. So they're all panting and desperate for real prem. They themselves are premi bhaktas, but they're desperate to see this prem spread throughout the world. So that's the first internal reason. And then the second internal reason is to taste the moods of Srimati Radhika. So I just wanted to add, in a sense, two more things. Not something I've made up. One is, in a recent broadcast, I narrate Krishna is associating with Gopi Viraja. And then again she hears. And so she creates a beautiful place between Ganga Jamuna. Very, very beautiful place. And then she calls on a flute. Usually Krishna calls the gopis, right? But Srimati Radhika here, she calls Krishna. And if she calls him, he has to come. Definitely he has to come. And he understands her mind. And then the two of them make one combined male form. Gopis. They also take male forms. Lalita becomes Saradhamana Goswami, Vishaka, Ramananda Rai, and so on and so on. So what's the special significance? In Braj, Krishna is a debauchee. Srimati Radhika herself says, Lampat. Last verse of Shishikshashtakam says he's a Lampat, but still he's the Lord of my life. So she doesn't want to see him going after other ladies all the time. So in this form, Krishna is completely absorbed in the mood of Srimati Radhika. He's not, what can I say, desiring after all the others. He's not desiring after Chandravali. We never hear that Lord Chaitanya is desiring, oh, I wonder where is the love of Chandravali? Where is the love of Shaibya? Even Shamali? No, only Radha. Only Radha. So in this special form, Radha's got tabs on Krishna. He's only totally, absolutely devoted to her. This is very special. This is the summit of everything. The others are her apparent competitors, but actually they're just there to enhance, to put more and more of an edge. On the love. More when the heroine is difficult to achieve, and when there's so many difficulties in the way of the meeting of the hero and heroine, then the meeting becomes very, very relishable. So they're only in Braj, they're only there for that reason. But in this special form, Sachinanda and Gaurahari, he's only chasing Radha, chasing her mood deeply and deeply and deeply, like Advaitacharya called him. And then when he was in Puri, Mahaprabhu was in Puri, so Advaitacharya sends a poem. He says, you came to distribute rice. Everyone's got rice now. The market is full of rice. There's no more need for rice. This poem is from one bowel to another bowel, from one madman to another madman. The devotees couldn't understand. Only Sarab Damodar Goswami, and he became very sober. And Lord Chaitanya said, oh, Advaitacharya is very powerful. He can call the deity and then he can send the deity home. Means he wasn't saying that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu should leave now, because his external mission was completed. But what he was saying was, now your external mission is completed, so now you can concentrate on your internal mission, which is to relish Srimati Radhika's mood. So he's going madder and madder every day, more mad, chasing Srimati Radhika closer and closer and closer, relishing deeper and deeper and deeper her moods. This is one reason. Another reason, which I have related before, Srila Bharati Maharaj related this. So we know that at the time of Rath Yatra, when Rupa Goswami, he saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing in front of Jagannath and singing a mundane love, apparently a mundane love song, and nobody could understand why, except Sarvadamada Goswami. Rupa Goswami immediately understood that this is the mood of Srimati Radhika of Kurukshetra. When Radha and Krishna meet, this is Viyogini Radha. Sorry, Sangyogini Radha, meeting at Kurukshetra. And she's saying, oh, this is my same lover, my same Krishna, but I'm not satisfied here because there's no possibility of the beautiful pastimes, the beautiful meetings that we had before. And Rupa Goswami, so that was alluded to in that song that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was singing. And Rupa Goswami wrote his own verse and then celebrating that. Then afterwards, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to him again and said, what verses are you writing? And he read this one, Tunde Tannavati Ritang Vitanute Tundavali Labdaye. When I chant the holy name, I want millions of names, millions of tongues to chant. And when I hear the holy name, I want millions and millions of ears. And when the holy name dances in the courtyard of my heart, all my senses are conquered. I don't know how much nectar there is in these two syllables, Krishna. So where does this verse come from? Srila Bharati Maharaj said, actually, the first person, it's not Rupa Goswami's composition. The first person to recite this verse is Srimati Radhika herself. Lalita had told her, Radhe, you know, you keep chanting Krishna's name, but you become very thin and skinny. So I think you should stop chanting his holy name. This will be better for you. Like, this is parihas, kind of special kind of joking. And Radha says, no, I can't. And she goes like this, when the holy name dances on my tongue, I want millions of tongues. And then when it comes to my ears, I want millions and millions of ears. And then that holy name comes into my heart and it conquers all my senses. And then she just collapsed, unconscious on the floor. So Krishna came, Srila Bharati Maharaj explains that Krishna's name, Krishna's form, Krishna's personality, they become one when it's very intense. So this is very, very intense calling. Krishna had to come. Oh, Radha's lying unconscious. What's this? Lalita explained what happened. Oh, and then he's touching her. Usually he can revive her just by touching. No. And then he's holding his garland to her beautiful nose. Oh no, she's still not reviving. He said, oh, just by chanting my name, she's become so absorbed. I don't know, even I don't know how much nectar there is in those two syllables, Krishna. So Srila Maharaj, he related this pastime. I think the last time perhaps we were with him here in Mayapur. I'm in Navadvip now, Mayapur. And then he related that pastime. It was either on Goura Purnima itself or the day before Goura Purnima. And as he was relating the pastime, I thought, oh my God, he's going to say, and that's why Krishna came as Lord Chaitanya to taste the nectar in the holy name. And that's what he did say. Krishna Varnam Tvisa Krishnam. Krishna Varnam, he's praising Krishna, he's glorifying Krishna. So he wants to know what nectar there is as Srimati Radhika tastes that nectar of his name. Nobody else can taste the nectar of his name as she can taste. So this is one aspect of his sweetness. And so these are some aspects of the glories of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. I'm offering my obeisances to all devotees present.
You
Hare
actually
Krishna,
have,
Vancha
you actually
Kalpatarubyascha,
have another,
Kripasindavancha, Putitanam Paramebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
you actually have another 10 minutes or so, Maharaj. You still have some time.
Real difficulty hearing.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
You have actually another 8 minutes or so if you want to continue. I mean, it was very nice to hear your summary of the reasons for the Santa Mahaprabhu, and you ended with very, very intense experience of Radharani on that verse on the holy name. But you can expound more. You have some time yet, Maharaj, if you want to speak a little more.
Okay, thank you for your kindness. Okay, I'll plug the mic in again. So to understand the glories of the holy name, we can start with Sri Shikrashtakam. Thakur Bhakti Vinod, the sixth Goswami. The six Goswamis have expanded Vedic knowledge, Vaishnava knowledge, realization to an act. And Thakur Bhakti Vinod, he's developed, how can I say further, but like further. So in particular, he's written 2 commentaries on Sri Shikrashtakam. And he's explaining that what are the glories of the holy name. So Chaito Darpana Marjanam, it cleanses the mirror of the heart. At the moment, the mirror of the heart is dusty. So when we look at our hearts, what we see is like, we see the material things that we're used to seeing. We conceive of ourselves in material terms. But when the heart, the mirror of the heart is cleansed, then we will actually see ourselves, our real self. Like that Hans Christian Andersen's The Ugly Duckling. So cut a long story short, the ugly duckling is abused by everyone and in the end goes to the pond to drown herself. And as she's standing there ready to jump in and drown herself, she sees these beautiful swans in the distance. Oh, such wonderful creatures. If only I could become like that, but I'm only an ugly duckling. But the duckling has grown up and it's not a duckling at all. And as she looks into the pond, she says, oh, I'm also that beautiful creature. So she of our actual spiritual form, and then gradually by practice, this will come at the time of asak. And then by practice, more and more and more, we'll actually identify. At first, it seems like separate. Even Thakur Bhaktivinoda is described at the end of Navadip Bhavataranga. He sees this beautiful, wonderful girl coming. Oh, such a heaven in his trance. And then realizes, that's me. That's my spiritual form. So Chaito Dharma Mahadavagnirvapa, it eradicates the blazing fire of material existence. When devotee becomes absorbed in spiritual practice and love for Krishna, then whatever's coming, just like this morning I was reading about Haridas Thakur, he didn't even feel the pain of the lashings in the marketplace, just like Prahlad Maharaj is completely unperturbed. This is not an effort of will, it's grace that comes through love. Shreya Koirava Candrika Vitaranam. So there's like lilies open up under the moon. So our lily, what is that lily that opens up? It's the lily of Bhav. Under the soft and beautiful rays of Harinam, this lily of our good fortune means Bhav, because I'm trying to practice, hardly even sadhan bhakti, to achieve Bhav bhakti. So this is our good fortune, to achieve Bhav. And then further, of course, to pray. Shreya Koirava Candrika Vitarana. Vidyavudha Jivana. This, it's the life and soul of Vidyavadhu. Who's the Vidyavadhu? Vidya means knowledge. What knowledge? Devotional love to Krishna. And who is that? Nothing impersonal in the spiritual world, nothing material. This Srimati Radhika. So she's designated as Vidyavadhu. She's the consort to Krishna, and the holy name, this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, Raghunath Das Goswami has said that this was first uttered by Srimati Radhika. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna means Krishna should attract us from these ghastly pastimes in the material world. And Hare is his energy, enables him to do that. And then Hare Rama means, oh, he's performing beautiful pastimes. I want to serve. I don't just want to be attracted from the material world. I want to serve your beautiful pastimes with your divine spiritual energy. This is Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Vidyavada Jivana. How come next? It's an ocean of bliss. Ananda. It's like if you suppose somebody gets dropped out of a helicopter, out of a plane or something, and lands in the middle of the ocean. So there's no shore anywhere. But this isn't an ocean of salt water, it's an ocean of bliss. Anandam Buddhivardhanam, and it's increasing the ocean of bliss. Huh? And then Pratipitam Purnam Patvadana. We're tasting nectar at every step. So then the doubt may come that, oh, this is selfish. I shouldn't be trying to enjoy like this. I shouldn't be wanting to be happy. No. Narottam Thakur says at the beginning of Prarthana, Gauranga bolite habe pulaka sharia. Huri, huri, bolite noyani babine. When will I be in ecstasy just chanting the name of Gaura? And when will tears flow from my eyes when I'm chanting Krishna's names. So Sarvatma Snapanang. It's purifying us of all desires for selfish pleasure. All. This bliss is included. It's part of the package. The pransakis, nichasakis, the manjaris, they're not looking for bliss. They're looking for service, but it comes as part of the package. This bliss comes, the bliss of serving Radha and Krishna's pastimes, serving Srimati Radhika. It's part of the package. Sarvatmasnapam Parang Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtana. Parang Vijay, not only Jai means victory. Vijay, Gurudev explains, that Vijay means that the victor sits in the place, government place, and totally controls everything. Parang, supreme, the most transcendental. So these are some of the treasures that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has brought and his associates have brought. And when we extend it, not that we can begin to taste this as we become absorbed in the holy name. And I have no qualification whatsoever to expound on that topic. And with this, I will end my speech. Hare Krishna.
Hi, Maharaj, right on time. Jai. Jai Maharaj, right on time. That was wonderful. Dandavat pranams. You saved me from the offense of having to cut you off by finishing right on time. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. So we want to introduce Sripad Bhaktivedanta Padmannabh Maharaj, who is next to speak. Although he first met the Junior, yeah, well, yeah, there's two. We number one and number two, but I'm not going to call you number two. Anyway, he met the devotees and Srila Gurudev in Florida, and he has taken sannyas. Maharaj, who did you take sannyas from?
Pujapad Bhaktivedanta Parivrajak Maharaj, Parivrajak.
Very nice. Hare Krishna. Jai Maharaj. So, if you would please, you have the floor, the Vyasa-san, please begin to speak. Hare Krishna. Dandavat pranams.
Dandavat pranam. Jnana timirandasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Sri Narayan Guru Swami Mati Nami. Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaurat Krishe Namaha. Narpita Charyam Chirat Karunayavati Nakalo Samarpitam Unnatodula Samso Bhakti Shriyam Ripurada Sundar Dutikatam Vasandipita Sadharadaya Kandare Turatu Vasati Nandana Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyascha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Tapta Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhantute Devatam Hari Priye Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. First of all, I would like to offer my unlimited obeisances unto the lotus feet of Paramarat and Gurupada Padma Jagadurtilla Prishpushta Srimati Bhakti Vedashi Narayan Goswami Maharaji, then unto the lotus feet of Gurupada Guru Vargajan, then to the Vaishnavas, the Sannyasis, the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, those who are present in the Zoom Sabha. I'd like to offer my Dandavat Pranam. So fortunate and so kind of the whole team, the Shodanandan Prabhu, Jivan Pravan Prabhu and the whole team to give me a chance to glorify Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, and it's a pleasure to be back again trying to glorify or trying to remember the teachings of Shri Gurudev. Before beginning, I would like to say on behalf of International Gaudiya Vedanta Trust, IGVT, under the guidance of Shri Gurudev and the leadership of Pujapad Bhaktivedanta Vana Maharaj, Bhaktivedanta Sridhar Maharaj, Tridandi Maharaj, and we also had the fortune of having Pujapad Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj with us too this year after a long time, and Pujapad Padmannabh Maharaj and Tridandi Maharaj and Shanta Maharaj. So it was a beautiful parikrama we had, and then the parikrama finished yesterday without any problem by Gurudev's mercy, and then today we are following Shri Goura Purnima, and like before Shri Gurudev's desire, so many devotees have come from Bengal, India, and also from the West, and despite being very hot, still devotees, they did so much penance, trying to walk through morning and while returning back. And this year we had a special prasadam, especially for the Western devotees, no spice, and we tried to have them separately. So we are trying our best to serve devotees in best possible ways, and I hope in the years to follow we will be successful enough to serve so many devotees their needs by Gurudev's desire. So this is one beautiful thing. Shri Gurudev and Shri Bhaktivinoda Thakurji, we were discussing here Katha that Shri Bhaktivinoda Thakurji, he has written in Navadip Dham Mahatmya that people in this Kali Yuga, it's very difficult for them to do the penance of Shri Krishna and try to, get the mercy of Shri Krishna. So Shri Bhaktivinoda Thakurji told for the people of this Kali Yuga, the best solution is Navadip Dham and best solution is Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So that's why he started this Navadip Dham Parikrama. He even wrote this beautiful book, Navadip Dham Mahatmya, wherein he has given all the beautiful details of this place. So he wanted that so many jivas who are not qualified to go and enter into the Leela of Shri Radha and Krishna, for them, giving them a chance, he has come, Bhaktivinoda Thakurji has started this Navadip Dham Parikrama, and then later on he told Prabhupada to do this, and since then this parikrama has been started and been followed by our Guru Varga, and so many people have taken part in this. And by being in Navadip Dham, by being in this parikrama, we try to get the mercy of Shri Navadip Dham and also Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, and only by their mercy we can hope to enter the beautiful pastimes of Shri Radha and Krishna and Shri Vrindavan Dham. Without their mercy, it's not possible to properly enter into those pastimes. It's very, very difficult to get a proper perspective. The glorification of Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji is he gave that perspective. He gave the perspective from Golok Shri Vrindavan, not from a different like the plane of consciousness, not from there, but directly from Golok Vrindavan. He gave that point of view, that perspective, like who is Krishna. So without Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji's mercy, it's not possible to really go and enter into the ragatmik, the mood of the Vrajavasis who have this tendency to see Krishna as their beloved, like a friend, like a son, or like a beloved one. So in a Shingaras. So without Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji's mercy, it's not possible. So that's why we try to remember the glories of Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, Shri Navadvip Dham. If you remember, most of the senior devotees here, if you remember, every year in Navadvip and also in Kartik, Shri Gurudev used to discuss this main topic. Every time he used to say that who is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Why did he come? And what he tried to give. These are the three main topics that Shri Gurudev used to discuss, every time. And this year also, both in the Bengali section and also in the Hindi and English section, we try to discuss the same thing. The first thing is, who is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? He is non-different from Shri Krishna. And then he had to take the moods and the beauty, the luster of Srimati Radharani to relish the moods of Srimati Radharani being told, like Krishna Kaviraj Goswami has told, Radhaya Pranaya Mahima Kidrisho Vana Yaiva, to taste these things, because he was lacking this thing. He didn't know. I mean, to a certain level, he had this mood, but the Mahabhav or the Madanakya Mahabhav, he didn't get those moods, those feelings. So he always thought that what was in like Srimati Radharani, what she was feeling, how much love she had for Shri Krishna. So these kind of feelings Shri Krishna used to have. Then he begged from Srimati Radharani to give her mood and also her luster, so that in Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji's form, he can, first of all, taste those moods of Srimati Radharani and try to totally understand the depths of Prema Bhakti, Madanakya Mahabhav. Without relishing and without the mercy of Srimati Radharani, it's not possible to relish those moods. And also it's been told, Prema Rasa Niryas Korite Aswadan Rag Marga Bhakti Loke Korite Pracharan. Yehi Rasika Shekhar Krishna Parama Karun Yehi Dui Ichara Hetu Leelara Udgam. So this has been told in the 4th chapter of Adi Leela of Chaitanya Charitamrit by Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami Pad. There he has told that Prema Rasa Niryas Kurite Aswadan, Prema Rasa Nirya, the topmost manifestation of this Prem, that's Madanakya Mahabhav. To relish that mood, Shri Krishna, he took the mood and the luster of Srimati Radharani to taste that. And not only that, he is not miserly, but rather he is the most magnanimous personality. He would taste those moods himself, and also he would like to distribute Ragamarga Bhakti Loke Kurite Pracharam. He would like to distribute those moods to the qualified jiva within this world. So he did both things. He tested himself and also he distributed those things. That's how people could really know the moods of the Vrajavasis, the moods of Srimati Radharani. Without Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy, nobody can know the internal moods of Srimati Radharani or the Vrajavasis. That Laukik Sadbandhuvat Bhav, like, ordinary material, human-like form relationship, that thing cannot be fathomed by normal people. It needs the special mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji. That's what he did, because he is both Rasik Shekhar, because he is the topmost, like he's topmost among those who relish the nectar of rasa, and also at the same time he is Param Karun, he is most magnanimous. So due to which he would like to taste those moods himself and at the same time distribute those things. He distributed those things to Sri Rupa Goswami Pad, Sri Raghunath Das Goswami Pad, Jiva Goswami Pad, Sanatan Goswami Pad, Gopal Bhatta Goswami Pad, and Raghunath Bhatta Goswami Pad. Through these 6 Goswamis, he distributed those moods, especially through Sri Rupa Goswami Pad and Raghunath Das Goswami Pad. He gave that mood which Sri Rupa Goswami Pad had told in Vidagdha Madhav Mangalacharan. He has written Narpita Charim Chirat Karunayavatirna Kalau Samarpayitum Unnatujurasam Swabhakti Shriyam Haripurata Sundra Duti Kadamba Sandipita Sadahade Kandare Suratu Vaha Sachinandana. There he has told that Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he has not Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he has not come in a day of Shri Brahma. He had distributed the same prem in the previous kalpa, in the previous day of Brahma. Since then, he has not distributed this prem. So to distribute these things that which he has not given for a long time, he has come. So what he wanted to distribute, Unnatvojula Rasam Swabhakti Shriyam, that moods of the Srimati Radharani, the Madanakya Mahabhav, that he didn't want to distribute, but he wanted to distribute the beauty, the Shriyam, the beauty of the moods of Srimati Radharani. And Shri Gurudev used to tell, what is that beauty? That's the Manjari Bhav, the serving tendency of the maid servants of Srimati Radharani. Those moods is what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to give to the qualified jivas, and that's why he came. So that's how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he distributed this nectar of Sri Vrindavan. So without the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and also without the mercy of Sri Navadvip Dham, this Madhurya Bhakti, this Raga Bhakti, it's not possible to get. And also Sri Chaitanya Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakurji, he has told that Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji and Sri Navadvip Dham, they don't consider like Nama Parad, Dhama Parad and all those things without any consideration. Immediately they give the love of Godhead, Prema Bhakti, and then by which slowly this, this Nama Parad and Dhama Parad, these things, they get destroyed slowly, step by step, and then later on that person will manifest full love of Godhead, Prem. So that's how this Navadvip Dham and Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, they are merciful. That's why Bhaktivinoda Thakurji has told in this Kali Yuga, there are so many reasons for Namaparad, Dhamaparad and everything. It's very difficult to leave behind this mentality to find fault in so many things. So that's why Bhaktivinoda Thakurji has told that we should take the shelter of Sri Navadvip Dham and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji. They are the most merciful. Bhaktivinoda Thakurji has written in Navadvip Dham Mahatmya, if one takes the name of Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Sachinandan Gaurahari, then love of Godhead can manifest quickly, and at the same time, the sadhak will get qualified to really enter into the pastime of Shri Vrindavan and Shri Radha and Shri Krishna. Without their mercy, it's not at all possible. So Shri Gurudev used to, drive this point that what Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji gave, okay, he gave Prema Bhakti, especially Braja Bhakti. So those who think he gave only Nama Sankirtan, so Shri Gurudev used to refute those, vichar by saying that no, this Nam Sankirtan can be distributed even by this Kali Yugi Yugavatar. There is no need for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji to come from the Shwetadeep and try to do this. What he did, he gave Nama Sankirtan, but through that Nama Sankirtan, he gave Prema Bhakti. That's what he did. Especially the Braja Bhakti, that's what he tried to give. Especially the teaching of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji, Shikshashtak, it's so beautiful that starting from the first slok and towards the last, he has told us the gradation of the bhakti from Shraddha to Madanakya Mahabhav in one like Shikshashtak. He has given us all the essence of the Vedas and Shastras and Srimad Bhagavatam. That's the beauty of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji is, the only source through whom we can get the mercy of Sri Krishna. That's why Sri Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj, they all stayed in Shri Vrindavan Dham and did the bhajan of Shri Krishna for long time, Radhaji and Krishna, but the mercy didn't come. So then Babaji Maharaj said, oh, I have spent so long here trying to get the mercy of Shri Krishna and Shri Radharani and Krishna, but Krishna is very, very strict. So it seems now I have to take shelter of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Shri Navadip Dham. Saying this, he left Shri Vrindavan and came to Navadip, and he stayed here for the rest of his life, and he practiced Shri Gaura Bhajan and also Shri Radha Krishna Bhajan. So that's why since then the Guru Varga, they're taking shelter of Shri Navadip Dham, and Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji, Shri Chaitanya.
We lost you, Maharaj. When you touched your phone, we lost you. Padmannabh Maharaj, we lost you. Let's see. If I can find you.
He's probably just had an Indian disconnect. He'll be back in a minute.
He's back now.
Yeah.
Jai Maharaj, continue. Haribol.
Yeah. Some phone call came and just got disconnected. Sorry. So Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji, he took birth here. Today's Shri Gaur Janma Mahotsav. He took birth today, and from Shri Sachin, from Shri Mother Sachimaya and Shri Jagannath Mishra ji, and then he manifested beautiful, childhood pastimes. Then he grown up little bit. Then he went to school. So beautiful pastimes of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji. He spent here for 24 years. He followed the Grihastha Dharma. Then later on, he took sannyas, and Then he went to Shri Jagannath Puri, and there he relished the moods of Srimati Radharani. Especially, Shri Gurudev used to say that Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji's Leela in Navadip Dham is full of Madhurya Ras, like, no, it's full of Madhurya, not Madhurya Ras, Madhurya, meaning it's almost like a human-like pastimes. But the one in Navadip, the one in Gambhira and one in the Kobur where he met Rai Ramanand, it's full of, opulence, where he showed his the kurma form and different kind of forms. So Shri Gurudev used to say that Puri, Navadip and the Rai Ramananda's place, Shri Kobur, among these, Shri Navadip Dham is topmost because Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he manifests human-like pastimes here, and the Navadip Vasis, they consider Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji to be their own near and dear, and they have so much love towards Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji. So due to which, Shri Gurudev used to say that Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he manifests the Nitya Leela, eternal eightfold pastimes pastimes in Shri Navadip Dham here eternally. So that's why he used to say that this Navadip Dham is topmost superior place. This is non-different from Shvetadvip, that Shvetadvip is Shri Navadip Dham. And even today, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji is manifesting his beautiful pastimes. Only those who are fortunate enough and those who get the mercy of Shri Guru and Vaishnavas, only they, they can get the darshan of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji without Shri Guru and Vaishnavas' mercy. And without that prem, we cannot have the darshan of the Leela of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji. So, the Navadip Vasi, the people who reside in Navadip Dham, they have this beautiful mood towards Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, just like in Vrindavan, that's the beauty of Shri Navadip Dham and Vrindavan Dham. Because Shri Gurudev used to emphasize this Laukik Sad Bandhuvat Bhav, meaning, worldly kind of relationship, where one tends to feel that he is my friend, and one tends to feel that he is my son, I am their father and mother, where one tends to feel that he is my beloved. So these kind of moods is necessary to develop prem, because without this this raga bhakti, ragamay bhakti, this laukik sadbandhuvat bhav, like the worldly or human-like relationships, without this, it's not possible to develop prem. Because when we have this feeling that, oh, he is the Lord, he is superior, then we tend to go farther from him due to fear. So Krishna says in Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita that those who do bhajan, thinking that I am the Supreme Lord and trying to, pray to me, I don't like them, because that's not pure form of love towards me. That's, that's more like duty bound kind of thing. But when my sakas from Shri Vrindavan, they climb on my shoulders and they say, oh Krishna, please take me to that place. Then by listening to those words from my Saka, I feel so much satisfied. When my Sakas, they say, when they say that, oh, you and me, we are all on the same level, we are all on the same level. They say, Tumi kaun bada log tumi, Tumi kaun bada log tumi, me sama. So the Sakas says, who says you are big? We both are on the same level. So saying like this, the sakas, they climb on my shoulder, and Krishna says, this mood, this love, that's what I like to relish. Same with father and mother. They, like mother, she chastises me, and she makes me sit, and she, she ties me to the grinder, the motor grinder, and she, chastises me. This mood, this mamatva, this tendency to feel that Krishna is mine, that mood is what, draws me towards those devotees. So when the Priyatama, when the gopis, they try to do, to chastise Sri Krishna, so that so when the gopis, they try to chastise Sri Krishna, so that's when Sri Krishna says, Gopi, Priya yadi man kore batsan, Vedastuti hoite hare moraman. When the gopis, out of man, they try to chastise me using very choicy words. So Krishna says, those words, they satisfy me much more than the Vedas. Just like Brahmaji, when he came and he tried to, glorify Shri Krishna in glorify Shri Krishna in so many words, but Shri Krishna, he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't listen. Then when the sakas, when they try to call him, Shri Krishna, he was always looking towards his saka, and he was trying to leave Brahmaji, and he wanted to go towards his saka. So like this mood, this human-like relationship, that's what Krishna likes. That's where pure love can manifest towards Shri Krishna without any kind of, fear. So Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji's beautiful human-like pastimes, it manifested in Shri Navadvip Dham. Especially here in Shri Navadvip, Sachimaya and Shri Jagannath Mishraji, they didn't have child for a long time. Then they had Vishwarup. Then just after Vishwarup, they prayed that they need to have one more child. That's when Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he came, he took birth as Shri Gauranga Nimai, and then it was all so much joy in Navadvip Dham. All the devotees from Shri Navadvip, they dressed up beautifully, and they took so many, presents for Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji. They came, Shri Advaita Acharyaji, Shrivas, Malini Devi, and Shiva's wife, so Shri Sita Devi. So many people came, and they tried to take Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Nimai in their hands, and they caressed him, they loved him, they sang Kirtan, they gave Badai to Shri Jagannath Mishraji. In this way, today in the evening time, the Lord of our hearts, Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he took birth from the womb of Shri Sachimaya. So this is our great fortune, and we, I hope the time is up. I think
you have about 5 or 10 more minutes. Actually, closer to 10 minutes, Maharaj. So you can keep
going. Okay. So we were discussing a very important point yesterday. Yesterday we went to Srimad Drumadweep, and there Shri Gurudev, when we used to go there, Shri Gurudev, he always used to discuss a very beautiful and important point there. So he would say that in Prem, there are two sides to Prem. One is meeting and the second is separation. One is called as Milan and the second one is called as Viraha. So, Shri Gurudev used to describe this beautiful thing because when Shri Bhagavan Ram, he reached Shri Modaduma so when Shri Bhagavan Shri Ram, he reached Shri Modaduma with Sita Devi, so this one time Shri Ram was smiling and Sita Devi, you know, she thought why Shri Ram is smiling. Then, you know, she asked him, what's the reason today that you are smiling today? So then Shri Ram, he didn't tell much, but then when Sita Devi, she insisted, so then Shri Bhagavan Ram said that there will be beautiful Leela in Kali Yuga when I will come in the form of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji. During this Leela, you will leave me, and in your separation, I will be crying. But in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Leela, you will take the form of Shri Vishnupriya Devi, and I will take the form of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, and I will take sannyas and leave, and you will be crying in separation from me. So Shri Gurudev used to, you know, elaborately, he used to explain this beauty of Prem. It has two, you know, aspects. One is meeting and the second is separation, Vipralambha. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji has taught us that till we are bound in this material world, rather than meeting, it's the separation mood of bhajan, that's our goal. Vipralambha bhajan is the goal of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. So this is the teaching of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji. Without knowing the Vipralambha ras, without that, we cannot really taste or relish the milan or the meeting. Shri Gurudev used to say, it's like there's some sampradayas, especially Radha, Vallabhi and Shri Nimbarka, they don't consider the viraha. They say there is no viraha between Radha and Krishna. There is only eternal meeting between Radha and Krishna. But Shri Gurudev used to, you know, cut those moods or which are the Siddhanta from their side, and he used to say, no, Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji, he has given us the Vipralambha. Why? Shri Rupa Goswami Padji has said, we need to have both the thing. Vina Vipralambena Sambhogam na samashnute. Without viraha, we cannot relish the meeting. Shri Gurudev used to, you know, say so beautifully during meeting, when Shri Radhaji meets Shri Krishna, though she meets physically, but still she could only see some beauty, little parts of the beauty of Shri Krishna, not completely. Because when she sees the face of Shri Krishna, she gets stuck in the face of Shri Krishna, but she can't see the full form of Shri Krishna. But in Viraha, there, Srimati Radharani, she gets the, you know, opportunity to have full darshan of Shri Krishna. There she could meet Shri Krishna, there she could see Shri Krishna. So this is the beauties of the Vipralambha Viraha, the separation mood. And Shri Sanatana Goswami Padji has discussed in Brihad Bhagavatamritam second part, and he has said that externally, when one sees the separation, we may see that the person is crying, and one may feel that, oh, it's really, really sad. You know, that person must be crying, he must be sad, he must be feeling sadness within him. But he said, no, in love, in prema, the person in viraha, when he cries, rather than being sad, he tastes the topmost nectar, which cannot be, explained in words. So then he gave an, example. He said that we have this, ice. So when we take that in our hands, we take it in our hands for a long time, then we see, rather than being cold, that thing, it burns us. So there Sanatana Goswami says, rather than being cold, that same thing, the solid, ice, it burns our hand. Similarly, the viraha, externally, though it may seem like the person is crying in separation, but internally, that person, he relishes the topmost nectar of love, which cannot be explained within words. So that's why, if we try to see in Krishna Leela too, the one the Krishna manifested here, he did Leela of meeting only for 10 years, but rest of maybe 90 years or 100 years, something roughly, I'm not sure how much. So rest of the time, it's only separation. It's always, separation. They're always crying to meet Shri Krishna. Even in Kurukshetra, when they reach there, it's not completely fulfilled. So this separation mood is very much needed. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji, he says, for the sadhaka within this material world, this separation mood is the topmost thing. When one doesn't have this separation mood, then we will not do proper sadhan, bhajan, and we would never like to reach Shri Krishna. We would be like, no problem, even if it takes 50 births, so no need to worry. But when we have the separation mood, okay, then we can't even bear even a single moment separation from Shri Krishna, which Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said, Yugayitam nimeshena chakshusha pravrashayitam shunyayitam jagat sarvam govinda virehena me. This mood is needed. That's what Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to give. That's why we are here under the guidance of Shri Gurudev and all the Vaishnavas, and we try to do Navadip Dham Parikrama and follow this Gaur Janma Mahotsav. That mood that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji, he relished in Gambhira, the separation mood. Even in Navadip, he tasted a little bit of those moods, but later on with the teachings of Shri Raya Ramananda and Swarup Damodar, he relished it completely and perfectly. So those are our goal. And Shri Gurudev also, in Mathura, he used to always discuss this Gambhira Leela, wherein Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji would just cry day in and day out and relish so many moods of Srimati Radharani. He used to discuss those moods of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ji. So this is our topmost goal, Vipralamba Bhajan. That's why we are here. I pray to Shri Gurudev and to all the Vaishnavas and Guru Varga that may I become a dust in the lotus feet of Shri Guru and Vaishnavas, and may I try to let them give me strength that I can serve all Shri Guru and Vaishnavas day in and day out. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you for reminding us how we are all completely dependent upon mercy, the mercy of Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, all of our acharyas, and how we are dependent on the mercy of the Dham, Navadvip, how Navadvip Dham can free us from our anathas or our offenses, and touching upon the speciality of the intimacy between Krishna and his Braj devotees in Sakya Vatsalya, and especially in Madhurya Ras, culminating in the ecstasy that's felt in the agony of separation as Mahaprabhu is experiencing the moods of Srimati Radharani. So it was very progressive, like a pyramid, wide on the bottom and very succinct at the top, to the point, and appreciated it very much. And I offer my Dandava Pranams. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you, thank you. Please come to Navdeep Dham later on. Like now it's finished. At least come to Kartik.
Hare Krishna. Jai. So we want to introduce Sripad Bhaktivedanta Mahavir Maharaj. He was initiated by Srila Gurudev in 2007, both Harinam and Diksha. 10 years later, he had the good fortune of accepting sannyas from Srila Bharati Maharaj. He's been with us before, and he's always very, very sweet. And so, Maharaj, you're on mute. If you can unmute yourself and just come right in with your speaking. Can you unmute yourself? So, yes, very good.
Yes, Prabhuji. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and the Vyasasan, virtual Vyasasan is yours. Hare Krishna.
All right. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you so much again for inviting me. And I always feel very much inspired speaking to this so qualified audience. You know, that is very, very much important, the audience to be qualified, otherwise the speaker won't feel inspiration to speak. So always I'm very, very inspired here. Okay. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjanam Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Stadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha Narayanam Gurum Vande Sharanyam Bhakta Bandhavam Gauramanu Vishtam Purnam Radhadasyam Pradayakam Rupanugacharya Varyam Rupa Manjari Preshtakam Patita Pavana Karunyam Yugacharya Narayanam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramu 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 Hare Hare. So first of all, I begin offering my most humble obeisances to the dust of the lotus feet of Paramaradhatama Sri Guru Pada Padma Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Paramahamsa Paribrajacharya Ashtotara Sata Srimati Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva, and also to my most worshipable Shikshan Sannyasa Guru Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Ashtotara Sata Srimati Srila Bhakti Vigyana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, and to all Shirupanu Gauriya Guru Varga, to all Tridandi Sannyasis, Brahmacharis, Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, and to all the assembled devotees here today, my most respectful obeisances. So by the causeless mercy of Srila Gurudeva and all Mahabhagavatas Acharyas, we are able to assemble here one more time. So today is the most auspicious Sri Goura Purnima, the appearance day of our most beloved and worshipable Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And I am very fortunate to be here in Sri Navadvip Dham, at the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev, in Shikeshabji Gauriya Math, in Srila Gurudeva's Samadhi Mandir, in Srila Gurudeva's Malati Kunja. So very beautifully, Sripad Padmannabh Maharaj has spoken before me. I could hear. And under his guidance now, we are performing this Navadvip Dham Parikrama. And it was a great time. And all devotees are very, very inspired by him and by all the new management team of IGBT. So my prayers also go that they should always be successful in their Guru Seva. So why I mentioned this Gurudev's Malati Kunja. This is something very special to me that I want to share with you, is that when I was serving Gurudev's Samadhi here in 2011 and 12, in the very beginning, I was studying Jaiva Dharma. And the Jaiva Dharma is actually the best book for you to dive very deeply in this mood of Gaura Lila that Srila Bhakti Thakur has designed for us. And there you find the description of the kutirs of the Babajis, which were made of Madhavi and Malati creepers. So by reading that, I felt very much inspired that why not make also for Srila Gurudeva here his Malati Kunja. So then I went to the market here in Navadvip, and I purchased 2 Malati creepers, and then I planted on both sides of the building of Srila Gurudev's Bhajan Kutir. So they grew all the way up to the roof, and then they showered, on the sides, their, beautiful leaves and flowers. So therefore, this is Gurudev's Malati Kunja here. And anyway, this is for us the most special place for bhajan and for sadhan. Srila Gurudeva has kept for us this unparalleled place, which is Aparadha Bhanjana Stali, the place where all your offenses are destroyed and even not considered. Also, this is Gupta Govardhan, the hidden Govardhan of Braj is here. So Srila Gurudeva always resided in Govardhan. This is his favorite place. But at the same time, he's showing the speciality of being in Navadvip Dham at this very Kali Yuga of Mahaprabhu's movement, this Dhanya Kali. It actually enhances the specialities of Vrindavan. So without understanding Gaur Lila, you cannot actually realize what is Krishna Lila. Cannot. At the same time, you cannot realize the glories of Vrindavan Dham without being here in Sri Navadvip Dham and realizing its glories. So Srila Gurudeva has kept for us here a very, very special place. A place from where you can get everything, literally everything. You do your bhajan here, you do your sadhan here. There is nothing that you cannot get here, nothing. And one more special thing is that this Kola Dvipa, the island where we are situated, represents Pada Sevanam among the Navada Bhakti, the 9 limbs of Bhakti, which the other lines also represent each one of them. So Pada Sevana means what? Serving the lotus feet of whom? Of Guru Pada Padma, of Srila Gurudev, Shri Guru Charana Padma, Kevala Bhakati Sadma, Bandho Mui Savadhana Mate. What is that? Shri Guru Charane Rati, Eise Uttamagati, Jeproshadi Puri Sarvayash. To have attachment, Rati, for the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev. This is the supreme goal, Eise Uttamagati. So, to perform this Pada Sevana here, in this very Shikeshavaji Gauriya Math, means to serve Srila Gurudev here. This is perfection of life. So therefore, Srila Gurudev has come here. He has now resided here. He's residing here eternally. Why is that? Because he wants to propagate the glories of this place. He wants that we should come here and be with him, serving his lotus feet here, performing Pada Sevana here. Then our bhajan can progress very, very fast. Very, very fast. So in this way, Srila Gurudev has given us room in Navadvip Dham. Has given us a place in Navadvip Dham. How fortunate we are that every year we can come here and have wonderful accommodation, wonderful prasadam, wonderful environment with so many sweet, sweet devotees, God brothers, senior God brothers, junior God brothers. So this is a very, very, special gift that Srila Gurudeva has left for us, so that we can be in this very Navadvip Dham. What are the specialities of Navadvip Dham? Many, many Vaishnavas today have already described the glories of Navadvip Dham. And why is that? Every morning when you perform Archan. This is described in our Archan Dipika book, that you should first perform Archan for Srila Gurudev. And that meditation that you do is Srila Gurudev in Navadip Dham. So the verse says, Prata Sriman Navadvipe, Dinetram Dvibujam Gurum, Varabhaya Pradam Samtam Smaretam Nama Purvakam. We have to meditate in Sri Gurudev. Where? In Sri Navadip Dham. Having two arms, having two legs, means in his human-like form, in his sadhaka form, means his acharya form, here, sitting here. So why is that? Why is that so special, that this first meditation is in Sri Navadip Dham? There is a very nice connection with that. For many, many years, I was searching and asking many different devotees why we should chant Gayatri first morning and noon towards east, and in the evening towards north. I could not find a single quotation from Shastra. I could not find a single person who could give me this answer. But finally, recently, I have got this answer, and I must quote the source. This was Prem Prayojan Prabhu. And very beautifully, he explained to me that he also had the same doubt and the same question that he put to Srila Gurudev. And Srila Gurudev explained that east represents Navadip Dham. This is the east. So morning and noon, we meditate on Navadip Dham. By the mercy of Navadip Dham, then we can reach the north. North means Vrindavan. So this is the whole Siddhanta that we are actually trying to understand and follow. That first we should get the mercy of Navadip Dham. First we should get the mercy of Gaura Nityananda Prabhu. Then only then we can go deep and dive in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Srila Gurudev used to say, if you take bath in Ganga here, in this very Panchavani, where he used to come every time to do his Sankalpa. It's a place called Manipuri Ghat, near the bridge. This is called Panchavani, means the combination of these 5 holy rivers, especially Jamuna, Saraswati, and Ganga. So at that very place, Srila Gurudev, he used always to come. And he said, if you dive deep here in Ganga, where you appear in Keshi Ghat, in Vrindavan. So in this way, everything is designed like that. Everything is designed like that. First, mercy of Gaura Nityananda Prabhu. Also, before you reach Krishna Lila, before you take birth in Krishna Lila, you are bound to take birth in Gaura Lila. Srila Gurudev explains how you have to go back to the future in the Parampara association. It means from Gurudev, you have to take birth with Parang Gurudev. Then you have to take birth with Srila Prabhupada. It goes like that, back in Parampara, but in the future, in the other universes where they are doing their Leelas. So we are bound to first take birth in Gaura Lila, because chronologically, Gaura Lila is first, before Krishna Lila. So by the mercy of Gaura Nityananda Prabhu, we will be able to take birth in Krishna Lila. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he has appeared today. He's about to appear very soon here, according to Titi. Where? In Sri Mayapur Dham, Antardvip Mayapur. In the Shastras, there is the very beautiful description of the glories of Navadip Dham of Mayapur Dham. So one particular verse is saying, Tatra Brahmapuram Nama Pungarikam Yaduchati Tadeva Stadalam Padamashanibam Puram Madhutam Tam Madhi Daharam Sakshad Mayapuram Itirate Tatra Vishma Bhagavatas Chaitanya Saparamatmana Yasmin Yastuantarakashohi Antardvipasa Uchate. So he's saying there is a very beautiful place which has the shape of 8 petals lotus. And in the very middle, this is called Antardvipa Mayapur. This name Mayapur is not a mundane name, not temporary name, this is eternal name. This is mentioned in Shastras. So Sakshad Mayapuram itirate. Tatra Vishma Bhagavatas Chaitanya Sa Paramatmana. Bhagavan Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is Paramatma. He himself has appeared. He has appeared in this what? Antardvipa Sauchate. Antardvipa means the island in the middle. Antar, inside. Therefore, this is the core of the lotus flower. This is the middle island. Antardvip, this Jogapit. The combination between Radha Krishna. This is called Antardvip, Mayapur. So in this very beautiful full moon, there is a very beautiful description in Gopala Champu by Srila Jiva Goswami Pad, that when he's describing Rasa Lila and so many other things, he says that the brightest full moon happens after the winter in the month of Falgun. So by no chance, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he appears in this very full moon of the month of Falgun, because this is the brightest moon. It's the most beautiful moon. This is being described by Srila Jiva Goswami Pad. So in this way, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, being the most beautiful manifestation of God, the most opulent manifestation of God, opulence in a good sense, because he is Audharyamai. He's manifesting the opulence of mercy, the opulence of prema. Therefore, he's called Prema Purushottam. He's most opulent in this aspect. He has come to this world to dispel the darkness of Kali Yuga's, night, by appearing as Goura Chand, as the full moon, from the womb of Shachimata, just like the moon is rising from the ocean horizon. So in this way, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he comes, he is actually crowning Krishna Lila. Without Gaura Lila, it is impossible to complete Krishna Lila. So Krishna has planted many different seeds during his Lila. And those seeds, they grew up, they became trees, they gave fruits, and then later on, Krishna came to collect as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So in Gaura Lila, actually, Krishna, he becomes the real Rasikshakar. He's become the real relisher of rasa, the taster of rasa. Before, as Krishna, he cannot. There is so much limits for him. But then for that, he has to take the mood of Srimati Radhika. As Srila Bhakti Vigyana Bharati Goswami Maharaj used to say, Krishna has never stolen the mood of Srimati Radhika. Krishna has taken shelter of her. Because Krishna cannot steal anything from her. He has no such power. And also, if he takes something from her that he cannot even operate or use, so what is the value of that? So in this way, he took shelter of Radharani, Radharani's mood, Radharani's love. And then by her mercy, Lalita and Vishaka came as Swarup Damodar Ramananda to assist Krishna, to become his Shiksha Gurus, and allow him to dive deep and relish those moods of Srimati Radha. So when Mahaprabhu inaugurated his Sankirtan movement in the house of Srivas Pandit, this is called Prema Nama Sankirtan. That same Rasalila, whatever was being tasted during that Rasalila, now is being distributed through Nama to whomever is joining that. So therefore Mahaprabhu is known as Mahavadanya. He's the greatest giver. Krishna is only Vadanya, but Mahaprabhu is Mahavadanya. Why? Because he's giving something which was only meant for him to taste. He's actually now distributing to everyone. Even to different parikaras from different lilas, from Vaikuntha, from Ayodhya, from Kailash, they are able to also have some taste of this Rasa Lila. But of course, not in the same way that Krishna does, because none of them are Nagaris, are Biharis. Only Krishna is Bihari. But somehow or other, there is some type of alchemy that we can taste something of that through Nama, through Harinama Sankirtan. So this is speciality of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He has come for that. So therefore, Mahaprabhu himself, he is actually preparing a very beautiful garland. And he's giving this garland to everyone. Say dware achandale kirtana sanchari nama prema mala ghati pura ilo samsare. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying that through this Harinama Sankirtan, even the Brahmanas and the Chandalas, the dog eaters, the outcasts, they will come together. They will come together. And he will infuse all of them with this Premanam by force. Sanchari. Sanchari means infusing, means he's giving by force. He's not asking if you want or if you don't want, if you are qualified or not. He is infusing. Nama prema mala ghati purailo samsare. I will make a garland with Nama prema. Harinam and Krishna prema combined together. I will make a garland and I will put around everyone's neck in this material world. Means I will bestow everyone unconditionally the capacity of relishing this prema ras through Harinam. Therefore, Harinam is everything. Harinamo, Harinamo, Harinamo eva kevalam. Kalo nastevo, nasteva gatir anyatha. There is no other way to be delivered in this very Kali Yuga. Only Harinam, Harinam, Harinam. Narada Muni has emphasized this. Narada Muni is a great associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He came as Srivas Pandit. So, and was in his house that this Nama Prema movement has started. So he is authority to say. Was in his house. He was hosting this Nama Sankirtan. Then with whom Mahaprabhu is coming? Mahaprabhu is coming with all his associates. Mahaprabhu is not, although he is Krishna, he is not black. He is golden. Krishna varnam tuisha Krishna sangopanga astra parshadam yagye sankirtana prayer yajantihi sumedasaha. Krishna varnam tuisha Krishna. He is Akrishna. He is not black. He is not black. Gargacharya, he told Nanda Baba, your son, your black son, Krishna, he appeared before in different colors, including yellow color. Yellow color means this golden color in every Kali Yuga. Sangopanga Astra Parshadam. Mahaprabhu is followed by his associates like Nityananda and Advaita Charja. Then he's being followed by his other type of associates like Srivas Pandit and different devotees. Then his intimate associates, Swarup Damodar, Rai Ramananda, Rupa Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, and others. And what is his astra? What is his weapon? This is Nama. This is Harinam. Through Harinam, he is not killing, he is delivering everyone, allowing everyone to very quick achieve perfection. Prabhuji, let me know if I am on time, okay? I lost track.
You're doing great for time. I just came on. You have about 5 minutes to 6 minutes.
Okay. So, just to conclude, who is Mahaprabhu? Mahaprabhu is Radha Krishna. Radha Krishna pranaya vrikitilla dini shakti razmad ekatmanava pi bhuvi puradeha bedam gatoto chaitanya kyam prakatam chaikamaptam radha bhava duti suvalitam nomi Krishna swarupam. Who is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? He is nomi Krishna swarupam. His swarupa is Krishna. He is not combined Radha and Krishna 100% each. No. Many people think like that. It's not. He is not 100% Radha. 100% Radha is Gadadhara Pandit. Therefore, he combines as Gaur Gadadhar. to become Radha Krishna. Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself, but he's taking something of Srimati Radha, her Mahabhav and her golden complexion, because he wants to relish that. Then, why Mahaprabhu came? Why he came? Shiradhaya pranayam mahima kidrisho vanaiva. Asadhujana bhutta madhurima kidrisho vamadiya. Saukancha madanu bhavatam kidrisham vetiloba. Tadbhavada samajani shachi garbha sindhu harindu. He came especially to taste, to relish, to realize Srimati Radhika's love. Shiradhaya pranayam mahima kidrisho. What is that? What is that love of Srimati Radhika? And what is the sweetness that she is tasting Krishna? And what is the happiness she feels when she's tasting that? These are the three internal reasons why Mahaprabhu has come. And what Mahaprabhu wants to give? Anarpita charinchirat karunaya vatirna kalo samarpayitu vanatto jalarasam swa bhakti shriyam hari purata sundara dutti kadamba sandipita swadhari doya khandare spuratova sachinandanaha. Gurudev used to be very clear in this point. Mahaprabhu wants to give only Shriyam, not Unatto Jalarasa Sabhakti Shriyam, not all these things. Only Shriyam he is giving. Shriyam towards what? What is Shriyam? Shriyam means the beauty of that creeper. That creeper is Srimati Radhika. That Unatto Jalarasa, this is Srimati Radhika's mood. Swa Bhakti, the devotion towards that Unatto Jalarasa. That is what Mahaprabhu is giving, means Manjari Bhav. But Mahaprabhu himself is unable to give it. So through whom he is giving that? To Shri. Shri means Rupa. Rupa means Rupa Goswami, Rupa Manjari. So this Shriyam has double meaning. Actually, Mahaprabhu is not giving directly Shriyam. He is giving Rupa. Then Rupa can give Shriyam. Only Rupa Goswami can bestow this Radha Dasyam. Mahaprabhu cannot. Because Mahaprabhu's mood is different. Mahaprabhu's mood is to feel like Srimati Radhika is serving Krishna. Therefore, he listens to Chandidas, Vidyapati, Jayadeva Goswami. What is the mood of those poets? Sakhi Bhava. Sambhogi Chamai. They want to meet with Krishna and enjoy with Krishna. They want to play Ras. Krishna is the Rasaraj. He is the king of Ras. So, but the mood we want is not that. So therefore, we don't want Mahaprabhu's mood. We have to understand Mahaprabhu's mood. We have to follow it. We have to serve it. But we don't want that. The mood we want is Rupa Raghunath. Therefore, Mahaprabhu is giving us Rupa and Raghunath. This is the greatest gift that actually Mahaprabhu gave. The association of Rupa and Raghunath. We want their mood. Especially Raghunath Das Goswami, who is the best of all Rupanugas. His mood is even better for us than the mood of Rupa Manjari. Because we want to serve under the guidance of Rupa Manjari. We learned that from Raghunath Das Goswami. Therefore, Rupa and Raghunath. This is the best gift Mahaprabhu has given us. We want that mood. Mahaprabhu's mood is his mood. This is his lila. We have nothing to do with that. Nothing. We just have to understand, appreciate it, recognize it. But what Mahaprabhu wants from us, follow Rupa Raghunath. Therefore, Narottam Das Thakur is saying, Rupa Raghunath pade hoi bekuti, kavi hama bhuja bose jugala piriti. Rupa Raghunath pade rahu morayash, pratana koroi sada Narottam Das. Narottam Das is always praying for what? For Rupa Raghunath. We want Rupa Raghunath mood. We want Vilapa Kusumanjali mood. We want Mana Shiksha mood. Mana Shiksha and Vilapa Kusumanjali, these two books are a Siddha Pranali for us. They're a Siddha Pranali for us. They show us the path of perfection. First, Mana Shiksha. Then, Vilapa Kusumanjali. This is very high. This is Raganuga Bhakti. This is not for beginners like myself. This is for Raganuga Bhakti. Raganuga Bhakti means very high. Very, very high. But anyway, this is what we are aspiring for. So today we are praying and begging so that by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we may have association of Rupa Raghunath. This is my prayer. That's the only prayer I have to lotus feet of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that I will always be under the guidance of Srila Gurudev and Rupa Raghunath. Hare Krishna, Vanchakaupatari Kripa Sindhudev, Patitanam Pavabhyo Vaishnavabhyo.
Thank you, Maharaj, for touching upon various specialities of Mahaprabhu, going deeper and deeper, especially on his Adarya mood, his mercy. It's also nice that you gave different perspectives on like the Gayatri and things like that. It seems like there's no scarcity of what of hearing something that we haven't heard before from different devotees. And this is one of these reasons why this is so important. Nalini Didi Devi. Oh, there she is. Okay, I couldn't see her, but she's there now. Nalini Didi, you need to unmute so that we can hear you. Can you hear me? Nalini Didi, you need to unmute.
Yep, I can hear you.
Jai Haribo. Thanks again, Maharaj.
Oh,
So
sorry, it's a bit sunny here.
It's sunny and you're right on time. I was panicking for a second, but you're right on time. Like Narada Muni, please take it away and do it a bhajan. Hare Krishna. Right?
Sure. Yeah, apologies for the noise in the background. Everywhere I go, there is noise. So.
Yeah, but that noise is really transcendental. We don't mind it at all. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Okay.
This
so,
noise, Prabhuji, is the humming of the bumblebees.
Okay, I'll sing Jai Jai Jagannath Sachidanandan. Shri Goura Purnima Ki Jai.
Jai.
Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidananda. Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidananda. Tribhuvan kore ja charana banda. Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidananda. Nilachala Shankha Chakra Goura Padmannabh Nadiya Nagare Tanda Kamandalukara. Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidananda. Keho bole pura bete Ravana badila. Golokera vaibhav lila Prakasha korila. Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidananda. Shri Radhara bhave ebe Gauraya avatara. Shri Radhara bhave ebe Gauraya avatara. Hare Krishna nama Gaura korila prachar. Hare Krishna nama Gaura korila prachar. Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidananda. Vasudeva Gosha bole kari charahata. Jai Gaura say Krishna say Jagannath. Jai Gaura say Krishna say Jagannath. Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidanandan Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidanandan Tribhuvan Kore Charana Bandhan Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidanandan Jaya Jaya Jagannath Sachidanandan Jaya Sachidanandan Jaya Sachidanandan Sachidanandan Jaya Sachidanandan Jaya Sachidanandan Jaya Goura Hari Radha Bihari Jaya Goura Hari Sankirtan Bihari Jaya Goura Hari Radha Bihari Jaya Goura Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Jai Shri Guru Deva Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Goura Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Jai Didi, thank you so much. You always sing so beautifully and to the point.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So now my little bit of service has come to an end, and I believe I'm handing over to Narasingha Das Prabhu. Please unmute and take over. Hare Krishna, Radhe Radhe.
Hare Krishna. Dandavad pranams. Jai. Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Sachinandana Gaur Hari ki jai. So very fortunate to have this service. Thank you so much for engaging me. We'll continue on with our wonderful sessions here, hearing the glorious Harikatha of our Mahaprabhu. So next I'm calling on Srimati Caru Candrika Didi, who is my senior god sister. She joined in 1991 in Newcastle. She met Srila Gurudev in 1994, and then from 1996 until 2010, she traveled with Srila Gurudev, and still to this day, continuing to engage in the service to Srila Gurudev by traveling and preaching all over the world. So we invite her to come now and speak about Sri Sachinandana Gaur Hari on this glorious Goura Purnima day.
Okay, well, wishing of a good and pronouns. Can you see me and hear me? Okay. Yes?
Yes. I have speaker view now. I think everyone can see you good. So just quickly before you start, you have 30 minutes. Looks like a little bit longer than 30 minutes. How do you like to be told your time frame? Do you like a 5-minute warning, a 15-minute warning? What would you like?
5 minutes.
5 minutes and okay, perfect.
All right, fine. Okay. Om Maginat Mandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chakshumalitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyapane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Namine Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Padayate Krishnaye Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaur Tavishe Namaha Shamasundra Sikanda Shekra Smarasa Murali Manoha Vadikavasika Mankipa Nidhi Swapya Chana Kinkarim Karu Tavai Vashmi Najivami Tvayavina Iti Vignaya Vade Tvam Nayamam Javanantike Vanchakapatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhavevacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shivo Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So before I begin, I'd like to offer my unlimited obeisances, and my heart like flowers at the dust of the lotus feet of my Srila Gurudev, Nitya Lila Vishnu Vishnupad, Astadasada Shishimad, Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And at the same time, I offer my Koti Koti Dandavat Pranams at the dust of the lotus feet of my Param Gurudevs, Nitya Lila Vishnu Vishnupad, Astadasada Shishimad, Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada, and Nitya Lila Vishnu Vishnupad, Astotar Sata Shishimad Bhakti Bhagyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj, unto all the assembled devotees headed by our Tridandi sannyasis, and to everyone on the Bhakti Seva was it Zoom team? Anyway, and yeah, I can begin. So I was remembering today that once in Alachua, I think you must have been there, Nrsimha Prabhu. Do you remember when our Srila Gurudev, he wanted to have a competition with devotees telling the glories of Satchidananda and Gaura Hari. Do you remember that? Yeah.
Must have been a child at that time.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, there was 4 devotees, 2 ladies and 2 men. And I remember 3 devotees spoke, and the last one to speak was Lakshmi Didi. She's originally, I think, from Badger. So she started off with the verse, Anarpita Chirintrak Unavatanookalo, Samarpaitan Unato Dralarasan Svabhakti Shriyam, Hari Poto Sundara Juti Kandamba Sandipata. So it said, so, and she explained this verse. So when he nominated Lakshmi Didi as the winner of the competition because she quoted that verse. So I thought that was quite interesting. So that's why I thought to start with that verse and the meaning. May the Supreme Lord, who is known as the son of Srimati Sachi Devi, be transcendently situated in the innermost chambers of your heart, resplendent with the radiance of molten gold. He's appeared in this age of Kali by his causeless mercy to bestow what no incarnation ever offered before, the most sublime and radiant mellow of conjugal love. Sorry. So actually this is such a beautiful verse because in the first part of this verse is a benediction to all of us that Satchidananda and Gaura Hari be situated in
Looks like we're losing your connection, Didi. So it looks like we just lost Charge under Didi. We of course are dealing with the internet in India, so no problem. I'm sure she'll be back on in just a moment. I know she was reading this very special verse from our Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Sorry,
and,
can you hear me
you're
now?
back. Yeah, you're just sideways
sorry.
now.
I don't know, I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, it should be okay, but maybe
Didi,
it's
you're just you're sideways now. I don't know if
so how am I going to do this then? Because I need to be plugged in. My battery's low.
there, perfect.
Right. Is it sideways again? Yeah. Is it okay now?
This is good. Perfect.
Okay. Let me just get set up again. Sorry. So where was I up to?
You were explaining this
Wait.
verse.
Yes, okay. So, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, son of Sachi Devi, he appeared in this Kali Yuga by his causeless mercy to give what had not been offered for a very, very long time. And that is Unata Ujvala Rasam Sva Bhakti Shriyam. So Sva means own and Bhakti means devotion. He cannot give his own devotion but to the jivas, but he's giving Sva Bhakti Shriyam the beauty of that, which is what Gurudev explained as Manjari Bhav or Radha Darshan. So we are extremely fortunate to come at this time in Kali Yuga, just over 500 years after the appearance day of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And here at this time, especially on Goura Purnima Day, we can try to contemplate the glories of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and why he came, what he came to give. So, who is Mahaprabhu? As previous speaker Mahavir Swami was explaining, Radha this verse, Radha Krishna Pataya Ladini Shakti Asmat, and it says Radha Bhava Duty Subalitam Nami Krishna Srupam. So he's Krishna, but he's covered by the bhav and complexion of Srimati Radhika. So he came to distribute this Radha Darshan, which is extremely high, but he's giving to even the most fallen jivs. Even Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and so many of the demigods, they would do anything to attain this. Yet, by the causeless mercy of Mahaprabhu and the previous acharyas, he's giving to us, he's offering. So, so we know that Mahaprabhu, sorry, Shri Krishna, he was contemplating that I am complete, but yet there's something lacking within me. What is that? Shivadya Pranaya Mahima Kidushovanaeva Svadyoyana Bhutamadumya Kidushova Madhya Sokyam Tasha Madhabhavata Kidushovati Loba Tadbhavaja Samajani Satchigava Sindhu Harindu. So we've heard this verse many times. Gurudev quoted this so many times, and he wanted us to understand this very deeply. So how Krishna was having these three internal desires to understand the glories of Srimati Radhika's love, the qualities in him that she alone relishes through her love, and the happiness she feels when she realizes the sweetness of his love. So that Supreme Lord Hari was richly endowed with her bhavs, her loving emotions, appeared from the room of Srimati Sachi Devi as the moon appeared from the ocean. So I was listening to a class of Sripad Maharaj today, and he was explaining, you know, it's sometimes said that Krishna, he begged, borrowed, or stole Srimati Radhika's bhav and Kanti, her bhav and complexion. But yeah, sometimes Gurudev would emphasize that he borrowed, and sometimes he would say that he stole. So Sripad Maharaj was saying, so why did he steal Srimati Radhika's bhav and complexion? Why didn't he beg? He's explained that if he begged, just like any beggar, he goes for bhiksha, and he may go knocking on people's door, please give me something. They may give some little rice, dal, or atta means chapati flour, anything, but just little. But they're not going to give you everything. But a thief, what can he do? He can steal everything. He can take everything. So Krishna, he took everything from Srimati Radhika, her whole bhav complexion, which means her deep moods that he wanted to taste. So on this day, Srila Gurudev, he would always speak about Mahaprabhu's appearance and the childhood pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And also every year we would go and hear from Srimati Didi, who recently departed this world. And she would also speak in the same way about the appearance of Mahaprabhu and his. So I don't know if probably many other speakers have covered this topic, I don't know, but I haven't tuned in so much. Anyhow, Advaitacharya, he saw that bhakti, devotion, was gradually disappearing from this world. And no one was even chanting the holy names, maybe only in, formal occasions, in certain assemblies, they may chant, but not with any kind of devotion. So Advaitacharya was worried, he was very concerned. And he thought that Krishna, he must descend to bring these fallen conditioned souls out of their illusion and ignorance, because they were going mad after sense gratification. They were wasting money on lavish weddings, even marriages of cats and dogs, could I just tell. So Advaitacharya, he was desperately wanting Krishna to descend, and we know that he came across this verse which explained that if one offers tulsi, some water, Gangajal, to Krishna, then Krishna will feel completely obliged to that person. So he did so, and he called so loudly, and from the core of his heart, he called with so much love and devotion. And at that time, he explained that Narayan was on his throne, and his throne began shaking from the loudness of his call, and also from such deep love and devotion that Narayan could not remain there any longer. He was thinking that, oh, maybe in 10 or 20,000 years, or maybe after 100,000 years, I may descend in Kali Yuga. But upon hearing Advaitacharya's loud, intense calling, his prayer, then he came at once. So this is also one of the primary reasons for Mahaprabhu's descent. So actually, it's interesting because Advaitacharya, he was responsible for bringing Mahaprabhu to this world, and he was responsible for also winding up his pastimes, because we know that he sent a message, a very mystical message to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And in that message, he said, oh, one madman is sending a message to another madman. What was that message? There's no longer necessity for rice in the marketplace. So it's time for the shop to be closed. So no one could understand this. Maybe, just Srup Damodar. So Mahaprabhu, he read this message. He became a little indifferent, like externally. But he understood that Advaitacharya, he was saying that, oh, one who is mad with prema, he's sending a message to another madman. Who is that? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is one who has made the world mad with Krishna prema. So therefore, the shop has to be closed now. What does that mean? Your pastimes in this material world should now come to a close. Why? Because that rice that has been given, what is that? Krishna prema has been given to everyone. Everyone has had this great good fortune. So now it is being given now. It's time for you to wind up your pastimes and depart this world. So we were speaking about the reasons for Mahaprabhu's descent. Prem yas ne yas karita ashvadan rag mag bhakti loki karita pacharan. So there are two reasons for the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He wanted to taste the sweet essence of the mellows of Krishna Prem. And, or actually, he wanted to taste what Srimati Radhika was tasting. And he wanted to propagate devotional service in the world on the platform of Rag Marg, Raganuga Bhakti. So he is known as supremely jubilant and the most merciful of all. So he descended to this world. And at the time of his descent, then we know it's a lunar eclipse, and everyone was chanting the holy names. Even the Muslims were chanting. Everyone chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And when Sachinandan Gaurahari took birth as a child, then he would often cry, and he would only stop upon hearing the chanting of Harinam. So this was teaching that I want everyone to chant. I'm not happy unless everyone chants my holy names. And by this, you can certainly attain love of God. So then everyone, all the ladies, they would immediately start chanting when Nemi started to cry. And then Nemi, he would smile, and then looking upon his moonlight face, they would be inspired to chant even more. So everyone was completely captivated by his beauties. Beautiful, golden, effulgent child. And he used to perform the most sweet pastimes. Everyone was completely captivated, charmed by him. So he would perform very similar pastimes to that of Gopal Krishna in Braj. So when he was a child, he was very naughty, and when no one was at home, then he would start to scatter many things here and there, like milk, buttermilk, ghee, all different types of grains, rice, dal, everything on the floor. And his mother would come, and then as soon as his mother would come, he would lie down and begin to cry. And then Sachima, she would go and try to pacify him. But then she would notice this big mess on the floor. And she would say, oh, my Lord, who has scattered this rice, dal, butter, ghee everywhere? Who could have done this? And then she saw also, oh, look, the pots of yogurt and milk have also been broken. So she couldn't understand who has done such a thing. So family member, they said, oh, maybe some demigod or some ghost has done this. So, yeah, many reasons came, but they couldn't understand that it was Nemi, Sachinandan Gaurahari himself. So as Nemi grew, he began to crawl on his hands and knees around the house. And one day he was playing in the courtyard and he saw a huge snake laying there. And he thought, oh, very nice snake. I can play with this snake. So he grabbed that snake and he sat down on its coil, thinking it to be a very nice soft pillow. Then the snake raised its head above Nemi, like an umbrella. as if he was protecting Nemi from the heat of the sun. But when the family members saw Nemi, they came and saw, oh my goodness, what's happening? Oh, child Nemi, he's just sitting on this snake, very carefree, happy, relaxed. But he doesn't realize how dangerous this is. And they were crying, alas, alas, and calling out, Garuda, Garuda. Then Jagannath Mishra and Sachi Maya, they both came and they also cried out. And they're so afraid for Nemi's life. Snake didn't care. He didn't want to leave that snake. Why? Because who was that snake? It was none other than Anantashesht. And he wanted to see Nemi so much. He wanted his darshan. So he came to visit him in the form of an ordinary snake. So another very sweet pastime of Nemi was that, Sachi Maya, she always liked to dress Nemi in very beautiful clothes and golden ornaments. So once when Nemi went to play, then 2 thieves spotted him and they were attracted by all his ornaments. And they thought, oh, he's just a small child. He's on his own. No one is around. We can easily steal those ornaments. So they said, let's take him home and steal all his jewelry. So they walked over to him and they greeted him as if they knew him. And one thief picked him up and they said, oh, my dear child. And the other said, oh, where have you been all this time? Come, we'll take you home. So then they gave him sweets and Nemi was, yes, let's go. And they put on his shoulders and they started to carry him. And actually, Nemi, he was very happy because he was thinking, oh, I'm getting a free sightseeing tour. I'm getting a free ride and I'm able to see all beautiful places here. So anyway, he was laughing and laughing, and the thieves, they didn't even notice which path they were taking. And in the meantime, Nemi's family, they noticed he was missing and they started to look for him and they couldn't find him anywhere. So they became so worried. And they were really like crying out for Nemi, where are you? So then the thieves, they walked for a very long time and finally they arrived at what they thought was a hiding place. But actually, due to Yogamaya and Nemi, he tricked them and they came back around to Nemi's house because Nemi decided to go back home, realizing that his parents, family members were very concerned for him. So they put Nemi down and they were about to take off all his golden ornaments. But as soon as they put him down, he ran quickly inside his home and he jumped on his father's lap. And everyone was so happy, so relieved, and they loudly cried, oh, Hari, Hari, oh, Goura Hari is saved. He's come back. So then, in the meantime, these thieves, they thought, oh my God, we could easily get caught now. So because they thought maybe this boy will tell his parents what happened. So they quickly ran away. And Nemi, he told his family, oh, I just went to the Ganga and then I lost my way. And then these men, they helped me find my way back home. So these thieves, they later arrived back at their home and they thought, what on earth happened? We can't understand. Like, what, we were tricked or what? Maybe it was only Durga Devi who saved us. So actually, these thieves, they tried to steal Mahaprabhu's ornaments, but actually they couldn't even get his ornaments. They were completely tricked. And you can understand from this pastime that Sachinandan Gaura Hari, he's giving the highest thing. He's giving Gaura Prem, and he can give Radha Darshan. But if people think, oh, if people are attracted to just wealth, property, all these things, they think, oh yes, I will take this, this will be very good for me. Then they will also get tricked, they will also get cheated. So also interesting point in this pastime that the thieves, they offered like milk sweets to Nemi, and they carried him on their shoulders when they were kidnapping him. And after a while, they started to argue about, you know, oh, I'm carrying this boy for so long, he's so heavy, and you know, this is too much, this is unfair. So and then, you know, they would say, oh, you know, you should take him now. So that they both had such great good fortune of carrying Sachinandan Gaura Hari, and they gave the Lord so much pleasure by carrying him and bringing him on parikrama, like the sightseeing tour of the area. But they didn't do this with a service mood. They wanted to steal. So this is not actually Anupalasita Sanyam Yana Kamanavatam Anupulun Krishnanu Shilana Bhakti Uttama. So therefore they didn't get the fruit of their service. So like this, whenever we do service, then there should be no other desires in our heart. Gurudev told us this verse again and again and again, that always serve with no duplicity in your heart. Gurudev explained, only to please Shri Krishna, only to please Sachinandan Gaura Hari, no other motivation. So so Gurudev would also tell how when Nemi was a young boy, he
5
would
minutes, Didi.
always go, okay, I'll try to be as quick as I can. He would always like to play in the Ganges. So he would walk about with his friends and he would tease the other boys, and you know, like this big quarrel would break out. So anyway, sometimes when Nemi was playing in the Ganges, then he would be jumping, diving, splashing, and playing so many various water games. And sometimes he would tease the Brahmins who were making ablutions, they were chanting their mantras, and you know, he would look at them thinking, oh yes, you think you're a great scholars, you're like my gurus. And but he would pinch them. He would go underwater and pull their feet, or he would splash them and put water in his mouth and spit on them, and they would become so angry. And they would say, oh, now you've made us impure and we'll have to take bath again. But actually, their concerns were completely wrong, because who is he? He's Sachinandan Gaura Hari. He's the embodiment of supreme purity. So actually, by getting the touch, any kind of touch of Gaura Sundar, then they themselves would become purified. Certainly they would not become impure. And actually, we can understand from this pastime that if anyone harasses us in any way, then we may lose our cool. We may become angry and upset. But like these brahmanas, but we should always try to see that everything that comes to us is only the mercy of Krishna, only the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and this is sent for my purification. And one of the 9 symptoms of bhava is shanti, to always remain patient and tolerant. So Nemi, he also teased the young girls who used to come to the Ganga, and he would often steal their offerings, their milk sweets, bananas, whatever they were coming with. And these girls would become so upset, and they would say, "Oh, what are you doing? These offerings are meant for Ganga Devi." And Nemi would say, or they would say, "Oh, these offerings are made for Shivji." And Nemi would say, "Oh, don't worry, I am the husband of Ganga." And these girls, they would say, "No, you're not. You can't do this to us." And Nemi said, yes, I'll eat all your offerings and you can worship me with all your paraphernalia. And if you don't, I'll curse you to marry a very dark, lame, ugly, blind man, and you'll have so many co-wives. But if you do worship me, then you'll have a very good husband. So like this, he would tease them. And sometimes he would approach them and say, "Oh, will you marry me? I want to marry you. And if you won't marry me, you will never be happy. So give me all your offerings." So like this, he was so naughty. So then these Brahmins, these girls, they would go and complain to Satyamaya, Jagannath Mishra, and Jagannath Mishra would say, "Okay, I'm going to punish him. I will certainly punish him today." And he would take a stick and search for Nemi. So then those girls, they felt sorry, and they thought, "Oh, now Nemi is going to be in big trouble. He's going to be beaten by his father." So they would run and they would catch up with Nemi and say, "Hey, you know, your father's coming and he's going to beat you. Quickly, get away." So then Nemi, he would run away, and then he would put ink on his body, like as though he was just coming from school and return home. And in the meantime, Jagannath Mishra would go to the bank of the Ganges and he would be searching, asking the boy, Nemi had already told the boys, "If my father comes, tell him that, oh, yes, I haven't seen him today. He's at school, he hasn't come here yet." So they told like this. And Jagannath Mishra said, "Oh, okay." So then he went to home, and Nemi came back, and Jagannath Mishra, he started to chastise Nemi, but he saw there was ink like on his body, and he thought, "This is strange. The boys are saying that they haven't seen my son today." And Nemi said, yes, I've just come from school." So he said, "I haven't been to the Ganges yet. My friends are waiting for me." And Jagannath Mishra said, "Well, I've been told that you're causing so much trouble." Nemi said, "How is it possible? Those people are telling lies. Don't believe them. They're just imagining it." So then he smiled and he ran off to meet his friends. And then he arrived there at the bank of the Ganges, and they all saw him. "Oh, Nemi, your father came and he wanted to find you and beat you." And he said, "But we told him, you know." And then Nemi, he embraced them all. And he said, oh, yes, I just escaped punishment today. And he was laughing and his friends were laughing. And they were so, yeah, I have to finish now. They were so happy that they were now together with they became so absorbed in these sweet pastimes of Nimai, of Sachinanda and Gaurahari, and they were all talking about his nefarious activities, and they couldn't find anything else to talk about. So this is what Gaurasana, he wanted this, that only you chant my names and speak about me. So actually this is his compassion. And now hearing so many years from the lotus mouth of Srila Gurudev and Vaishnavas, then we can also try to imbibe all these moods and remember all these sweet pastimes and pray on this day that we can become completely absorbed in these pastimes and enter these pastimes. So how much time do I have left? Is my time up?
Yeah, the next speaker hasn't come on yet. They're running a couple minutes late. So you do have 1 or 2 more minutes. I was going to ask you a question about one of the comments in chat, if you want, if that's okay.
Okay.
But you could continue.
I was just going to say one more little point and then.
Okay.
So just to round up. So Advaita Acharya, who I was mentioning in the beginning, he was in Shantipur, and he also had a residence, of course, in Navadvip. And he was given buses, and so Vishru, the elder brother of Sachinanda Gaurahari, he used to go to his school, and every day he would love. He loved to hear all the all Shastra from the lotus mouth of Advaita Acharya, and he would become so absorbed that he would forget when it was lunchtime to go home to take something. So Sachi Maya, she would send the brother of Vishru, Nimai, oh, go and call your brother and tell him it's time for lunch. He should come now. So then he would go to the house of Advaita Acharya. He would arrive at the door and he would peek through the door, and everyone would immediately turn around and stare at this very beautiful, young, golden, effulgent, sweet boy. And they would be completely captivated by his beauty. And Advaita Acharya himself, he would be completely wonderstruck. And he was thinking, this boy is so beautiful, so attracted. Why am I so attracted? I'm not normally so attracted to children, any child like this. So then Nimai, he would smile at him and he would say, oh, my friend, you don't recognize me. You're not understanding who I am. You called for me. And now I am here. You don't know who I am now, but later I'll show you who I am and I will fill you with so much joy. So just like an ordinary small child, he tugged at Vishru's dhoti and then he said, come, brother, we have to go home now. Sachi Maya's waiting, has your lunch, like this. So, like this, Nimai Sachinanda Gaurahari, he performed such sweet pastimes. And we can also pray to him on this day that I have so many anarthas. My heart is very dark place, full of ignorance. And I pray that that Sachinandan Gaura Hari, who is like a lion, he can come into my heart and take away all these elephant-like anatas like lust, anger, greed, envy, illusion, pride, madness. Please, may my heart become so clean and pure that Gaurasundra will come and sit in my heart and be situated there forever. So Jagannatha Pandit, he also he wrote a beautiful book, Prem Devata, and he was writing in that book that actually one who has realized the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he can never take him out of his heart. How kind, how merciful he is. So merciful. Krishna is very cool, but he's not like my Sachinandan Gaura Hari. Srimati Radhika's mercy has entered into the heart of Krishna, and now he's become even more merciful. Oh, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's my very life and soul. So Mahaprabhu, he's our life and soul. And we are completely depending on his mercy. And he is ready to give his mercy. His mercy is flowing. It's flowing through the hearts of our Gurudev, and it's flowing through the hearts of all the acharyas and all the Vaishnavas. They want to give this mercy. But we have to become beggars of praying. We have to really desire this. We have to have such greed for this, and then it may come. So I think, I don't know, I've gone over time. With this, I end my speech.
Very sweet.
And please forgive me if I said anything wrong. And anything good is coming by the mercy of Srila Gurudev. So Shri Sachinandan Gaura Hari ki jai.
Yeah.
Srila Gurudev ki jai. Panchakalpa Vishta Kripa Sindhudeva Vaishnavibhyo Namaha. Sorry.
Yeah.
You still there?
Yes, I'm still here. I there's a comment in the chat because you spoke so sweetly and beautifully, but on one topic you only gave like one angle. So there's a comment in the chat regarding how it's described that Krishna steals the mood of Srimati Radhika. And we also have heard that only that Srimati Radhika's mood can't be stolen, only that she can desire to give it, and that somehow or other that then he gets it like that. So can you give any 1 or 2 minutes explanation on that other side, that actually it's impossible for her mood to be stolen, but only that she gives it to Krishna out of her love for him?
Yeah, I mean, Sripad Maharaj said like this. Mostly Gurudev would say that Krishna, he begged, he borrowed mood and complexion. Like you said, that it's not really possible for him to steal. But some of the acharyas, they've said that he is stolen. So Sripad Maharaj, he was explaining today that from the commentaries of the acharyas, you know, if you understand this mood of stealing, that Krishna stole the Bhav and Kanti of Srimati Radhika, then you can understand it like this, that because he wanted to take everything, not just little, because she may only give him, because actually he was explaining that Srimati Radhika, she was thinking that if my Krishna's heart is so soft and so delicate, that if I give him everything, if I give him my whole bhavs, very deep bhava, Sheshahava Bhava Deva Hera Hara Bhushate, if I give him all these very deep bhavs, then what will happen? His heart cannot take that. So it will be like a how you say, a huge like tsunami on his heart. And you know, imagine if a tsunami comes, immediately you're like crushed down. So, and his body is so soft and delicate. If he crashes down like this, then all his bones will be broken, everything will be broken. So Srimati Radhika like that. Or she was thinking that, okay, he can take, but I will have to save him somehow. So I will have to I will have to cover his body completely with my body. So she fully embraced Krishna, and in fully embracing Krishna, then in this way she felt she was protecting him by her body, and in this way, if he did crash like that, then she would protect his body from becoming in any way, his skin becoming broken, his bones becoming broken like this. So this is one bhav.
Jai.
So
Maharaj is
okay.
here now, Didi. Thank you so much for expanding on that. And thank you for your unrelenting, undaunting, continuous seva as you travel and share Gurudev's Harikatha with everyone. Very sweet to have you here today.
Thank you so much, Nashinga Prabhu, and everyone here, and my Dandavat pranams to Maharaj and everyone. Okay.
Dandavat, Hare Krishna.
Shri Satchidananda Gaura Hari Ki Jai.
Jai. So now I'm inviting Maharaj is already speaking. Hare Krishna.
Prabhuji, the katha will be in Hindi, so do you need a translation?
Oh, I think it would be good to do translation, yes.
So he'll speak first and then the translation. Should we do it like that, or
maybe live translation, more engaging?
Okay, live translation. Okay, yes, let's do it. So Gurudev is speaking how we are so fortunate that we are listening to this Harikatha. This Harikatha is not present in heavenly planets. This Harikatha is not present in fact, Brahmalok, the Satyalok. This joy of listening Harikatha, which we are relishing now, is not even available to the residents of Dwarka, Mathura. Why? Because we are listening to the glories of Sriman Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's his birthday today and we are listening to his glories. So this is not even available for Vrindavan Vasis, because in Vrindavan they are just listening to the glories of Sri Radha Krishna. But we, sitting in this Navdeep Dham, we are people are celebrating the birthday of Sriman Mahaprabhu in the entire world, but the way we are celebrating it by the Harikatha, by the online program, and by listening to the glories of Sriman Mahaprabhu, this is celebrating it. So the place where Sriman Mahaprabhu took birth, we are listening at the same place. Mahaprabhu himself, he took birth here in Mayapur Navdeep, and we are listening to his glory. So we are really very fortunate. So the fortune which is available to us today is not available for the demigods of heavenly planets. Even it's in Bhagavatam 11th canto, it has been mentioned the demigods of heavenly planet want to take birth in India. oh, give us birth on this Bharat Bhumi, and not in a Christian family or Muslim family. Give me birth in Sanatan family. The demigods are praying. Not just demigods. This great fortune which is available to us today is desired by the residents of Satyug. Satyug means Krityug. Krityug means the Dharma was present on all its four legs. Dharma has four legs. So Satyug had all the four legs of Dharma. People would follow all the rules and regulations, the four regulatory principles which we usually follow. In Treta Yuga, the Ram Rajya. Ram Rajya means what? Even the creeper, animal, insect of Prabhu Ram Rajya would never be happy. Even if a dog would come and complain, like a Brahman, he hit the dog and the dog complained to Sri Ram. When Sri Ram heard about it, he later gave punishment to the dog complained that, oh, this Brahman hit me from this stick. Oh, why did you hit him? Oh, hitting someone is not a good thing. He said that, what punishment should I give him? The dog said, oh, make him the temple president of that temple. Why? Is it a punishment or is that a favor you're doing to him? So he said that, no, it's a punishment actually. I was the temple president of the temple, and since I took the money, I used the money of Thakur Seva in my own sense gratification, which is why I became the dog. So if he would use it for the service of Thakurji, then he will for sure get the benefit, and I will also be benefited. But if he somehow uses the money in a wrong way, then he will be cheated. So it's like a punishment. So Ram Rajya means, the essence of saying is Ram Rajya is glorious, that in fact the animals would also be would get justice because of Lord Ram. And in Dwapar Yuga, the Purna Brahma Sanatana, Lord Krishna came. Who is Krishna? Brahmaji saying, Aho Bhagyam, Nanda Gopa Vajokasam, Yan Mitra Paramanandam, Purna Brahma Sanatanam. So Lord Krishna came, and ideally the Dharma should have 2 legs only. With every yoga, consequent yoga, the one leg of Dharma would go away. But with this Krishna, the Purna Brahma Sanatana himself came in Dwapar Yuga, which is why Dharma was present on these 4 legs. So the Kunja, Prithvi, all of them were considering themselves to be the most fortunate. By the touch of the lotus feet of Krishna, the grass would grow as if it's like a goosebumps which Prithvi, the earth is feeling. The waterfalls would appear as if tears from the earth's eyes. But in Kali Yuga, no one wants to take birth. There are clashes between the neighbors, clashes within the family. Within the mind itself, there are a lot of clashes. So no one wants to take birth in this Kali Yuga. But we are so fortunate in this Kali Yuga, this Dhanya Kali Yuga, demigods also want to take birth. Satya, Treta, Dwapar, all the residents of Satya, Treta, Dwapar want to take birth in this Kali Yuga, because this is Dhanya Kali Yuga. Sri Lochana Thakur saying, Ke jabi re bhai, Bhavatin Dupar. So who want to cross this material world? Raise your hand. Everyone raise your hand. And Sri Gautam Thakur is saying that Dhanya Kaliyuga Chaitanya Avatar. This Kaliyuga is not ordinary. This is Dhanya Kaliyuga. In just one day of Brahma, Sriman Chaitanya Maharaj descends. 1 day of Brahma means 1000 Chaturyug. 1000 Chaturyug means crores and crores of years. So after crores of years, this Dhanya Kaliyuga have come. And so those who have took birth in this Kali Yuga, and especially in the lineage of Sriman Mahaprabhu, you are wearing Tulsi Kanti and you are applying tilak. Bhagavad actually glorifies those who have or who are just practicing to become a devotee. The tilak kanti which you apply, you guys are not ordinary, more fortunate than demigods. So Uddhav, also he want to become a creeper in Govardhan. Mahalakshmi, she is still praying in Belwan. But those who are coming to Navdeep Dham, if they sometimes just chant this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, so Mahaprabhu is so merciful. He is giving the qualification as well as Krishna Prem both. There is consideration of qualification by Krishna, but just by chanting Harinam in this Kali Yuga, one will get this Krishna Prem very easily. So you guys are really very fortunate. Sri Bhagavat is declaring this. I am not saying it. We really have Sukriti, great Sukriti from previous birth, because it's been 5,000 years Krishna, 5,500 years Krishna left this material world. But Sriman Mahaprabhu just left 500 years, like it's 500 years Sriman Mahaprabhu appeared. And especially, we are so fortunate we came in the lineage of our Gurudev, Sri Bhaktivedanta Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Srila Siddhanti Goswami Maharaj. They are all Manjaris. She is Ramana Manjari. Those Bhaktivedanta Srila Keshav Goswami Maharaj, he is Vinod Manjari. He is Gurudev Srila Prabhupada, Sri Nayanmani Manjari. So such great personalities, even if those who you have good darshan of such great personalities and you have heard their Hari Katha, even if you are listening it in the recording, this is not ordinary thing. Sri Vishnu Chakra Thakur, which is why I say that like you must have heard the name of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If you have some relationship with Modi, if you are just stuck somewhere, if you just give his name, oh, you know, Modi is my relative, I am this to him, I am that to him. Just by mentioning his name, then you will get the benefit and they will just make your task easy. So this is because of the relationship. Similarly, our Vishnu Chakra Thakur says that there is this Acharya Abhiman, there is this Acharya ego. Oh, you know, who is my Gurudev? I am the disciple of Srila Bhaktivedanta Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj. I am the disciple of Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj. I am the disciple of Bhakti Srila Siddhanti Goswami Maharaj. I am in the lineage of Srila Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada. Oh, do you know? I am his grandson, I am his granddaughter. Vishnu Chakra Thakur says that if someone has such ego that I belong to this lineage, for sure you will get deliverance. So Mahaprabhu, which is why it's not much time Mahaprabhu descended in this material world. And we are fortunate we are having darshan of his pastime places. We are listening to his Hari Katha. So we will listen, Mahaprabhu, who is he? Radha Krishna Pranay Vikriti Haladini Shakti Rasmat. So the embodiment form of love is Srimati Radharani. Radha, who is Radharani? Radha Krishna Pranay Vikriti. The prem of Sri Krishna has took a form, and that is Srimati Radharani. And who is Mahaprabhu? Mahaprabhu is non-different from Krishna. In fact, Radha and Krishna are also non-different. Japi Radha, Tapi Krishna, Ya Radha Krishna Evasa. Philosophically, both are non-different. Like I give an example that from one root came out two stems, and from two stems came out two flowers. So similarly, Radha and Krishna both are from the same root. Like you must have seen a lamp ignited in both sides, but the oil kept in the center is same. It's like a long wick kept inside, and both the sides are ignited, and it's the same oil using for ignition. Similarly, Sri Radha Krishna are the same, but in Kali Yuga, both united together. Krishna took the moods and bodily complexion of Srimati Radharani and came in Kali Yuga. Why? He want to relish the moods of Srimati Radharani. He want to relish the beauty which he possesses. He want to know what Sri Radharani feels after serving Krishna. To give a very beautiful example, like when you cook, like in your home, when you cook, you prepared very nice preparations. Matar paneer, rajma chawal. But when you served it to husband and your children, they ate very nicely, and they started glorifying. Oh, the roti was so great; it appeared like a full moon of full moon day, and the sabzi was also very delicious. So the one who made the preparation will feel more joy. The one who ate, they also find it very tasty. But if they started praising, they started glorifying, then the chef, the one who has prepared, will feel more joy. So the next day they'll make more preparations with a lot of effort and more tasty. So similarly, Krishna, he is the relisher of all the rasa. He is the vishay, he is the subject. But when Krishna, Radharani, while serving Krishna, is more joy. The joy, the satisfaction which Srimati Radharani feels on serving Krishna is 4 times higher than that of Krishna. So he thought, what should I do to relish it? He thought, I have to borrow the moods of Srimati Radharani. So he is Antar Krishna Bahir Gaur. He is Krishna within, but the golden complexion it's like Radharani embracing Krishna. Listen very carefully. Radharani, she is embracing Krishna. Why so? Because when the moods of Srimati Radharani are so high that at times she faints, at times she cries tears, and the pain she feels is intolerable. So when Krishna, he is looking to relish the moods of Srimati Radharani, Krishna, he is so tender, he is so safe. In Gopi Geet, it has been mentioned in Gopi Geet, oh, your lotus feet are so soft. Even if you put it on our chest, we find it hard. It would be, our chests are so hard that we find it difficult to put your lotus feet on our chest. But you are traveling, you are walking behind the cows with that too, barefooted. the pebbles and the needles on the way would harm your lotus feet so much, and this is actually a matter of pain for us. So such tender is Krishna. When you're roaming in Vrindavan, you might be feeling a lot of pain, and similar is our pain thinking about the situation. Krishna is so soft, but when he will relish the moods of Srimati Radharani, it would be difficult for him. Radharani is thinking when he would faint and we will fall on the ground, she is thinking that I will embrace Krishna. When I will embrace him, that all the pain will come to me. He will not have to face any pain. So it's like Srimati Radharani.
सब शंकर जी कह रहे माता पार्वती सुन रही सारे शंकर पार्वती की संवाद ही ये कौन है समझ.
You can see in Puranas, there is a conversation between Shankar and Parvati. Shankarji is glorifying and Maya Parvati is listening. So Parvati once asked, "Oh Prabhu, you speak the glories of Krishna a lot. You speak his names and the pastimes of Lord Ram. You speak a lot. But Krishna, Govinda, Ram, Narayan, I have heard this a lot of times. But sometimes I see you say Sachinandan Gaur Hari Ki Jai." So I have seen you at times chanting Sachinandan Gaur Hari, Radha Krishna, Shri Nityananda. You just start dancing. Who is this Gauranga? Who is this Gaur Hari? Who is this Nityananda?
He's so kind of
Maya Parvati asked this to Shankarji once. 3:40 से अभी है.
इसलिए जब उन्होंने ये प्रश्न को उन्होंने की, अभी ये इतना प्रश्न सुन करके ना शंकर जी का हृदय में शीतल हो, शंकर के प्रेम में भर हो, तब उन्होंने पार्वती का हाल किया.
So she just embraced, at listening to the question, Sri Shankarji embraced Parvati.
Prabhu, it's sideways now.
Parvati? Oh, just a minute. For how long the katha will go on, Prabhuji?
Maybe 15 more minutes for us.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So you asked such a beautiful question, such a great question. You are like the manifestation of Srimati Radharani, which is why you are asking such a great question. Shankarji embraced Parvati, and so if someone asks you a question and then you have to answer it, if the answer is related to Krishna, if the discussion is about Krishna, then you will for sure feel so much joy. So Shankarji is saying that, oh, you made my heart very happy. He started glorifying Navadip. He started glorifying Sri Achinandan Gaur Hari. He said that the name is Chaitanya. When he took sannyas, the name is Sri Krishna Chaitanya. So why the name is Sri Krishna Chaitanya? So the one who will spread Krishna in the entire world, he will make everyone awake. Chaitanta. Chaitanta means the awakeness. So he will awaken the entire world with Krishna Prem, which is why this is Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Another name is Shri Krishna Shri Satyanandan Gaur Hari. So when he was sitting under a wish-fulfilling tree, he is thinking that I have to perform pastimes, but to perform pastime, I alone cannot do anything. So he separated into two. Krishna from the left side came out Srimati Radharani. So from the left side came Srimati Radharani, from the right came Shri Baldev Prabhu. He is Sadashiv. Ved, which is why it says that Ekameva Advityam. He is one. Eko api bahushyam. He is one, bifurcated into two. When he is one, when he is one, it is Sachinandan Gaur Hari. It is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So which is why the name is Chaitanya. Chaitanya means he is like the one awakened thing in the entire world. His name is Gaur Hari. Why the name is Gaur Hari? Gaur means the golden complexion of Srimati Radharani, and Hari means Krishna. Gaur Hari means Shri Radha Krishna. He is the combined form of Radha and Krishna. His another name is Vishwambhar. Why the name is Vishwambhar? The one who is fulfilling, who is taking care of the entire world, not by just giving them eatables or the food to eat, but it's actually maintaining them by Krishna Prem. When Sriman Mahaprabhu was born, the entire Navdeep and the entire world was decorated very nicely. There were a lot of fruits and flowers, blossom, and Shankarji started speaking that Sriman Mahaprabhu was very merciful. Shankarji said, "O Parvati, the one who comes to Navdeep Dham, the one who takes the shelter of Navdeep Dham, this cannot be equivalent to 100 times Ashramedh Yajna. If you come perform Ashramedh Yajna 100 times, and you will become Indra of the heavenly planet. But if one just stays in Navdeep Dham for a night, with 1,000 Ashramedh Yajna, all the holy places of the entire world, entire universe, if someone do the parikrama of those holy places, is now equal with just one night of Navdeep Dham. Navdeep Dham is so glorious, where Sriman Mahaprabhu took part. Shankarji had not all people will be able to believe it. This is a truth, but people will not believe it. It's not that easy to believe the glories of Navdeep Dham. Mahaprabhu, when he came to the world, the four reasons they have expressed. Kali Yuga Maharaj Nam Sriman Itakatya Chindan. So Yuga Dharma is Krishna Mahamata and Nam Kirtan. So the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Nama Mala philosophy. What Mahaprabhu did, the garland, like they made a garland, similar to Mahaprabhu made a garland. Which garland? He made a garland for of Nama Prem. He gave this garland in the neck of everyone. All must wear this garland. Mahaprabhu said, I have given you this Harinam. So, this one to chant this sincerely. It's not like we felt like chanting Harinam a day, so we did it. The next day, the master started random doing Harinam. If one is chanting Harinam simply, Mahaprabhu said, that's why this Harinam you get everything. साध्य साधन तत्व जय के जो सकल हरिनाम संकीर्तन पाई थे सकल. The practice as well as goal, the abhideya, the process as well as the goal, both. And Sarvasiddhi means Krishna Prem. In fact, the Krishna Prem will also be provided only by this Harinam. By chanting Harinam is the way of doing Mahaprabhu, which is why I said chant this Harinam sincerely. Sriman Mahaprabhu did not write any book, just one. Shiksha Ashtak. He did not mention any other subject in Shiksha Ashtak, just Harinam. Because Mahaprabhu says, Vaishnava Sevan Nam Sankirtan, Dui Kare Kripa Shri Krishna Charan. You should perform two things. What? First one is you should serve saints. Sadhus, Vaishnavas should be served. Because Lord is residing in the heart of Vaishnavas. If you can make Vaishnavas happy, then God will be happy. So Sriman Mahaprabhu, he is not himself, but he would invite sannyasis in his house and he would give them prasadam. He would say to Sachimaya, "Oh mother, tonight sannyasis will come, 20 sannyasis will come, make prasadam." Sachimaya is become worried, what is this? We don't have anything to prepare, and he's saying he has invited 20 sannyasis. So after some time, Nimai would come with golden coins and he would give it to Sachimaya. No worries, you can buy preparations and do it. Sachimaya becomes so astonished. Where did he bring this golden coin from? She would ask all the neighbors, "Is it yours? Is it yours? Is it yours?" So when everyone will deny, at that time, Sri Vishnu Priya will make the preparations and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will serve. So those who are sannyasis who are coming in the house of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who are they? They are not ordinary. They are Brahma, Shankar, Vyas, Parashar. So which is why all of them will come and would partake bhojan, take prasadam. So which is why the scriptures say that whatever you earn, a part of it should be used in the service of Hari Guru Vaishnava. This will increase our sukriti. If our sukriti will increase, then
Looks like we maybe lost Maharaj internet connection. That was very abrupt. Sorry about that. Let's see if we can get Maharaj back. For those devotees who maybe were just now tuning in or not looking at the chat, I did take some notes from Maharaj's Katha, and I'll read out a couple of them. So first note, I was mentioning how he spoke from the beginning. He said, the fortune that is available to us. Oh, he's back. Perfect.
So Mahaprabhu, which is why I would instruct that one should perform Vaishnav Seva. One should do Harinam Sankirtan and Vaishnav Seva. From the hands you should perform the service to Lord, and from the mouth you should chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So
Looks like some traditional struggles there with the internet in India. That's no worries. So I'll read what I was going to read before from Maharaj's Katha. Let's see if he is able to reconnect. So he said that the fortune that is available to us today is not available. This is a trick.
I think it's a network issue, so I just paused the video. I'll continue with the audio only. Huh?
Okay.
I hope Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Is it audible?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So the mercy of Sriman Mahaprabhu is so great. Sri Preman Thakur Vijay says that my mind starts dancing when I hear about the glories of Sriman Mahaprabhu, Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Just by taking the name of Nitai and Gaur, all the offenses will get removed. And especially
Okay. We're coming up on the end of Sripad Sridhar Maharaj's time.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, Prabhuji, it appears like there is some network issue also. So maybe
It's okay.
you can continue from here.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining. Hare Krishna.
I'm sorry, we were not able to plan. I mean, it was planned very systematically, but because of the devotees piling in, we were not able to do it very proper.
No, this is very sweet. Some devotees were commenting in chat how they felt transported to Navadvip by being with Maharaj here in this format. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna.
All right, Hare Krishna.
Dandavats. So, wow, Jai. So I didn't get to introduce Maharaj or mention anything about him because we just jumped right into that. So I'll take one moment to do that. And then I think we have our next speaker joining us for a few minutes for some I think a few minutes we're going to have with Sripad Ban Maharaj. So Sripad Bhaktivedanta Sridhar Maharaj, who we just saw there in Navadvip now, he's giving Hare Katha to a nice group of devotees there. He joined the devotees when he was only 14 years old. And he's a disciple of one of our Prabhupada's, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada's godbrothers, Srila Bhakti Sri Rup Siddhanti Maharaj. And he's got Harinam and Diksha from Srila Siddhanti Maharaj. And then later, when Srila Siddhanti Maharaj departed this world, he spent time with our Srila Gurudev. He was known, many of Srila Gurudev's Sangha knew him as Rasananda Prabhu. And then towards the end of Srila Gurudev's manifest pastimes here in 2010, finally, after much insistence by our Gurudev for some years, he was awarded the order of sannyas and became Sripad Bhaktivedanta Sridhar Maharaj. So that's who we were just hearing from now, very sweetly. He's still to this day, of course, traveling and serving primarily in India. So very fortunate for us to have had that time. Now, in just a few minutes, we're going to have Sripad Bhaktivedanta Ban Maharaj joining us. I'm getting notification that it's going to be about 5 minutes. So I'm going to quickly, I'll introduce Maharaj now so everyone understands who Sripad Ban Maharaj is. So he came to Srila Gurudev's Sangha, Srila Param Gurudev's Sangha, Sri Gaudiya Vedanta Samiti in 1981. And he is a Harinam and Diksha disciple of our Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, who is the senior godbrother of our Srila Gurudev and who is the Acharya after Srila Bhakti Pragan Keshar Maharaj's departure from this world. He accepted sannyas from our Srila Gurudev. I don't have the year here. I think it was 2000, like late 90s, early 2000s, and he's been traveling and preaching voraciously all over the world. So he has a his very big contribution he's done to Srila Gurudev Sangha by his traveling and preaching. And so we're going to hear from him in just a couple of minutes. But until that point, I'm going to begin reading just the very beginning of an article from our Srila Gurudev. And let me see if I can put this on the screen. Give me 1 second. Is everyone seeing this? I think so. Perfect. Screen sharing. All right. So this article is, it's actually Harikatha from our Srila Gurudev. This was in 2000. in Devananda Gaudiya Math during Parikrama time. So perfect. Excellent. I saw the chat there. So I'm going to read a little bit of this article until Sripad Maharaj gets on. And then if there's some time afterwards, then I'll continue this article. So this is Navadvip Puri and Godavari. So our Srila Gurudev says that the subject matter of Sri Ramananda, Sri Roy Ramananda Samvad is the backbone, the most vital part of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. This is where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed his Rasaraj Mahabhav Svarup, his form as Radha Krishna combined, to Sri Ramananda Roy. Roy Ramananda stated there that one can only achieve a gopi prem under the guidance of the gopis. Unless one follows in the footsteps of the gopis, he cannot attain the service of the lotus feet of Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj. If one is overcome by knowledge of the Lord's opulence, he cannot attain the Lord's lotus feet, even though he is engaged in devotional service. And in order to be under the gopis, one must be under the guidance of Srila Rupa Goswami. There is a verse by Kavi Karnapur in glorification of Srila Rupa Goswami. Priya Swarupe, Dvaita Swarupe, Prema Swarupe, Sahaja Birupe, Nijanu Rupe, Prabhu Eka Rupe, Tatana Rupe, Swavilasa Rupe. Indeed, Srila Rupa Goswami, whose dear friend was Swarup Damodar, was the exact replica of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he was very, very dear to the Lord. Being the embodiment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love, Srila Rupa Goswami was naturally very beautiful. He very carefully followed the principles enunciated by the Lord, and he was a competent person to explain properly the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expanded his mercy to Srila Rupa Goswami just so he could render service by writing transcendental literatures. Krishna came to this world to taste three things. These are the three internal reasons for his appearance as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he tasted them in the Gambhira of Jagannath Puri. Shri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima Kidrisho Vanayaiva Swadyo Yenadbutta Madurim Kidrisho Va Madiya Sokyam Chashyamad Anubhavata Kidrisham Veti Lobat Tad Bhavadya Samajani Sachi Garabasindo Harindu. In order to understand and taste the glories of Radharani's love, in order to understand and taste the sweetness of his Leela, Venu, Rupa, and Prem, as only she can relish, and in order to taste the happiness she experiences in her relishment of these four sweetnesses, Krishna took birth from the womb of Sachi Mata as Sri Sachinandan Gauri. Sripad Maharaj Ki Jai.
আমি এখানে 9 দিন পর্যন্ত থাকবো 10 তারিখ করি আপনি যাওয়ার আগে দেখা করে
Hare Krishna.
4:30 have to go there.
Hare Bol Krishna Balaram Prabhu. Hare Bol Maharaj. Dhanavad Maharaj.
Jai Jai Sri
Jai.
चक्षुर्मितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः गुरवे गौरचन्द्राय राधिकाय तदाले कृष्णाय कृष्णभक्ताय तद्भक्ताय नमो नमः वंशाकरुतिर्वच्च कृपा सिन्धुवेव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि श्री गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम राम. So first of all, I offer my humble, respectful Dandavat Pranam. Lotus feet of my Guru Padmannabh Nitya-lila Pravishtam Vishnupad Ashtuta Satmad Bhakti Vedanta Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj and Nitya-lila Pravishtam Vishnupad Ashtuta Satmad Bhakti Vedanta Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Simultaneously offer my humble, respectful Dandavat Pranam. Lotus feet of Nitya-lila Pravishtam Vishnupad Ashtuta Satmad Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj and all senior devotees and all Vaishnavis, and presented all of my respectful guests. So today is the very super excellent auspicious day. The, the, today all we are celebrating the appearance day of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the supreme personality of Godhead and Bhagavan and non-different form, Varinandan Samsundar. But he performs sweet Leela in Navadvip Dham as a human being. For this regard that is called and Manav Leela. Krishna's Leela is called human being Leela, and same way Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he performs sweet Leela, a human being Leela. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says to Arjuna, Janma karma chame dibbang naviti tattva. Janma karma, my birth and activity, that is transcendental. And one who realizes my transcendental birth and transcendental activities after giving up body, he will attain my abode dham. In the same way, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he is the supreme personality of Godhead, and he took birth in Navadvip Dham. And while Lord Krishna, he appears in this Kali-yuga in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There are two regions. One is called primary regions, another is called secondary regions. Primary region true and secondary region also true. And in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami very clearly explained, Prem Rasa Nirjat Asadan Rag Marge Bhakti Ras Heit Asadan Rasik Shekhar Krishna Parama Korun এই দুই হেতু হইতে লীলার উদ্গম. Krishna is called the embodiment of Rashik, connoisseurs, and he releases all kinds of melodies from the heart of his devotees. And Rashik Shekhar Parama Korun, and is very compassion and love and affection with all the living entities. And simultaneously he distributes the highest prem to all over the world, and in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And this incarnate Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is not this, who is qualified and unqualified. Jare dekhen tare den prem bulaiya. Whatever who is coming in front of him, and he distributes this prem everybody. So Krishna, he released all the roses from the heart of the Brajvasis, but he is not satisfied when he saw Srimati Radhika's highest prem. That is called the last limit of divine love of Srimati Radhika. And that is called Madanakha Mahabhav. Sneha Man Pranay Rag Unutap Mahabhav Madan Modan and Madanakha Rura Udruda Modan and Madanakha Mahabhav. Srimati Radhika, she is called the embodiment of Madanakha Mahabhav. So Krishna is thinking what kinds of prem in the heart of Srimati Radhika. She releases my beauty. And another thing, the Sri Radha Pranay Mahima Kridisya Bhavanaiva. What is the glories of divine love of Srimati Radhika? And third, when Srimati Radhika, she releases the highest prem and also releases my beauty. What kinds of realization coming in his heart? For this regard, Krishna, he took Srimati Radhika's complexion and her mood. Radhika Bhav Kanti, Churi Kari Krishna Navadvip Bhairo Goura Rupa Dhari. So another things also explain this, the calling of Advaita Acharya. When Advaita Acharya came in Navadvip Dham, he saw all the Panditas and learned and scholars person, they are not following all the rules and regulations of the society. And some people, they also drinking alcohol and eating meat, and the rich person, they wasted the money, just the marriage ceremony of and marriage ceremony of Sikat and Hikats, and in this and wasted the money. And many also people, they also completely drank the alcohol and whole night they wake up and chanting the Devi's mantra, Devi Kali's Durga, etc. But they are not chanting holy names. For this regard, Advaita Acharya, he became very angry. Advaita Acharya, he thinking, I am creator and also distress. Because Advaita Acharya, he is called the combined form of Saraswati and Mahavishnu. So for this regard, Advaita Acharya, he became very angry and he's thinking, I will destroy this material world. Then the transcendental sound, aerial sound came and told him, Advaita Acharya, keep patient, and soon your master Vaidyanatha Samsundar, he will be appear in Navadvip Dham. So Advaita Acharya, he took some tulasi leaves and Gangajan offered to Krishna. And then Krishna cannot stay in Golok Vrindavan. He descended from Golok Vrindavan in this material world in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One day Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself told to Advaita Acharya, Neda means and who makes the shake. That means is what? Sutiya Chirunami Khis Sagure Tire Mor Nidra Bhangilo Nedaro Hunkare. Chaitanya Bhagavad Vrindavan Das Thakur also explained, I was sitting on the bank of Shir Samudra, the ocean of milk. But when Neda, the Advaita Acharya, he loudly called out, then my body started to shake. So first dear Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called to Advaita Acharya, Yesuti Achinami Kir Sagore Tire Mor Nidra Bhangilo Nedaro Hunkare. So this is called the calling of Advaita Acharya. Krishna, who is the supreme personality of Godhead, Sang Bhagavan, he appeared in Navadvip Dham in the form of Sachinandan Gaurhari. And another also reason explained in our Acharya, Anapita Charing Chirat Karuna Avatirna Kalu Samarpayatu Unnat Ujjaran Sabhakti Sthiram Pari Purashantu Didikadva Sandhipita Sada Hidaya Kandari Spuratubaha Sachi Nandan. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he called the embodiment of magnanimity and compassion. So Anarpita, every Kali Yuga, he did not come just one day of Brahma, he appeared and after departed Krishna in Dapar Yuga. In the beginning of Kali Yuga, same Krishna, he appears in the form of Sachinandan Gaurhari. And in this Kali Yuga, he also releases the highest prem of Srimati Radhika, the last limit of divine love of Srimati Radhika, and some the sprinkle of prem he distributes to all the living entities in this material world. So saying, Anarpita Charing Chirat Purna Avatirna Karu Samarpayatu Unnatu Ujjal Sabhakti Siyam Parihi Purashantu Dikadamba Sandhipita Sada Hidaya Kandare Spuratubaha Sachinandan. Another who also established Yuga Dharma Prachar, and how to establish the social etiquettes and rules and regulation of the society. So first this is Lord Ramchandra, he is called Marjada Purushottam. In the same way, Krishna, he is called Lila Purushottam, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is called Prema Purushottam Avatar. Gaur Premanandi. Now we'll go there. Okay, we go.
Jai Maharaj.
Jai Sachinandan Gaur Hari.
Jai. Thank you, Prabhu, for facilitating. Hare Krishna. So Sripad Maharaj is busy in his travels, so he wasn't able to do a very long slot, but we're fortunate to have had an opportunity for him to join us. And I believe now our next speaker, as long as he is prepared, is Sri Prakashatma Prabhu. Now, Prakashatma Prabhu, he's a disciple of our Srila Prabhupada. He met the devotees when he was, I think, 15 years old in Manchester. And then he has Harinam and Diksha from Srila Prabhupada in 1974 and 1976, respectively. And then he also met our Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj. And he spent many years in the association with our Srila Gurudev. So now we'll hear some nice Harikatha from him about Sachinandana Gaurari.
Om Gyanat Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Shakshur Miritam Yena Tasme Shri Gurave Namaha Gaurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaye Tadaraye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha. So for my respectful Dandavat Pranam to all the devotees assembled and all the Tridandi sannyasis. I make always short this pranam introduction so that I won't have to rush saying whatever little things I can say. But this is Goura Purnima. This is a very special day. And so everybody is glorifying this golden avatar. Shana Kalo, and Prahlad Maharaj, he was saying in his prayers, you know, that this is called the hidden avatar. Chana Kalo, Yadabhava's Tri Yuga, he appears in Tri Yuga only. So this is like not written very directly, but Srimad Bhagavatam in a few verses speaks about the advent of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And one verse which is particular, very important, Krishna Varnam Trishat Krishnam, Sango Pangatrasat Parshadam, Yager Sankirtana Praya Yajanti Su Medasa. This Krishna, he's a Krishna. He's not black. He has the color, golden color. He has hidden his color. Like Srila Jiva Goswami Pad is saying, Anta Krishna Bahir Goram. He has this within, he is Krishna, and outside he is Goura. So those who are very intelligent, Su Medasa, they will recognize this avatar. Of course, this doesn't mean that we should all be intellectual, but it means that we devotees are intelligent in a sense that they see this personality and everything that he has given all the people that are surrounding him. They are very special. They are giving the highest. And therefore they can engage in Nama Sankirtan. Only very intelligent people will know that the Yagya, Yuga Dharma, is Sankirtan, the chanting of the holy name. Other people are very lazy, or they are escaping into different spiritual paths, which may not go very far, just for the body and the mind. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he appeared to perform at least two things. On the external aspect, he preached and performed this Nama Sankirtan that everybody can engage in, even if you are the lowest, even if you are a bum in the street, you can chant the holy name. Srila Prabhupada, he was saying, our Srila Prabhupada, he was saying, even the dog, you know, in his address of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, he says, even a dog can take part. And we see sometimes when we go on the streets chanting the holy name, sometimes dogs, they come and wave their tail and they bark, just they want to chant with us, you know. Sometimes they follow the devotees. So this is like, even them, they are sumedhasa somehow. Of course, they had some kind of a sukriti, but in Kali Yuga, the Guru is our sukriti. He's giving us our sukriti. But Of course, we need a little sukriti in order to admit and to accept that great personality in our life. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we came to give that. You know, there's no doubt. First thing, you know, the first, I don't know, but everybody is different. But the first time I saw the devotees was on the street. You know, I was in England actually, and they were dancing and chanting, and it was kind of very intriguing sight to see. And this Maha Mantra I have heard through the song of George Harrison, but it is the sight of those devotees and the Maha Mantra. This is the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Yuga Dharma. That's what he came to give. That everybody knows. Of course, the inner mood, what he wanted to release, like we heard from Sripad Maharaj, how he had this unfulfilled desire. And so he wanted to assume the mood of Srimati Radharani, to taste his own sweetness. And Krishna, in the Upanishad, they said that he's raso beisa. And Srila Rupa Goswami say, Akilamrita Amrita Sindhu, he's the embodiment, the nectar, the ocean of nectar of this ras. And so he wants to taste, he's Rasika Shekar, he wants to taste even his own beauty, his own, he wants to know, oh, what are the gopis seeing in me that they are so captivating? And what is Srimati Radharani? What is she sees in me? He's very intrigued. And he wants to know what love she has for me. I don't have this kind of love. I want to have this experiment. And what kind of happiness she derives from this love. So very eager to taste these three objects of his desire, then he assumed the complexion of Srimati Radharani, golden complexion, and the mood. So he will become completely absorbed in her loving ecstasy. This is why he's called Krishna Chaitanya. Yeah, his name before was Nimai Pandit, but Krishna Chaitanya, he's the name that actually he chose as a sannyasi, even though it is not a sannyasi name. Chaitanya is a brahmachari name. It is written in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Chaitanya is a brahmachari name. Krishna Chaitanya. And Srila Prabhupada, he named his society Krishna Consciousness. And so Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, once he asked Srila Prabhupada, why did you call it Krishna Consciousness? Why couldn't you call it Chaitanya Consciousness? Because it is more the mission of Chaitanya. And Srila Prabhupada, he answered, he said, Krishna Consciousness means Krishna Chaitanya. This is exactly what it means. And what is this Chaitanya? Chaitanya is Srimati Radharani. Chaitanya, the consciousness that Sri Krishna has is to be in the mood and the absorption of Srimati Radharani. This is what he came to experience. And he also came to give it to others because he's very merciful. Odarya Purushottama, he's Namo Mahavadanyaya. He's very greatly merciful. And so whatever he tastes, that's why he has two hands, one in the air and one in the bottom. From the upward position, he take the highest mood of Srimati Radharani in order for himself to taste it. And in the other, with the other hand, he's giving what the remnants, what he has tasted, he's giving to the living entities, even the most fallen one, the highest to the lowest. So he has like this, two hands raised, and in order to whatever the greatest happiness, the greatest mood, but because what is the most important thing in life? Most people will say it's money, but because you need money to buy things and be happy. We know it's happiness, but what gives real happiness? Happiness means love. Love is supreme. If you are very wealthy, and even if you are very famous, You can lament. We heard this. We've seen that. Some people lament, nobody loves me. Some people very rich and famous, they also say like this, and sometimes they commit suicide. They feel there's no love. And I heard it again yesterday. There's no love in this material world. And it's sadly true. There's no everlasting love. It goes like this. Of course, spiritual love also is crooked like a snake, but it is different because when there's feeling of vipralamba caused by man or by distance or by different reason, or even caused by nothing, this vipralamba nourishes the desire for meeting. So in other words, it is not suffering, it is just nourishing. And this is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also, he made that, he fully wanted to test this vipralamba ras. He didn't want to, he fully wanted to know what the gopis, they experiment, and Srimati Radharani in meeting and in separation. And that's why when he went to Jagannath Puri, it was to experiment this separation, the gopis in separation from Krishna. And then during this solar eclipse, then there will be this festival. This is the Jagannath festival on the outside, but for him, it was the meeting of the gopis headed by Srimati Radharani with Krishna on the Kurukshetra. And Kurukshetra is important because Bhagavad Gita was given in Kurukshetra, and this was the Dharma. But Kurukshetra is even more important because of that meeting between Krishna and the gopis. But the feeling of Krishna, the feeling of Radharani, of Chaitanya, and the mood of Radharani is that I want you to come back to Vrindavan. I have taken all this, I have traveled all this way, and I am pulling your cart, the cart of my mind. I am pulling it so that you can come back to Vrindavan, because this is where we met, and I cannot be happy without this meeting. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at that time, he was reciting a verse from a mundane poetry, a lover who is separated from his beloved, the lady, mostly the lady was lamenting, saying, oh, I wish we could go back to the time where we met. It was next to a river and there was a charming breeze and everything. It's the mundane poetry. And nobody understood why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was singing this mundane song. Like we have so many songs, love songs in the material world. He was singing such song. But only Rupa Goswami, he understood. He understood, and Swarup Damodar Goswami, they understood, because they are Rasika, Bhavuka. And Srila Rupa Goswami, he composed a verse saying, oh, I am the same Radharani, he's the same Krishna, we have met again. But this is not the same. Not like we have met in Vrindavan next to the Yamuna, and there was this enchanting breeze and everything. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he happened to read this verse from Rupa Goswami, he was very surprised. How do you know my heart? This is exactly the mood of Srimati Radharani, being separated from Shri Krishna and wanting him to come back. This is what he came to give. When he gave Bhagavad Gita, Shri Krishna gave Bhagavad Gita. At the end of Bhagavad Gita, then he said, Sarva dharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam braja. Just give up any kind of dharma. I've been teaching you for all these chapters of Bhagavad Gita. I've been teaching you how to follow your swadharma. But now I'm telling you, just give it up. Just give up any kind of conception and just surrender to me. I will protect you. Don't fear. This was the teaching. But he doesn't say how you do it. He has told also different verses how to do bhakti very general, like you offer me a leaf, a flower, or you offer me some prayers, but he hasn't really gone into the detail how to perform sadhana. But as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's saying, he's giving this bhakti, which is not just sadhana, raganuga bhakti. And this verse, sarva dharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam braja, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's saying, come to Vraja, come with me to Braja, to Vrindavan, and just give up all your duties like the gopis did. They are the real embodiment of surrender. Just don't fear about anything else. They didn't fear about society, friendship, and family. They gave up everything, and they came to me in Braja. So I want you to come also to Braja and to experiment this raga, this deep feeling of love. So this is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Gaura Hari, when he came. I don't know how much time I have left. 5 minutes?
No, Prabhu, I mean, we have a little gap where you have extra time, so you can take up to like 20, 25 more minutes if you want. Otherwise, yeah, as you like. If you only wanted to speak maybe 10 or 15 more minutes, I have this article to continue reading as well.
Yeah,
So,
it was a nice article.
yes.
So I will read a little bit of the Chaitanya Bhagavat, and just maybe 5-10 minutes.
Some commentary. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by the time he came, before he came, Navadvip Dham was actually a very atheistic city. People were, they were dry logicians, and they were worshipping Kali, the goddess of destruction, and they were worshipping even the goddess of snakes. And there was Muslim ruler, the Qazi. Those Muslim, they kill cows and they eat them. And so it was not a very auspicious time. But Advaita Acharya, he was worshipping his Shalagram Shila with Ganga water and Tulsi and crying out loud, like you heard also Bal Maharaj. He was saying how he was in even he was in the ocean of milk, and his throne started to shake. So one time he was saying this, I said, oh, this is like a milkshake. But anyway, he woke him up because he had such a very strong eagerness to see the Lord. And so finally, Gurudev said actually that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu may not have come that early in Kali Yuga. It could have come at the end of Kali Yuga. But because Advaita Acharya was so eager for him to come, he decided, okay, I will come. And so on that special day, there was an eclipse. I forgot, I think it's a solar eclipse. And so everybody was going into the Ganga to bathe, and they were all chanting Hari, Hari. And so even the Muslims, they were chanting Hari, Hari. So just to show that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he will be grown up, then he will share this mood of chanting everywhere in great pleasure, in great happiness. So he was then Gaura Hari, they call Hari, Hari, and Gaura Hari appeared. And since he was born under a neem tree, his name was Nimai, later on Nimai Pandit, and also Vishvamba. That was the name he received during the name giving ceremony. Vishvamba, one who upholds the universe. And he had wonderful pastime as a child. You heard about many of those pastimes. I will be a little brief on those. He was, for example, teasing the Brahmins when they were reciting the Gayatri in Midwest, in the Ganga, and he will come dive underneath and grab their feet and pull them so they will fall over, or else he will put some water in his mouth and he will just splatter into their face. So they will become very angry and they will complain to Jagannath Mishra. And Jagannath Mishra was very angry at his son. When he heard this, he said, I will chastise him. I will teach him a lesson. So when he saw him coming from school, he starts telling him, where have you been? What have you done? You know, so many complaints. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said, but those are my books. I just come from school. And he had some ink on his hand just to show I've been working. I just came. Those people are they're just envious. They're just criticizing me. But I haven't done anything. And since he was so convincing and he was in the same mood as Sri Krishna when he was a little boy, his father couldn't chastise him. He believed it. So it's a lunar eclipse. Okay, thank you, Maharaj. Lunar eclipse. That's what I thought. I had a doubt. Yeah. And then later on, he was also teasing the young girls who were worshipping Shiva, eating their offering and everything. And when they will start chastising him, he will say, but you know, I am the Lord. I can give you everything you want. But if you, since I am a Brahmana, if you don't give me some share of your offering, I will curse you. And you will get married to an old man who has already 3 wives and everything. So then the young girls, because they saw this very beautiful lad, he was like a teenager. So they were easily convinced, okay, you can eat our bananas, no problem. Don't curse us. Just give us some blessing. So some of those pastimes, they are told in Chaitanya Bhagavat, also Chaitanya Charitamrita, very sweet pastimes. And also when he was young, still a young teenager, he became Nimai Pandit, a very great scholar of logic, Navanyaya. And he was such a very, very also very proud. The Vaishnav would avoid him because he was always trying to get into some kind of arguments and counter argument. And but also very intelligent. He defeated this Keshava Kashmiri, this great Pandit. So those are the early pastimes. Then his father died, and at one point he had to go to Gaya to do the ceremony, the Shraddha ceremony, and he met Ishwarapuri, and when he came back, he was completely transformed. He was totally different. He was just nonstop speaking about Krishna and singing about Krishna and having ecstatic symptoms. And he will say, where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? And because Krishna at one point had appeared to him and he wanted to, he started running towards him and he wanted to embrace him, but Krishna disappeared and he was lamenting, where has he gone? Where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? And nobody could pacify him. Only Gadadhar Pandit at one point, he said, Krishna is in your heart. Why are you lamenting so much? So then Chaitanya said, he's in my heart. And he started wanting to rip open his chest, just like Hanuman when he's showing Sitaram. And Gadadhar Pandit, he stopped and he pacified him. He said, no, don't worry. He's there. You don't have to open up your chest. And Mother Shachi was very pleased to see the influence of Gadadhar Pandit on her son, because he was going, everybody was thinking that he has gone completely mad. And as such, even his students, he couldn't teach anymore his students, because all he was saying is saying Krishna. He was explaining every rules of grammar by Krishna's name. Actually, Jiva Goswami, he did his grammar book, Harinam Vyakarana. Based on this, instead of past tense, future tense, he put names of Vishnu. Future tense, I know, is Kalki, because in the future, Kalki avatar will come. So, but anyway, the students couldn't follow him. They even complained to Gangadas Pandit, who was the teacher of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He said, what happened to our teacher? He's not teaching anymore. And he couldn't do it because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he listened to his teacher, his own teacher, but he couldn't do it because he was completely surcharged with this mood. So I'm reading a little bit of Chaitanya Bhagavat. Also, he was like, at one point, he started reciprocating with different devotees according to their moods. So he will manifest different forms of him to different devotees according to their particular faith. Various devotees saw Lord Chaitanya appear before them in different incarnations: Matsya, Kurma, Baraha, Vamana, Nrishinga, and so on. Some days The Lord was absorbed in the mood of the gopis and wept continuously, oblivious to the passage of time. Other days he felt like Uddhava or Akrura, while at other times he felt like Lord Balaram and demanded that wine be brought to him. Sometimes he was filled with the emotion of Lord Brahma and began chanting hymns falling on the ground. Another time feeling like Prahlad Maharaj, he offered prayers to the Supreme Lord. In this way, Lord Chaitanya tasted and floated in various ways of devotional ecstasy. So he manifested all the different avatars. You know, to Murari Gupta, he manifested as, it was, I think, Barahadev, and then he manifested this universal form to Advaita Acharya, and he manifested as Nrishinga to some other devotees, Ramachandra, and he could manifest all these different avatars because he's the avatari. And he was also totally absorbed, God conscious, completely absorbed. And then he manifested some extraordinary symptoms. I just read just a little further, then I will wrap it up. Goura Sundar exhibited such extraordinary symptoms of ecstasy that they are not mentioned even in the Srimad Bhagavatam, nor has anyone ever heard of them from any other scriptures or persons. Sometimes his body became stiff like a statue, and no one could possibly move or bend him. Then again, his body will become as soft as cream, as if he had no bones in the body. Other times, he looked at least twice his normal size, and again, sometimes he became thinner and smaller than usual. Sometimes he moved drowsily about like a drunkard, suddenly breaking out into joyous, boisterous laughter that shook his entire frame. Lord Goura Sundar, enraptured by spiritual emotion and seeing the assembled Vaishnavas surrendering himself, started calling his devotees by the names of their previous appearances. He looked around and shouted out their individual names like Halada, Shiva, Shuka, Narada, Prahlad, Ram, Lakshmi, Brahma, Uddhava. In this way, the Lord skillfully revealed the devotees' previous identities in Krishna Lila. All the devotees marvel, filling their eyes with the enchanting dance of Lord Goura Sundar in the mood of Lord Krishna. So this was the pastimes in Navadvip. And we know that he had many other different kind of pastimes, and his body changed also out of the mood in when he was in full separation in Jagannath Puri. So this is just a glimpse of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, glorious nature and what he came to give. Thank you very much and for your patience. I wish you, all of you, a very, very happy Goura Purnima. Panchakalpa tarubhya kripa sindhu bhaivacha patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Jai. Dhanavad Prabhu. Thank you so much for this sweet walk down the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and reading from Chaitanya Bhagavat is always so sweet. And I wanted to highlight one thing. I wrote down the note of it in our chat, and I just really liked you bringing up this pastime of the conversation with our Prabhupada and Sridhar Goswami Maharaj about Krishna consciousness means Krishna Chaitanya. And that's like really such a sweet connection, and it really shines a different lens on international society for Krishna consciousness. So like this underlying mood of what our Prabhupada came to give, he's like the long arm of his Prabhupada and even longer arm of Mahaprabhu, sharing all these things. So thank you so much for highlighting that, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So we'll resume now on what we were reading. So give me one moment, I'll share. Confirming, I think that's shared, so perfect. All right, so we were reading this before and we're just going to continue it. And I'm going to recap on this line here. We just had left off on that line and we'll continue from there. And just for anyone who's joining now, this is a lecture our Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. He spoke this Harikatha in March 2000 in Navadvip. So we were right here at this line. So in order to understand and taste the glories of Radharani's love, in order to understand and taste the sweetness of his Leela, Venu, Rupa, and Prem as only she can relish, and in order to taste the happiness she experiences in her relishment of these four sweetnesses, Krishna took birth from the womb of Sachimata as Sri Sachinandana Gaurari. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in Navadvip and performed his pastimes there. It is said that after these pastimes were completed, he took sannyas and went to Puri. Later, he went to South India and met Srila Ramananda Roy and revealed to him his form as Shri Radha and Krishna combined. This is Rasaraj Mahabhav. Rasaraj and Mahabhav are also described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as the pastimes of Radha Krishna. Krishna is Rasaraj, the king of all tasters of transcendental mellows, and Radhika is Mahabhav Swarup, the quintessence of loving emotions towards Krishna. In Navadvip, Sri Gauranga performed Sakya Bhav pastimes with his friends in his Nanavat, human-like Leela. It is said that after taking sannyas in Navadvip, he left and performed higher pastimes in Puri. After that, on the bank of Godavari, he met Ramananda Roy and learned how to taste Krishna in a still more intense mood of separation. It is not actually true, however, that Puri and Godavari are higher than Navadvip, nor is it true that Sri Sachinandana Gaurari ever leaves Navadvip. It is said that Mahaprabhu was able to taste what he came to this world to taste only after he met Roy Ramanand, who is Vishaka in Krishna Lila. He learned from him how to taste Radha Bhav. Do you know why he learned from Ramananda Roy instead of Srila Sarup Damodar, who is Lalita Devi in Krishna Lila? Lalita Devi is the first expansion of Radharani, and Vishaka Devi is the second expansion. But Vishaka's birthday is the same as that of Srimati Radharani, so her nature is the same. She has practically the same qualities and the same form. Krishna could not be taught by Lalita Devi because her mood is pragalabha, impudent and bold. We hear from our Srila Gurudev. One question was asked one time how it's not so common that we're doing Nishringa prayers like in ISKCON morning and evening Nishringa prayers are sung. And he said, oh, we worship Lalita Devi. She's more ferocious than Nishringa Devi. So this is her mood, Lalita Devi. Her mood is pragalabha, impudent and bold. And there's a commentary from the editors how there's no actual real equivalent English word to pragalabha, but this is the best translation. Srimati Radhika and Srimati Vishaka, although also left-wing gopis, are the same as each other. Madhya Naika, heroines who are a mixture of pragalabha and mugdha, enchanted. Therefore, Mahaprabhu had to learn from Ramananda Roy how to taste Radha Bhav. And because it was at Godavari where Mahaprabhu learned to taste that Radha Bhav, some may say that Godavari is higher than Navadvip. But this is not so. Navadvip itself is the highest abode, and it includes Godavari and Puri. We can understand this by a comparative study of Aishwarya Mayi Lila and Madhurya Mayi Lila. Mayi means consisting of. What is the difference between Aishwarya and Madhurya? Aishwarya Lila are displays of opulence that cannot be performed by any human being. Madhurya Lila are those pastimes that appear human-like, even if there is a great display of opulence. If there is no opulence, then the activities are simply mundane. So there may be opulence, but the Leela still appears sweet and human-like, and so it is called Madhurya. Whether opulence is clearly present or not, in Madhurya Leela there does not seem to be opulence. As we see from Krishna's Leela, there is more Aishwarya in Vrindavan than there is in Vaikuntha, Dwarka, or Mathura. However, it is covered by so much sweetness that the opulence cannot be tasted. So this example is there. For clarification, an example is given of salt and sugar. There are 4 cups. The first has 1 ounce of salt and no sugar. The second has 2 ounces of salt and 1.5 ounces of sugar. The third has 3 ounces of salt and 3 ounces of sugar. And the fourth has 4 ounces of salt and 100 ounces of sugar. Although the 4th cup has more salt, one cannot taste it because there is so much sugar. This is the sweetness, Madhurya. In Golok Vrindavan, the opulence is covered. Krishna's Madhurya Lila includes Aishwarya. When Krishna lifted Govardhan Hill, the cowboys thought that he must be tired. They considered, we should also help to hold up Govardhan with our sticks. Others thought, because of Nanda Maharaj's austerities, Lord Narayan had entered into Krishna's body. It is actually Lord Narayan who is holding Govardhan. The gopis were glaring with crooked eyes upon Govardhan. They said to him, if you fall down on Krishna, we will curse you. So these are human-like pastimes. When Krishna was a baby, he showed his mother his universal form. Everything was there within his mouth, all incarnations, all elements, all senses, and so forth. And despite this, Yashoda Mai could not conceive that her son was God. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself, and his Dham, Sri Navadvip, is Vrindavan itself. In Navadvip, he is known as Sachiputra and Sachinandan, the son of Sachi Mata and Jagannath Mishra. He was also called Vishnu Priya Pati, the husband of Srimati Vishnu Priya Devi. Practically no one knew he was the Supreme Lord. 2 of his friends at that time were Jagannananda Pandit and Swarup Damodar. They were his fellow students, where he attended the school of Gangadas Pandit, and they all performed their Madhurya Lila there. As there are so many human learned scholars or pandits, so the residents of Navadvip considered Sachiputra to be Nimai Pandit, a very good human pandit. There is no Aishwarya in this name, Nimai Pandit. It is Naravat, human-like. When Keshava Kashmiri, the Digvijay challenging scholar, came to defeat the Pandits of Navadvip, they decided to make Nimai Pandit their representative. They considered him just a boy. If he would lose, they could then say he is just a boy. And if he would win, they consider it a great victory for Navadvip that their boy scholar was successful. Digvijay, I believe, is the one who is victorious in all 10 directions as a scholar. So this is that position. Being fellow students in Gangadas Pandit school, Jagannananda Pandit and Nimai Pandit used to have friendly arguments about logic. Sometimes they would argue about the definition of mukti. Jagannananda Pandit would quote the verse beginning, Adyantya dukkha nivritti. Liberation means to be delivered from the miseries of Maya. But Nimai Pandit would say, no, the real definition of mukti is mukti hitva anyatta rupam svarupena vyavastiti. Mukti is that condition in which one realizes his own swarup and the swarup of Krishna, and he realizes his relationship with Krishna. Liberation from, he realizes his relationship with Krishna. Liberation from all false identifications is only possible when one knows his real identification. When one surrenders to the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna and serves them with one's transcendental body and senses, that is mukti. When one surrenders to the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna and serves them with one's transcendental body and senses, that is mukti. Otherwise, mukti is only partial. So this is not a lila, human-like friends arguing together. In Jagannath Puri, on the other hand, there were so many Aishwarya, opulent pastimes, which everyone knew could not be performed by a human being. For example, when Mahaprabhu jumped in the ocean and was caught in the fisherman's net, his body became elongated and all his joints were separated by 8 inches. This is an opulence, and this is very deep and very hard to understand. After Mahaprabhu completed his talks with Ramananda Roy, he tasted their fruits in Gambhira. Only 3 1/2 persons were allowed to enter there. Sri Ramananda Roy, Sri Swarup Damodar, Siki Mahiti, and his sister Srimati Madhavi Devi. Dwarka is full of opulence. There are so many palaces, elephants, horses, and chariots. Similarly, in Puri, there was so much veneration by all Mahaprabhu's devotees, and all were fearful to make proposals to him. In Navadvip, on the other hand, Kolavecha Sridhar would have arguments with Nimai Pandit. And Nimai Pandit would even steal his vegetables. In Braj, Sri Krishna is considered an ordinary cowherd boy. In Navadvip, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is considered as an ordinary Brahmin's son. No one could conceive of him being called Mahaprabhu in Navadvip. Only when he went to Puri did he begin to be called Mahaprabhu. In Navadvip, he sucked the breasts of Sachi Devi. He played with the girls who were worshipping Shiva Linga to get a good husband. He also sometimes behaved as a mischievous student. His Leela, therefore, is called Madhurya Mai Leela. Someone may object to this statement, considering that he manifested as Lord Nrsingadev and Lord Varaha in Navadvip. This is true, but hardly anyone saw this. Practically all the devotees always thought he was simply Sachiputra. Only those few who were in the mood of worship, like Murari Gupta, who is Hanuman, or Srivas Pandit, who is Sri Narada Muni, understood him as the Supreme Lord. So this is the first section where Srila Gurudev is speaking about Navadvip, Puri, and Godavari and establishing the superiority of the pastime places so that one is not confused by thinking this pastime places in Godavari is superior, but actually it's included in Navadvip, and distinguishing between the different pastimes and the significance of this Madhurya Mai Lila. So now Gurudev continues to comparing the three aspects between Mahaprabhu and Srimati Radhika. So there is a comparison between the three aspects of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the three aspects of Srimati Radharani. There is an original Radhika. The complete and original form of Srimati Radhika is called Vrishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radhika. She never leaves Vrindavan, and she only feels short-term separation from Krishna, as when he goes cowherding for a few hours each day. Vrishabhanu Nandini Radhika is always experiencing her Nitya Lila or Astakaliya Lila pastimes with Krishna, which take place 24 hours a day from one early morning to the next. She is actually never separated from Krishna. There is only an abhiman or self-conception that they are sometimes separated. Vrishabhanu Nandini has two manifestations. One is Viyogini Radhika, Radhika feeling separation from Krishna at Uddhavagiri when Krishna was in Mathura and Dwarka. And her other manifestation is in Kurukshetra, and that is Samyogini Radhika. It is Samyogini Radhika who meets with Krishna in Kurukshetra. Just as Dwarkadish Krishna and Matharesh Krishna are always within Purnatma Brajendranandan Shri Krishna, so these other two manifestations of Vrishabhanu Nandini Radhika are included within her original form. Radhika's full original form also feels separation, but only at certain times. For example, she may wake up one morning and think, oh, what a terrible dream I had. Krishna went to Dwarka and he married so many queens. Also, now and then, some conception comes. Oh, Krishna had left. No, Krishna is here after all. That sentiment or conception takes a stula murti, tangible form in Prakat Lila. The three aspects of Srimati Radhika, Vrishabhanu Nandini, Viyogini, and Samyogini, are defined in the Sanat Kumara Samhita. Just as she has three aspects, Sri Sachinandan Gaurahari has three aspects. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishnai Anya. Mahaprabhu is no one but Radha and Krishna combined. When Srimati Radhika is speaking to the bumblebee at Uddhavagiri, she is Viyogini Radhika. Madhupakittava bandha masprisangriam sapatnya kucha vilulita malaka kunkuma smarsrubirna vahatu madhupatistan maninam prashadam yadisadashi vidambyam yasya dutastvamidrik. Oh, black bee, don't touch me. I know you are a representative of Krishna from Mathura, and you are trying to make some compromise. But I will never compromise with that, Krishna. I know that the red of your whiskers has come from the kumkum that came from the breasts of his beloved. It was smeared on Krishna's garland when he embraced them and then came on your mustache. This mood of transcendental madness is a Viyogini Radhika, and this is compared to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Puri. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita explains that the mood of Srimati Radhika, which was seen by Uddhava, was the constant mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Gambhira. So, Shri Gurudev giving some explanation here, very, very high topic. So he's explaining how this mood of transcendental madness is a Viyogini Radhika. He explained this Viyogini Radhika is when she's feeling separation from Krishna at Uddhavakiri, when Krishna is in Mathura and Dwarka. And he's comparing this here, that this is compared to Mahaprabhu in Puri. So, Vrindavana Parityaja na padam ekam gachati. Krishna never leaves Vrindavan. Nanda Nandana is always in Vrindavan. Vrishabhanu Nandini also never leaves Vrindavan. And similarly, Sachi Nanda never leaves Navadvip. So this is how he's putting this together. In Godavari, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu manifested his Rasaraj Mahabhav Swarup. There in Godavari, he discussed all tattvas, Rasa Tattva, Prema Tattva, and Radha Tattva. But who saw this? Only Ramananda Roy. This manifestation of Rasaraj Mahabhav was not an ordinary activity. No one else could have shown himself as Radha and Krishna. Therefore, it is an opulence, Aishwarya, and it is not the highest Leela. Srimati Radhika's partial moods and forms are included within her original form, and this is also true with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In Mahaprabhu's Leela, Puri is like Dwarka. When he is in Gambhira, he is experiencing Radharani's separation from Krishna at Dwarka, and in the mood of Viyogini Radhika. When Mahaprabhu is in Godavari, he is like Samyogini Radhika. This aspect of Srimati Radhika meets Krishna at Kurukshetra in order to bring him back to Vrindavan. These two aspects of Mahaprabhu are included in Navadvip. In Jagannath Puri, no one accepted the name Sachinandan. Everyone there had a reverential mood towards Mahaprabhu. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya realized he is the supreme personality of Godhead. I've never seen such a person. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhyam 6:9-13 states that while examining the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma saw that his abdomen was not moving and that he was not breathing. Seeing this condition, he became very anxious. He then took a fine cotton swab and put it before Mahaprabhu's nostrils. When he saw the cotton move very slightly, he became hopeful. Sitting beside Mahaprabhu, he thought, this is a transcendental ecstatic transformation brought about by love of Krishna. Upon seeing the sign of Sudipta Sattvika Bhav, the Bhattacharya could immediately understand the transcendental ecstatic transformation in Mahaprabhu's body. Such a sign could take place only in the bodies of Krishna's eternally liberated associates like the gopis, and especially in Srimati Radhika. The Bhattacharya considered the uncommon ecstatic symptoms Adirudh Bhav are appearing in the body of Mahaprabhu. This is very wonderful. How are they possible in the body of a human being? So we have a few minutes. I think we have time to complete this, so we'll continue. Hidden Vrindavan. Navadvip is Gupta, hidden Vrindavan. Although the 12 forests of Vrindavan are hidden in Navadvip, they are in a different sequence. Our Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has described this as achintya, inconceivable. He has explained that it is the speciality of this dham. It is hidden and crooked, and so it cannot be exactly in the same sequence. And this is the nature of hidden prem. Radha Kund is not far from Devananda Gaudiya Mutt. Because Govardhan is here, Radha Kund and Shama Kund must also be here. My Guru Maharaj, Param Gurudeva, Srila Nityalila Prabhu Om Vishnupad Bharam Hamsa Paribrajak Acharya Shri Srimad Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj has fulfilled the innermost heart's desire of Srila Bhakti Santa Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada and Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur by establishing this temple in the valley or the plain of Govardhan. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sometimes stayed here and performed pastimes. One pastime, as explained in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, was when some young girls were making offerings to Shiva Linga with fruits, flowers, and other worshipful paraphernalia. At that time, Nimai Pandit forcibly stole the offerings and told the girls that they should not waste their time worshiping Lord Shiva. He said, "I am the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You should worship me. All the demigods and demigoddesses are my servants. If you do not worship me, I will curse you all to get ugly old husbands who already have 5 wives." They were all joking in this way, but they did not believe that he was the Supreme. All the Vrindavan pastimes are there in Navadvip. Govardhan and Rasastali are present where we are now sitting in Goladweep at the Devananda Gaudiya Mutt. Krishna is dancing here with the gopis. One may say that the highest place in Navadvip is Yoga Pit at Mayapur because that is where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. But actually, Koladweep is superior. We must consider the Siddhanta, the conclusive truth. Comparing Navadvip to Vrindavan, Mathura Gokul is the place where Krishna appeared. He appeared simultaneously as Lord Vasudeva in Mathura and as a baby in Gokul. But this place in Koladweep is Govardhan, where Krishna appeared in his original and most complete form, his Kishore form, his Radha Krishna Yugal form. This is also where Rasa Leela, the highest pastime, took place. It can be concluded, therefore, that this place is so much higher. Srila Rupa Goswami confirms in his Upadeshamrit that the holy place known as Mathura is spiritually superior to Vaikuntha, the transcendental world, because the Lord appeared there. Superior to Mathura Puri is the transcendental forest of Vrindavan because of Krishna's Rasalila pastimes. And superior to the forest of Vrindavan is Govardhan Hill, for it was raised by the divine hand of Sri Krishna and was the site of his various living pastimes. And above all, the super excellence of Sri Radhakund stands supreme, for it is overflooded with the ambrosial nectarian prem of the Lord of Gokul, Sri Krishna. Where then is that intelligent person who is unwilling to serve this divine Radhakund, which is situated at the foot of Govardhan Hill? And so now, taking a seat here in Koladweep with Mamata Didi, we'll engage in some Kirtan. So I'll transfer over to her. I'm inviting her to unmute now so we can... Jai.
Jai. Hare
Hare
Krishna. Dandavat Pranam. So I will put a little, I will put the tempura on. If it's disturbing, please let me know.
Okay. Let's hear. And are you singing a certain bhajan that I should put in the chat?
Yes, please. It's on page 78. Gauranga Tumi More.
All right, I'll put in the chat. Thank you.
Okay. I can begin, Prabhuji? Gauranga Tumi More Dayana Chadi Ho Gauranga Tumi More Dayana Chadi Ho Apna Koriyo Ranga Sharani Rakhi Ho Apna Koriyo Ranga Sharani Rakhi Ho Gauranga Tumi More Dayana Chadi Ho Tomara Charana Lagi Sabate Yagino Tomara Charana Lagi Sabate Yagino Sitala Charana Sharanaloino Sitala Charanai Paya Sharanaloino Gauranga Tumi Mori Dayana Chadi Ho Ekule Okule Moi Dilo Tilanjali Ekule Okule Moi Dilo Tilanjali Rakhi ho charane more Rakhi ho charane more Rakhi ho charane more Apna rabhali Rakhi ho charane more Apna rabhali Gauranga tumi more Dayana chadi ho Vasudeva Goshe Bole Charane Raniya Vasudeva Goshe Bole Charane Dhariya Kripa kari rakho more Kripa kari rakho more Pada chaya diya Kripa kari rakho more Pada chaya diya Gauranga tumi mori Dayana chadi ho Apna koriya ranga Charane rakhi ho Apna koriya ranga Charane rakhi ho Gauranga tumi mori Dayana chadi ho Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Nitai hai Gaura hai Nitai hai Gaura hai Jaya Jaya Guru Dev Gurudev Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Kripa karo more daya karo Kripa karo more daya karo Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Srila Gurudev ki jai
Jai Goura Purnima Hari Hari Bol. Thank you so much, Didi, for sharing that. I put it in the chat. I'm going to just quickly read the translation for anyone who's not seeing that, and then I'm going to be ending my seva as an MC. So, oh Lord Gauranga, please do not neglect to show me your mercy, making me your own very property. Kindly keep me situated at the reddish soles of your feet. With the intention of attaining your feet, I have utterly renounced everything. Now I have taken full shelter of your soothing lotus feet. Whether I am related to this family lineage or that family lineage, I have completely abandoned them all. I beg you to mercifully keep me by your feet, calling me your own. Vasudev Ghosh says, since I have tightly grasped hold of your feet, please keep me here by always bestowing their soothing shade. Jai Sachinandana Gaur Hari Ki Jai. So thank you all for putting up with me these past couple of hours. My seva has come to an end as the MC. I'm handing it off now to Srikant Prabhu. So Srikant Prabhu, take it away. Thank you. Haribol.
Thank you, Narasimha Das. Dandavat Pranam, Haribol to all the Vaishnavas. Let me tell my invocations. Om Agyanati Mirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilita Mena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So our first, the speaker now is Yasyasvini Didi. So to give a little background about Yasyasvini Didi.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes. Let me give a little introduction about Yasyasvini.
Sorry?
Let me give an introduction about you to all the devotees. So Yasyasvini Didi met the Vaishnavas in 1972. She met Srila Gurudev in 1996. She had her Harinam from Srila Prabhupada in 1973. Srila Prabhupada was also her Diksha Guru. Vaishnavi Didi is well known in the Vaishnava circles. Thank you, Didi, for your service. You have, Didi, before you start speaking, would you like to be reminded before the time is up? How early would you like to be reminded? Like 5 minutes before? Beautiful. Haribol. Okay. Didi, you are muted, so unmute yourself and we look forward to hearing from you.
Unmute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Didi. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Dandavat Prabhu. I'm offering my Dandavat Pranams to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Narayana Maharaj first. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvisesya Sanyavadi Paskatrutasattarane Namam Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Piyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namane. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on this very special day of Goura Purnima. And Dandavat Pranams to all the Sannyasigan and to all the Vaishnavas and the Vaishnavis. Hari Bol. So, in one little book here by Srila Gurudev, he explained something really nice, how the Supreme Personality of Godhead has two original and eternal forms. He explained that Swayam Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the origin of all the other incarnations of Godhead, still he has another eternal form, or a Svarup that is not an expansion, and it's eternally manifest with the very quality of Swayam Bhagavan. So he said the complexion of that Svarup is not bluish black, sham, the hue of Vijendra Nandan, but it's rather the color of gold. So this was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, eternally the same Supreme Personality of Godhead. So then in another little book, it explains something really nice, how when Krishna came, Krishna tasted very high states of prem ras, but still he felt something was missing. And also he distributed Nam and distributed those leelas but still he felt something was missing from his distribution also. So he had to come again as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to fulfill both those desires, to taste better and to distribute better. So it said he came to fulfill his three innermost desires and completely fulfill his tasting of Prem Ras, and coincidentally he distributed Krishna Prem to everyone. Then he explained something very interesting. He said Sri Krishna and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are non-different. They are the same, but both are necessary. Because he said without knowing the Braj pastimes, Mahaprabhu's pastimes, they're not complete and they can't be fully understood. Because actually he's always meditating all day long. He's not just singing Harinam, but he's meditating deeply on Braj pastimes all the time. Everything he does, dramas, sharing Katar with his friends, pastimes they're doing, everything, he's meditating on Radha Krishna Leela. And he said also, without knowing Mahaprabhu, we can't understand Krishna's pastimes either. Both are related and both are necessary. Because without knowing Mahaprabhu, we can't take the position of Radha and Krishna. We can only take the position that Mahaprabhu is teaching, that devotee serving. And he came to show us the way. So both of them relish in each other, both are necessary, and this is the significance of praying. So Gaur Govinda Maharaj said this very beautiful thing. He said, Mahaprabhu spread kirtan even amongst the untouchables. He wove a wreath of the holy name and prem, and he garlanded the entire material world. So he said this was like a mala, Nam and prem, and he wove it together. And this is called Nam Prem Mala. So Gauranga Mahaprabhu made this garland and he garlanded the whole world. So when he came, again, Gaur Govinda Maharaj, he explained it was like two opposites in one container because they were together, Sambhog, but predominating was Radharani's mood of separation. So in this one container, there was meeting and separation, buffeting against each other. So Mahaprabhu churning all these different emotions inside, like the ocean of prem with the waves bouncing against each other, sometimes rising, sometimes falling, so many moods and emotions constantly changing inside. So he came to taste his three desires, which we know, and I'm sure many people have already said, but he wanted to taste the glory of Radha's love. He wanted to taste, actually, when she looked at him, what was it that she experienced that only she could experience? One time, Tridandi Maharaj, he explained, why only? What did this word only mean? He said, because he gave an example even in this material world, say a mother and a child, because the child feels secure, he actually, and he knows she loves, he actually exhibits things to her that he wouldn't exhibit anywhere else. And similarly, the mother's love increases those qualities.
Sorry to interrupt, Didi. Could you keep the clock a little away?
Sorry.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Is that better? Okay,
it's
better?
beautiful. It's beautiful. Enjoying your conversation.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so in this way, only she could experience, because her love for him was so great that Mahaprabhu himself, Krishna himself, expanded unlimitedly his love, and so only she could experience this thing in that company. So that was very special. And Mahaprabhu, he came and he distributed this Prem Nam, which was very interesting. This Prem Nam actually is in so many different levels. In the Harinam Chintamani, Bhaktivinoda Thakur said some really interesting things. He compared Nam, when it's spread to the general mass of people in the world, which is Harinam Sankirtan on the streets, he compared it to a flower in bud, a little bud of the flower as it's beginning. When one realizes the beautiful form of Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan through continual chanting of the name, that is compared to the partially opened flower. Continuing sadhana further, then Krishna's 64 qualities become revealed in the name. It is compared to the fragrance from a half-opened flower. And when one realizes the eternal pastimes of Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan, the flower is in full bloom. At that point, Radharani's Hladini actually is sent down and unites in the form of Bhakti Devi, Samvit and Hladini, and descends upon the small jiva so that they can taste actually those things, because the jiva himself doesn't have that amount of ability to taste, so it comes down at that point. Also, in the marketplace of the Holy Name, there was something very interesting, because 6 things were on sale in the marketplace of the Holy Name. So the whole Yuga Dharma is the Nam. What else can be on sale but Nam in the marketplace of the Holy Name? But 6 things were on sale. So the first one was the Holy Name. The second one was the Holy Name related to the Lord's form. The third thing was the Holy Name related to the Lord's form and qualities. And the fourth thing was the Holy Name related to the Lord's form, qualities, and pastimes. And the fifth one, the Holy Name related with Ras for the Lord. And the Holy Name was when it was imbued with the full potency of all transcendental emotions in pure devotion. So these 6 things are different levels of Nam. And there's a transcendental currency. You can't buy it with dollars or gold coins or anything. It has to be transcendental currency, the only currency acceptable. So it explained that Shraddha, or faith, is compared to a paisa, by which the name can be purchased. Nishta, steady devotion, is compared to 1/8 of a silver coin, by which the name related to the Lord's form can be purchased. Ruchi, taste for the name, is compared to 1/4 silver coin, by which the name related with the Lord's form and qualities can be purchased. Attachment to Shakti, compared to 1/2 a silver coin, by which the name related to the Lord's form, qualities, and pastimes can be purchased. Bhav, preliminary ecstatic love of God, is compared to a whole silver coin, by which the name related to transcendental emotion can be purchased. And Prem, pure love of God, is compared to a golden coin, by which the name of the Lord, imbued with all transcendental potency of the Lord's ecstatic devotion, can be purchased. According to the price one pays, he will receive the corresponding commodity. Then he said something, there is a mystery here. That when the devotee customer gives a payment and receives the name and chants the required number of times, he actually gets back what he originally paid by the mercy of the traders. So he then has the ability to purchase again without any loss or diminution. So this is very amazing. So we see with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he actually, he did Prem Nam in so many different areas, different ways, with different results for different devotees. Prakashatma Prabhu was actually speaking about some of the things with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu when he was doing his pastimes in Srivasangam. Keep my eye on the time. Yeah, there were other things as well at that time. Amazing things, actually. He would think of Krishna and he would stand in a threefold bending form, and he would stand sometimes for 3 hours like that. And the devotees were just in complete ecstasy. And then he would make noises. They do it on the YouTube, so you can see Krishna's the source of everything, and Mahaprabhu. He would make noises of musical instruments with his mouth. And then he would actually bend like a circle, and his head would touch his feet, and it would just be like this circle. And these amazing ecstatic energies coming out. All the devotees were in ecstasy, and all these incredible things he was doing. It was just unbelievable. He would pairs and bases grabbing the devotees' feet, begging for mercy. And the next minute, the same devotee had touched his feet. He would throw him on the ground and put his foot on his chest and say, "You are my servant." So he would go through all these amazing things. He would laugh for hours and everyone would be intoxicated. So also, One time when he saved Jagai and Madai. We know Jagai and Madai, they were like us Westerners. They were very, very fallen. Actually, they murdered, they raped, they did so many things. Actually, they were really, really, really bad. But somehow or other, Lord Chaitanya very easily, actually, he saved them. So one time, Yamaraj, he wanted to know when he heard this, he asked Chitragupta, who was his servant. Chitragupta actually writes down everyone's pious and sinful activities and he tabulates it and makes a corresponding thing. So, he asked Chitragupta, he said, what is the extent of the sin that these persons have committed? And what does it mean to exonerate them? Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had just saved them. So Chitragupta said, even after 1 month of non-stop writing, we could not finish the account of their sins. Our writers were harassed and could not cope. They were forced to the brink of complete exhaustion, weeping, just trying to write down the amount of sins they had done. However, most easily, Lord Chaitanya has absorbed their unaccountable mountain of sins. What a merciful Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and how merciful actually is this Nam. So when Yamaraj heard this, he was so amazed at Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that he fainted completely. He was on his chariot. He shut up his shop. He was there on his chariot. He would come daily to visit Mahaprabhu's pastimes. And he just passed out, tears flowing from his eyes, and no one could actually move him. So Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma, the demigods, came, and they actually understood. When they heard the story, they saw the symptoms of ecstasy on his body. So they started this loud kirtan in his ears. And when he heard this kirtan, he jumped up and he started dancing wildly. He completely forgot any embarrassment. And as the kirtan reached the crescendo, the demigods all were dancing too, and everyone was rolling on the ground. It said Lord Shiva, he danced so wildly that his clothes all became strewn and he ended up naked. But because he was such an exalted Vaishnav, he blessed the world by this ecstatic dancing of Lord Krishna's holy name. Devarshi Narada was so immersed in ecstasy, he forgot his Vina. He completely forgot it. And tears of love were flowing as he relished the glories of the Lord and his holy name. And Indra, who had been cursed by Gautama Muni, he had 1,000 eyes all over his body because of the curse. And now he felt that that curse had turned into a benediction because he cried in love, seeing actually how powerful this congregational chanting of the holy name was. So all 1,000 eyes were crying tears of love, and he saw this was a benediction. So Prakashatma Prabhu, he mentioned things more about Lord Chaitanya. One quick story I would like to tell. One of my favorite pastimes, actually, also to do with the holy name, and it also links into Srila Gurudev, Srila Rai Maharaj. It was when Advaita Acharya, he could see the state of the world at that time, or in Navadvip, and he saw that there was so many people not actually following properly. The devotion was less. We know that he got tulsi leaves and Ganga water, and he prayed and he prayed and he prayed, and he asked Krishna. He was shouting Krishna's same name so loudly, it said that Narayan's throne was rocking. So he was calling Krishna, Krishna, and he was begging him to come. So we know Krishna came by the call of Advaita Acharya. So later on, as his pastimes passed and everything he did, it came the time actually when Advaita Acharya again, he sent a message to Lord Chaitanya. And in this message, he sent it with, who did he send it with? I've forgotten his name. I think it was the one who brought the pots of oil and said he didn't, when he took the Mahaprabhu, he said he hadn't brought them. Anyway, I've forgotten his name, but he was an amazing devotee. He brought this letter, And in the letter, Advaita Acharya had first offered hundreds and thousands of obeisances to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then he said, inform Mahaprabhu, who is acting like a madman, that everyone here has become mad like him. Inform him also that in the marketplace, rice is no longer in demand. So many people, they didn't really understand this message, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu understood. And so understanding the message that Advaita Acharya was telling him, your job is done here now, everyone has prayed. Now it is time you can return, to the spiritual realm. So understanding this message, Lord Chaitanya became much more deeply immersed in Radharani's mood. And in this mood of Radharani, his separation increased with great intensity. And he started to say beautiful verses all about the beauty of Krishna, how beautiful he was, how he played his flute, his qualities, his pastimes. He's saying very many beautiful verses. And then he quoted a verse actually, and he was saying how providence was very cruel. He said, cruel fate, how can you do this? You put together people and cause loving affairs, and before they are satisfied, you take them apart again. So he said, this is very cruel and very childish of you. Please don't do like this. If we can find you, we will make you suffer. This is a terrible thing to do. You are so cruel. So then, feeling like this, and he said, but actually, fate, I have no relationship with you. My relationship was with Krishna. So actually, it's Krishna's fault. He said, Krishna is actually so charming. He stole our hearts. He took everything we had. We gave everything up for him. And now he has just left us. So this is Krishna's fault. But actually said, no, actually, it's not Krishna's fault either. This is actually my own lack of qualification. I do not have the qualification to keep his, where does she say, wait a minute, it is my own lack of qualification, my own misfortune. The fruit of my sinful activities has ripened. And Krishna, who was always dependent on my love, is now indifferent. So in this mood of great lamentation, it said that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Radharani's mood actually started to say, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti, Govinda Damodar Madhaveti. So we see this is actually what Srila Gurudev, Srila Narahari Maharaj, he would always have every single time we saw him. He would always have everyone singing Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. And I had never actually heard that related to this pastime. So this is actually from Chaitanya Charitamrita that it says this. So I thought that was actually really beautiful. So we see that this norm actually, it goes to all different depths. On the street, helping people to come, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's own ecstatic symptoms, feelings of separation, Nam in the holy, in the marketplace. And this is actually our path, which everything we're saying, everything we're doing, is not actually our own. We knew none of this, at least I knew none of this before, and many of us knew none of this before. Every single word, every single feeling, every single activity is coming from our gurus. And they have taught us this, and they've given us an amazing path, actually. And in this Kali Yuga, this Prem Nam, actually on Saturday nights, we sometimes go on Harinam in London. It's a huge Harinam. And many people come and join in Saturday night. It's packed completely, and there were hundreds of people there, and they just follow the Harinam. So everybody gets pulled in dancing, and there's huge circles dancing. And we noticed the last few times we went that rather than having to pull people in, although that was also happening, people were actually pushing us out of the way, not even noticing we were there. They just had to get in there to this Harinam and dance. So it's very, very powerful, this Harinam. And someone actually sent me this morning, amazingly enough, one dear friend in Vrindavan, she sent me a lecture by Srila Prabhupada from 1955, which was in one of the old, I think it was in the old Harmonist, I think it said, might have been Goura Purnima, I forget anyway. And it was very amazing. Srila Prabhupada was talking about exactly what is happening in the world nowadays, and saying how Russia and America are both making bombs. And the Cold War has been there making everyone nervous, but the hot war is very close. And he said, material people think that they can actually control things, but all these things can only be dispelled by the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. And so he was saying how this is our responsibility. This is our good fortune and our responsibility, that we actually we chant these holy names. We go out and we help other people to hear, and they come in and they dance. And this is actually the flowering bud of the Krishna Prem lotus. It's the flowering bud helping people to connect like that. And so this is really, really, really important for us, that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he didn't come to kill people. He came to kill the demoniac tendency in the heart. And this chanting of the holy name is actually how we're going to do it. So in this way, we ourselves, on this special day, actually, of Goura Purnima, we want to ask the blessings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The mercy he's given is always there. So no point to ask for the mercy, it's there. But we should ask actually for the mercy, I should ask for the mercy, that I can accept that mercy that is there. I remember Srila Gurudev, he would always say, I've lowered the rope down the well, and you're sitting looking at the rope and you're saying, oh Gurudev, can you put my hands on the rope? He said, no, you have to take hold of this rope yourself. So in this way, we have to chant Harinam, we have to sing Harinam. The congregational chanting of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is very, very powerful. And this last week, actually, I went to a few chanting parties where they were chanting like maybe 4 or 6 hours, just non-stop Harinam, different singers, beautiful. It was so beautiful, actually. And it was so powerful. I couldn't believe it myself. I was like, wow, you know, why don't I do this every single day for hours and hours and hours? It was so powerful. I just couldn't believe it myself. And I realized that, I think it was Bhaktivedanta Van Maharaj said one very amazing thing in one of his classes a while ago. He said, Krishna is playing on his flute and he's calling names, Radha, Radha. So he said, Krishna is calling our names too, but we are not hearing. He said, why we are not hearing? He said, because our ears are blocked with mundane sound vibration. So this is actually for us all. We have to immerse ourselves in Harikatha, in chanting of the holy names, in reading beautiful pastimes, sharing beautiful pastimes. This is actually all chanting of the holy names. And the more we can immerse in that, the more we can help others immerse in that. And this is actually a very beautiful thing. So I remember also that, I think it's in the essence of the Srimad Bhagavatam, it explained that when we chant the holy names, that sound vibration, it rises and it goes right to the outskirts of the whole universe through all the layers. and it comes back down again, and it lands on everyone. So all sound vibration does that. Srila Prabhupada one time in India, he was traveling in a car, they were going somewhere, and he said, don't go this way, go the other way. And they said, but Prabhupada, this is the way to the place. And he said, yes, but we can go the other way, go the other way. So he explained that if we go the first way they wanted to go, it passes the law courts. And there were so many lies and things told in the law courts that it affects, the atmosphere affects the people passing by there. So in the same way, when this Harinam or Harikatha, even chanting in your own house, if you chant out loud, it's all going up to the outskirts of the universe and coming down and landing on people's heads. And actually, it's purifying the whole world. So it's said in many of Mahaprabhu's pastimes, I think it was the pastime with Yamaraj and everything, it was saying how the glories of these amazing Harinams is that it purifies the whole atmosphere and causes auspiciousness for the whole world. And it's the actual panacea for all the troubles of the world and all the troubles individually. So in this way, I'm just going to end my my sharing of what I have already been given from my gurus and from the sadhus, and I want to thank all the devotees for their patience and kindness in tolerating me. And I'm just so grateful for everything I've been given in this life and for all the help I've been given. And I offer my Dandavat Pranams, Sri Goura Purnima Pt1, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, Kripa Sindhu Bhavacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha. Jai.
Thank you, Didi, for such a nectarian class.
It's very quiet for some reason.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your such a nectarian class. It was beautiful. We love the way you glorified Harinam.
Not sure why, but my sound has disappeared on me.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's just back, I think, now. Let me see. Oh, why is it going up? Okay, try again.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing.
Glorifying Harinam. I love the way you describe.
I love the way you
Harinam as like a flower in a bud. As we advance in our bhakti, the flower, we feel the fragrance, and then you can see the fragrance, and then you can see the comparison. And I also love the way you spoke about.
There's a huge echo, Prabhu. Prabhu, there's a huge echo, Prabhu. Huge echo.
It's probably my speaker. Let me turn the speaker off, but I won't be able to hear you. But everybody else will.
You could go on mute, Mataji. Yeah. And I love the way you described also the transcendental currency through Shraddha, Ruchi, Bhav, how we develop our Get Krishna Prem. So, and we thank you for also walking through the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and reminding all of us that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came here to for tasting the nectar of Radharani and also for distributing this nectar. Without Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, where would we be? We wouldn't be able to enjoy the glorifications and the Ras Leela. So thank you so much for your seva and for taking the time to walk us through the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Thank you. Haribol.
Haribol. Now we will get ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker is Srimati Radha Kanti Dasi. Srimati Radha Kanti Dasi. She's from Costa Rica. She met the devotees in 1977 in Hawaii. Radha Kanti Dasi.
It goes back, Prabhu.
No, but it's not a problem.
Let me, one second.
Oh, it's because I haven't muted.
Yeah, I think this should be okay now. Radha Kanti Dasi joined ISKCON Ashram, France in 1991. She met Srila Gurudev in 1996. She got her Harinam from Srila Gurudev in 1996, and Srila Gurudev was also her Diksha Guru in 1997. Srimati Radha Kanti Dasi has been living in Braj for 15 years. She's well learned, well known in the Vaishnava circles. Radha Kanti Dasi would appreciate if you could unmute and. Are you there, Didi? Yes.
Oh, Hare Krishna. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Didi, would you like to be reminded as you get close to your time up? Okay.
Yes, I tend to let time.
No, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your seva. I'll remind you 5 minutes before the end of your time. Thank you so much. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Ajnanatirmirandasya ajnanandjana shalakaya chakshurumilitam jena tasmai Shri Gurave Vandeham Shri Guru Varam Shirupanuga Pravaram Rajarasarasikam cha Narayanam Tam Prapanam Shri Guru Charanam Bande Ramana Presthaya Bhutale Rupanuga Bhaktiramsha Kripamurti Narayanam Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhuya Eva cha Patitanam Pavanaya Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah Gurave Goura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadadaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Taravaktaya Namo Namo. So today I would like to speak about why Mahaprabhu. I'm hearing somebody there. I think something is unmuted.
Can those who are not speaking go on mute, please? I see Ronaldo London. Thank you.
So I would like to speak about the reasons why Mahaprabhu came to this world, which Gurudev was very fond of. So last time I spoke of the 3 confidential reasons, but I wasn't so much able to speak the external reasons of Mahaprabhu's descent. So I would like to start speaking about one very important verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is the Mangala Charan, the auspicious invocation. It's Anarpita Charim Chirat Karone Vachinakalo Samarpajitu Munutuchwala Rasam Savadrisham Hari Purata Sundari Duti Kadamba Sandipita Sada Hridaya Kandare Spuratu Basachinandana. This verse is from Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. He wants to give pranams to Mahaprabhu, but also to his Shiksha Guru, which is Rupa Goswami. So in this verse, which is very, very deep, very beautiful, it says, Sada Hridaya Kandare Spuratu Basachinandana. May that beautiful golden Lord, the son of Sachima, manifest in the innermost caves of our hearts. It says, Kandare, Sada Hridaya Kandare. Kandara means heart. Like, in Gordon, Vasapratana, Dashakamir, it says, Pramamadana Lila, Kandare, Kandarete, or Radha and Krishna are relishing so much prem in the caves of Govardhan. So here, Rupa Goswami, he's praying, may this Lord manifest in the innermost caves of our hearts. And it is said, very beautiful, that who lives in the heart, who lives in the caves? In the caves live the elephants, the black elephants, which represent our anarthas, all our sins, all our duplicity. All these things are represented like a dark black elephant. And that resides usually elephants reside in the caves. So Rupa Goswami is saying, may this Lord, and it says, may he manifest within the heart, in the cave of our hearts. So it says, he is Hari Purata Sundar. He is Hari means that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, may he manifest in the innermost caves of our hearts, because he is Hari, which means lion. So Mahaprabhu is like a lion. He has very big hair, curly, and he's Hari Purata, he's golden also. Like the lion has very broad chest, very small waist. And it is said in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Chaitanya Simhera Navadvipa Avatar Simhavirya Simhera Hunkar, that Navadvip, in Navadvip, the incarnation, the avatar is Mahaprabhu, which has the strength of a lion. He has the roaring hunkar of a lion. Haribol! So when Mahaprabhu would roar in the streets of Bengal, Haribol, Hare Krishna, then all the atheists, all the sinners, everybody would flee. And also from our hearts. So this is why Rupa Goswami is saying, may this lion-like golden Mahaprabhu manifest in the inner caves of our hearts, so that in this way, all our anarthas, all our sins, everything is immediately dissipated. He's giving this blessing in this verse, not only for himself, may he appear in my heart, but may he appear in the caves of the hearts of all. So he's giving blessing for all of us also. So in this verse, he's saying, Anarpita Charin Chirat Karune Vartinakalo, for a very, very long time, for millions of years, Mahaprabhu has not appeared in this world. He has not appeared, and by the costless mercy, in this age of Kali, he has come to Samarparitu Unato, to bestow what was not given for millions of years, which is the Unata, most elevated, Ujjvala, radiant, which in the language of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, it is hidden way to describe the conjugal love of Shri Radha Krishna, Ujjvala. So Unata Ujjvala Rasa. So this Ras, Unata Ujjvala Rasa Shua Bhakti, his own Bhakti, which is Srimati Radhika. Srimati Radhika, when she is in a very secret place with Krishna, pleasing Krishna, this is the Bhakti that came Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to give to this world, Swa Bhakti. Sriyam, the treasure, that treasure, which is the service in the conjugal love of the divine couple. This is really what Mahaprabhu came to give to this world, this Manjari Bhav. Gurudev describes Sriyam is treasure, but it also, Sri means beauty, the beauty of Srimati Radhika. So Srimati Radhika's beauty is Rupa Manjari, they're the Manjari. So Gurudev has described that it's like a vine. Srimati Radhika is like a golden vine. But if you see a golden vine without leaves, without flowers, it's not very beautiful. So Srimati Radhika is the golden vine, and all the leaves, or all the sakis, and all the flowers are all the manjaris. So in this way, when the wind blows and the creeper moves, all the leaves and all the flowers move with it because they're connected with Srimati Radhika. So this Tadatmika that Radhika came to give the manjaris, the service, the intimate service of Shri Radha Krishna conjugal love, this service, this is actually the reason why Mahaprabhu came. What are the external reasons why he came to this world? He came to give this, collect so many manjaris because he's indebted to Srimati Radhika. In Rasa Leela time, Radhika goes away because she feels a little bit of jealousy in her heart but also she feels this is not pure bhakti, because all the gopis are completely intoxicated with the good fortune, this Sobhagmad. So they're so intoxicated with the good fortune that they become a little bit proud. So Srimati Radhika thinks this is not pure bhakti. So she leaves, and running after her, Itra Chartasyu is Srimati Radhika, is Krishna running after her, weeping, oh Radha, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? So in this moment, Radhika is sitting under a tamarind tree, and she is weeping. Krishna is weeping, and then at her feet comes Krishna, gives the flute, gives the peacock, and with his tears he washes her feet. And at this moment, he says, "Naparihyam niravadya sanjuja swasadu kripa vibhuja jusapi vecha mapajan dujara kera sinkala samdisatatat pratyatu sama." I'm not able to repay you. I cannot repay you, Srimati Radhika. So he is completely indebted to Srimati Radhika. He's completely indebted. So for this reason, he says, I cannot repay you, even if I lived alive as long as Brahma. There's no possibility for me to repay. So, because you have broken the chains of family life. So for this reason, he says, how can I repay? How can I repay you? And for this reason, he decides to come like Radha and Krishna together, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to collect many manjaris for Srimati Radhika. So this Anarpita Charin Chirat Karne, this reason, this why Mahaprabhu came, he came to give this service, which was not given for millions of years. It was not given. And the reason is that in every Yuga descends one avatar from Vaikuntha to give. They can only give this prem from Vaikuntha, which is the Vaikuntha prem. So they are not able to give Braj prem, because that's not the duty of Krishna to inaugurate the Yuga Dharma. This is Vishnu who does this. But in this case, Mahaprabhu, Krishna came with Radhika in one body, and the time to establish Yuga Dharma came. So he said, I'm here already, I might as well do it myself. So he inaugurated the Harinam. Many people think that Mahaprabhu came to give Harinam, but it has always been told that Harinam has always been given. It has always been given. So which kind of Nam did he come to give? He came to give that Nam. Gurudev explains, because Nam has always been given and always been chanted. All mantras have been chanted for millions of years, but he came to give Nayanam Gala Ashu Dare. I forgot the verse. Nayanam Gala Ashu Dare Gat Gada Duragra Pula Karvichita Papu Kada Sava Nama Grahane Bhavishati Atikapuka. That when the tears flow from the eyes and the hair stands on it, when the voice is choked up in ecstasy, this kind of Nam, full of prem, so much prem. This is the kind of Nam that came Mahaprabhu to give. That was not given before, full of Ashtashatik bhavs. So, Anarpita Charinchi Radha, Krishna wants to descend because he says, Sakala Jagatu More Kare Vidhi Bhakti Brajva Patinahi Shakti. The whole world is worshipping me with this mood of Vidhi Bhakti, this mood of fear of God is supreme and I'm subordinate. So Krishna says, Sakala Jagatu Kare Vidhi Bhakti Brajva Patinahi Shakti. There's no power to enter Braj. We cannot attain Braj Bhav, never, by this type of mood of Vaidhi. Of fear, of reverence to God. So Krishna says, Aishwarya Ganata Sabha is worshiping me with this mood of Aishwarya. But he says, but this type of work, this type of Aishwarya Sitilya Prema, this type of prem mixed with this mood of Aishwarya, Nahi Mora Prita, says Krishna, I'm not pleased by this. So I want to come and show that we can have a relationship like how, like the Sakas, like the cowboys with an intimate friendship wrestling, when they say, I'm higher than you, I'm bigger than you. Or Jashodama twisting the ear of Krishna with a stick, I'm going to beat you. And Krishna crying so much prem, so much prem, so much intimacy. Or the Sakis, or the Gopis, the conjugal love with Krishna. This type of relationship, he wants to come to show that the Jiva can have this type of relationship. When the Gopis abuse Krishna and insult Krishna and tell him, get out of here, Lampat, you are a cheater, get out of this kunja. And Krishna's crying, yet Tingari Shubhav Savalukakuvani, Nityam Parashapur Sasha Shikandamoli, Tasyakadara Sanidel Rishabhamajaya. Prabodhananda Saraswati says in Radharasa Sutta Didi that the Kinkaris, Krishna's crying on his knees, trying to enter the kunjas, and the Kinkaris, Radhika's maidservants, are telling him, get out, we cannot come in. And Krishna's weeping and weeping in the kunja. He wants to enter, but he's not allowed. He's not allowed. And with a Kakuvani with a broken voice, please allow me to go in, please let me go in. And he's the control of millions of universes. But now he is at the feet, crying, helpless, saying, please, excuse me, let me enter. And Prabhupada Saraswati said, Gurudev said, we should pray to become a stick of this broom.
Right.
My time is up.
No, Didi, that's just let me just mute. No, you're good.
So he said, I want to become a stick of that broom that could sweep this kunja where even Krishna is not allowed to go in. So Krishna says, when I see this kind of love, like the gopis, how they even insulting Krishna, but they have so much prem. Krishna says, this steals my mind from where the Brahmins are reciting all these Vedic hymns. It steals my mind because they are full of prem. So this is, Krishna says, I want to come to this world to give this type of love, this type of relationship with me. And he comes like Shri Chaitanya Maharaj. Also, there's so much to be said, but there's the reason also why, the three confidential reasons why Mahaprabhu came to this world. So this is, Gurudev always used to make sure that everybody knew it well. He would become a little bit upset if people did not say it correctly. So the three reasons, confidential reasons of Mahaprabhu's descent is Shiradaya Purnima Pt1 Kirisovaneva Sotyochana Bhuta Madhurima Kirisovaneva Sokyam Cha Samadano Avatat Kirisivati Dhruva Tad Bhavadya Samajani Saturava Sindhu Hari. So it says that Mahaprabhu has risen from the ocean-like womb of Sachima in Navadvip Dham, Nitya Dham. He descends to this world and appears to have come to this world, but he's eternal. He comes from Nitya Dham. And he came to taste three things. The first one is Shiradaya Praneya Mahima. What is the greatness? What is the greatness of Mahima, the greatness of Srimati Radhika's prema, her love? He cannot understand what is that love, which is so high that he cannot understand. And some of the examples of that madness, Madanakya Mahabhav, the highest level of prem. For example, in the exhibition of Madanakya Mahabhav, for example, in Brahma Gita, when Radhika is completely mad, talking to a bumblebee. Madhupakitava bandhuna sprihanyan sapatnya kuchavitulila mala kunkumasha subina Bhatu Madhupatisman manininam prasadam Yadusarasividanyam dattastutram tamitrik. She's telling the bee, don't touch my feet. Get away from me. You have in your whiskers, you're the messenger of that cheater, and in your whiskers, you have this red kumkum powder that when my rivals in Mathura, when they embrace Krishna, in their breast, they have this red kumkum and they crush Krishna's garland when they embrace him. And that red kumkum smears on the garland of Krishna. And then you, bumblebee, you go and take the pollen from Krishna's flowers, and then your little whiskers get filled with this red kumkum. And now you come here as the messenger. Get out of here. Don't touch my feet. So this type of Madanakya Mahabhav, this mood so high, Krishna is thinking, what is this madness? He cannot understand. He tries to taste, but he cannot. Because this prem is so high, he cannot understand how is it possible to attain those levels of madness. He cannot taste it himself because he is Rasik Shekhar, he's the relisher of all rasas and of prem, but he cannot himself. He runs and runs to try to taste, but he cannot, because Radhika experiences 10 million times more happiness than Krishna. So he cannot taste this. Or, for example, it says Vidurapi, no. Yeah, well, Rupa Goswami defines the definition of prema, of pranaya, the highest level of prem. Vidurapi karanam sada vividim guru rupa guranachana muhurupachito bakrito shudo jayati murodushi radhikanuraga. All glories to the anurag of Srimati Radhika. That when Vidurapi karanam, that although her love is completely full, it's completely full. There's no room for expansion. It cannot expand further because it's complete. Nevertheless, it continues to expand and expand and expand. Vidur. Guru Rapi Godana, although it's completely famous, very famous and very it's so famous that Guru Rapi Godana, it is divide of all pride. And although her love is completely Shuddha, pure, it's beset with so much crookedness. So then Rupa Goswami says, Jayati Murodushi Radhika Anuragaha. All glories to the Anurag of Srimati Radhika. So Krishna, he wants to taste this prem, Radha, Shri Radha Pranaya Mahima, this greatness of Pranaya, which is such a high level. It's the level in which Radha and Krishna become one. So then they lose their identity. Gurudev has explained very beautifully a couple of times how at the time of Pranaya, they become one. So there's no shyness because it's not like if you go inside in a bathroom alone, you're not shy because you're alone. So they lose their identity. Krishna thinks, am I Radha? Oh no, I'm Krishna. And Radhika thinks, am I Krishna? No, I'm Radha. I'm Radha and Krishna. They don't even know who they are. They become one. So Pranaya, it's so high, this love of Radhika, that Krishna wants to taste and taste and taste. And he says, this very nice verse, Radhika Prema Guru Amishishanaka Sada Nachira Umata. He says, Radhika is my guru of prem, and I'm only a shisha, means a dancing pupil, which dances according to the prem, he dances behind. Her love makes him dance. In every leaf, in every creeper, he sees that they're all chanting Radhe, 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 Radhe. Everywhere it's Radhe, Radhe, Radhe. So he sees like a little photo in the heart of all the creepers, plants, flowers. So what happens that he immediately, those creepers, those flowers, those leaves make Krishna dance behind. So this prema, this is the first reason really why Mahaprabhu, he wants to taste and he tastes, but see, he is entitled to prema, to taste it, but Radhika, see, Krishna is the object of prema, but Radhika, she is the embodiment, the recipient of prema. Krishna's body is made of such Chitananda, but Radhika's whole body, every atom, every single part of her body is made of Mahabhava, Mahabhava Swarupini Radhika Thakuran. She is made of Mahabhav, the highest level degree of prem. So although Krishna wants to taste, he cannot. And he runs and he fails and he's so frustrated. And this burning desire in his heart, I want to taste this prem. I want to taste, because he cannot, because he is the object of prem, but Radhika is the recipient of prem. So it is impossible for him to taste what she can actually taste, because she has 10 million times more times more happiness and pleasure. So this is the first reason why he decides, I want to come to this world like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and taste this prem. Then the second reason is Shiradaya Pranama Swadyojana Bhuta Madhurima, which type of sweetness is in Krishna? The sweetness that is in him, like his own sweetness. Radhika, she has the highest level of prem, but Krishna but what's his name? Sorry, my mind is a little bit. Radhika has the highest level of prem, and Krishna is the embodiment of all beauty, of all sweetness. He's the embodiment. Like the highest sweetness, the highest beauty is Krishna. But when it's reflected in the mirror of Radhika's pure love, although it's all pervaded, it cannot increase. There's no room for expansion. It continues to expand and expand and expand and expand. Radhika's love, it's like a competition, and Krishna's beauty and sweetness becomes so more beautiful, so much more beautiful. But Krishna thinks, I am so beautiful, there's nobody as beautiful as I in the whole universe. I am the source of beauty. But he sees himself in the mirror, yes, I am the most beautiful, nobody is as beautiful as I. But when it's seen through the eyes of prem, of Srimati Radhika, then he sees how they go mad. For example, in Gopi Gita, very beautiful to describe how the gopis, Atatiya Bhava Matni Kananam Trutijugate Twama Pasatam Kutila Kuntalam Shimukam Chate Chate Udikshatam Pakshakitisam. When the gopis see Krishna's beauty after Chalasya Dina Parikshaye Nila Kuntale Jananuhananam Vivrata Vitandanana Chasalam Darshayan Muhur Manasinasunam Virayachasi. When Krishna goes to the forest and finally all day, like a yuga, 1 second is like a yuga for them, not seeing Krishna. Finally, Krishna comes back from the forest, Dina Parikshaya, with his face, whole body full of dust, and his curls, and his beautiful curls full of dust. And finally, when the gopis see this, they become mad, and they become so angry with the creator, with Brahma. He says, you stupid man creator, you don't know the art of creation? Why have you given us only 2 eyes? And they blink. So when they blink, this second of blinking, they cannot see Krishna, and they become furious. you, Brahma, you stupid creator, you don't know the art of creation. Why did you only give us 2 eyes? Why not 1,000,000 eyes? Why did you give us this? How do you call this? I can't remember. The blink.
Blink.
Yeah, the blink. So in this way, Krishna sees this. He says, wow, what is this madness? What is this madness? I am beautiful, but I cannot taste my own beauty. I am not able to taste my own beauty and my own sweetness. And Gurudev used to describe it's like a doll, which is made, every single atom of the doll is made with sugar. It's a sugar doll. But the sugar doll, he cannot taste himself. So this is Krishna. He's the embodiment of sweetness. He's the embodiment of beauty, but he cannot taste his own sweetness. And this desire is burning in his heart. How can I taste the beauty that through the eyes of those who have so much prem, like Radhika and gopis? So this second desire, this is the second reason why he was burning in his heart. I want to come to this world and taste this prem. The third reason is Yasyasvini Madhurima Pt1 The third reason is, what is that? What is the happiness that the gopis feel when they meet, when they are with Krishna? So when Krishna sees the gopis, and the gopis, they see Krishna, and immediately they become so happy that their beauty increases and their happiness increases. So when Krishna sees, oh, they're more beautiful, then his happiness increases and he becomes more happy, more pleasure to see them. So then they see, oh, Krishna's very happy. So then immediately his beauty, his happiness increases, his beauty, and it's a competition. It's a competition of prem, competition. Nobody wins, there's no victory. So that competition, 10 million times more happiness the gopis experience. 10 million times. This is called, this is celebrated with the name of Kam. This is Prem. This is only the gopis have this. So Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami explains that there's not even a trace of their happiness. They want any happiness. So then there's a contradiction. How is it possible they don't want any happiness, only want to give happiness to Krishna? This is the real definition of prema. Then why do they experience 10 million times more happiness? So the conclusion is that their happiness is based on the happiness of Krishna. So when they see Krishna is so happy, their happiness increases millions of times more. So their happiness is based on Krishna's happiness. So these 3 reasons, internal confidential reasons why Mahaprabhu came and what he came to give to this world. So, but anyway, I wanted to end with this, I don't know how many minutes I have. One.
No, Didi, you still have like 5-10 minutes. Actually, Syamarani Didi is running a little late, so you have some time. I'll let you know.
Perfect. So it's really nice because I wanted to speak about this verse, which is one time in Goura Purnima. I want to share like 2 things that I remembered in Goura Purnima, like maybe 1997 in Devananda Gaudiya Math. And it was so beautiful. And Gurudev spoke this, and he said, if you study all the Vedas, you cannot understand what it is to be done, because there's so many divisions and subdivisions and so many more divisions, and you'll just get so confused. You'll never know at the end what to do. So you should go to the seed of all the Vedas. And that seed is called Om, Omkar. And when this seed opens, it becomes Veda Mata, the mother of all the Vedas. This is Brahma Gayatri. it becomes Brahma Gayatri. And it's Vedamata, it's the mother of all the Vedas. And here it is said, Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. I meditate in the Bhargo, in the potency of Deva Krishna. So this is the essence of all the Vedas, said Gurudev. To meditate in the potency of Krishna, which is Srimati Radhika. And Gurudev, he said that, and then he said that so many acharyas came, nobody was able to give this, only Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was the only one who was actually came to give and distribute this Radha Dasyan, this service to Srimati Radhika as a mandiri. So Vedavyas also, he compiled all the Vedas. He was not happy in his heart. So then his guru spoke. Then he came in trance and he was able to write the commentary of all the Vedas, which is Vedanta Sutra, the final conclusion, Srimad Bhagavatam, 12 cantos. And the essence of all the Vedas and the essence of all the Bhagavatam, there's this one verse, which is the Mangala Charan, which is Janma Dhyasayata Itarita Stata Swabhyasa Tere Brahma Hridaya Adikamaya Muhanti Yatsoya Tejo Varnamidam Jata Jata Trisargam Shadhamna Swena Sadani Rasta Puhkam Satyam Param Dhimahi Satyam Param. So this is the most important verse because this is Mangala Charan. Within this verse, all the Vedas are contained and all the Bhagavatam is contained. So Gurudev meditated on this verse for 30 years. 30. And he had so many different conclusions, so many different meanings. But one of the meanings, which is very important, is the general meaning is Satyam Param Dhimahi Veda. Yes, he's saying, I meditate in that Supreme Lord, which is Krishna. But Gurudev gave other meanings, very beautiful, like Radhika. She is the actually Supreme Satyam Param Dhimahi. I meditate in the Supreme Truth is Radhika. Because she is Adiras. She is Janmadi Asya, which means Janmadi means she is the original. She gives birth to all the rasas because Madhurya Ras, from that ras, all the other rasas manifest. So Gurudev spoke this in Devananda Gaudiya like 97, 98. And then after in his room, he asked some brahmacharis there, did you like this class? He said, this is my best class ever, said Gurudev. So anyway, here it's very beautiful, this verse, this very important verse, because it is said that Radhika, she is the supreme absolute truth that Vyasadeva is meditating. But he says that this verse is describing Rasalila. Rasalila. 1 month before Srila Gurudev left this world, and I had spoken in Alachua, something very elaborate, and at the end I forgot to say one, like the conclusion, and Gurudev came in a dream, like maybe 2 weeks before he left this world, and he said, Rasalila, Mahaprabhu has only come to give this. This is what he told me in my dream, like this is the way I should conclude, explaining all these things. And it was in this verse that Gurudev meditated for 30 years that it says Janma Dhyasya, that it's Radhika who gives birth to all rasas, but there's another version that Gurudev realized. Because Radha and Krishna conjugal is Gauranga Mahaprabhu. He is Radha and Krishna embraced permanently close together. So he is saying that Satyam Param Dhimahi, I meditate in that supreme truth, which actually means that supreme truth is actually Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And this is what Vedavyas concluded in his meditation. And therefore he says, Satyam Param Dhimahi. I meditate in the supreme truth. And Gurudev explains why. Because Janmadi, it is him who gives birth to all the rasas, because he is Radha Krishna. He's conjugal. He's one body and he's the origin of all rasas. And also he is Abhigya. He has all knowledge. He from him all knowledge manifests. Mahaprabhu comes to manifest all tattva, all type of siddhantas, all tattvas, everything manifests from Mahaprabhu. He is embodiment of all knowledge. And also Swarat, he's completely independent. But then it says, Tene Brahma Hridaya. It is him, Mahaprabhu, who gave the knowledge to the first poet, which is Rupa Goswami. He gave all this. This is in this first verse, very beautiful. So Gurudev explains that this verse is describing Rasa Lila. And that is Tejo Varnamridam. Tejo means fire, the full moon, the river Jamuna flowing, and the earth and Krishna playing the flute. And everything is, all the gopis are dancing, the stones are melting from the sound of Krishna's flute, and so much prem there. So that really this is the essence of all the Mahaprabhu comes to give to this world. And Gurudev also, because Gurudev is the super first-class representative of sent by Mahaprabhu to come to give this ras, this prem ras, which is also the reason why Mahaprabhu came. Prem ras niryas karite aswadam, raga marga bhakti loka karite pachana. He comes to give raga marga, raga nuga bhakti. This is the only way that we can attain this prem, this braj bhav, this manjari bhav through the raga nuga sadhana practice. So in this way, this Rasa Lila, this is Mahaprabhu, the Kirtan, all this Kirtan that is going on all over the world, all this Sankirtan movement that Mahaprabhu came, it is only to realize in the heart this Rasa Lila, this Prem Ras. One time in Rup Sanatan Gaudiya Gurudev said, at the time of Kirtan, to enter into Rasa Lila and serve, this is bhajan. So this is really what Gurudev has come to give in our hearts. He comes to establish this, and Mahaprabhu came to give. This is the essence of all the Vedas. This is what Vedavyas realized. And he knew only Mahaprabhu could come and give this, and Gurudev around the world. So this Ras Lila, this Prem Ras, is manifested only by the mercy of Shri Guru and Vaishnavas. This Rasa Lila is really what this whole Sankirtan movement is about. And this is the only thing that one should pray and beg to realize in the heart, to enter and to serve with Gurudev eternally. He's always eternally present at the time of Kirtan. Gurudev has two swarups, one in Gaur Lila, 13, 14 years old, with beautiful long, curly black hair, blue eyes. He has described. And he's eternally playing Mridanga and playing all instruments, always with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And also in Radha Krishna Lila, he's eternally there playing Mridanga, singing for Radha Krishna. So in this way, Mahaprabhu has come to give this Unatojvala Rasam, Shabbatusha. Unatojvala Rasam, the highest elevated ras, the mood of service in Ras Lila, in the Kunjas of Braj. How they're serving Srimati Radhika, the Manjaris, they're combing her hair, her braid, making, putting flowers in her braid, massaging their feet, bringing tambula, fanning them, all those services. Oh, and I remembered something really beautiful, because I was seeing the Navadviparikam the other day, and it was Vidyanagar. We used to every year without fail go to Navadviparikam with Srila Gurudev. He used to speak in every single place. And we went to Vidyanagar, where all the Vedas manifests, all the Puranas, Upanishads, all types of knowledge is born from this place, Vidyanagar. And Vedavyas in meditation, he wrote Bhagavatam. So Gurudev was walking by and I asked him something which I don't remember. But he looked at me and he said, to know all the services of Srimati Radhika, oh, this is the topmost and highest of all knowledge, he said. So this is really the essence of all the Vedas, the essence of all knowledge, which Mahaprabhu has come to give. Although he came and gave all tattva, all siddhanta, everything, the conclusion of all tattva and all siddhanta is actually to serve Srimati Radhika, to meditate on her. Because Vedavyas says, Satyam Param Dhimaya, meditate on that supreme truth. But who can meditate on Radhika? Only the Manjaris. Only Manjaris can meditate on Srimati Radhika. Only Manjaris can serve. So another thing, which is this. This is the Rasa Leela. This is this Prem Ras, this service in this conjugal love of Radha Krishna through Kirtan. This manifests in the heart. So Mahaprabhu, he has said, you know, Cheto Darpana Marjanam Bhava Mahadavangin Vapanam Shreya Kaidava Chandika Vitaranam Videvadu Jivanam Anandam Budi Vardhanam Pratipanam Purnamita Sadanam Sarvatna Sapanam Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. All glories to the transcendental names of Shri Krishna Sankirtanam, of Radha and Krishna. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, why does it say Param, supreme victory? Why not just Vijay, but Param Vijay, supreme victory?
Didi, sorry, your time is up in like 2 minutes. Just want to let you know.
Oh, thank you so much. So it says, why? Bhaktivinoda Thakur, very beautiful. He says, Param Vijayate. May there be supreme victory in the chanting of Shri Krishna Sankirtana. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains why Param, why supreme? Because through the Kirtan of Mahaprabhu, the conjugal love of Shri Radha Krishna manifests in the heart. So this is the conclusion of all, is Prem Ras, is Ras Leela. And this is the only reason why Mahaprabhu came to this world, to distribute this Ras Leela, this through Kirtan, internally in the hearts of those very fortunate souls who surrendered completely to Shri Guru. This is not my case. I have never tasted anything, unfortunately, but I'm praying that maybe one day. So this is the conclusion of all why Mahaprabhu came and what he come to give, which is this amazing Prem Ras and the service in that Prem. So
there's a question for you in the chat. What is the difference between Unnat Ujjwal Ras and Madhyanika Mahabhav?
Madhanakya Mahabhav.
Yes.
Well, Unnata Ujjwala Ras and Madhanakya Mahabhav. Well, Madhanakya Mahabhav is something that only Srimati Radhika has. But I don't know if Unnata Ujjwala Rasa is Srimati Radhika. I don't know that answer. I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry. But Unnata Ujjwala Rasam Swa Bhakti, yeah. Maybe it's the same thing. I don't know. I'm not very intelligent.
So, I mean, as we're just waiting for Syamarani Didi, I mean, first of all, thank you, Radha Kanti Didi, for such a nectarian lecture. As I was hearing you speak, I started imagining myself in Braj. I love the way you described that Krishna is waiting. He wants to get into Nikunj and all the gopis are not letting him in. Krishna is weeping. It was beautiful.
You know, that was Gurudev's verse, favorite, one of his favorites. He would always recite that verse, always recite it, always. Oh, let me finish this, just to finish, because there's a minute, right? So at the time of Navadvip Parikrama, after everybody had spoken for like a whole week, Tata, Siddhanta, Cheto, Darpanashik, everything. And at the end, Gurudev concluded only 5 minutes. He said, but really, what is it Mahaprabhu came? He said, you know, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he says, Jashomati Nandana Praja Bharatnagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Paranadana Matana Manohara Kaliya Tamana Vitana. Gurudev says, this Bhav, this is really Braj Bhav, Braj Prem. This is everything that Mahaprabhu came to give. This Ras, because there was always been Prem, there's always been Bhakti, but not Ras. This Ras, Gurudev concluded the whole Parikrama saying this, and then he said, oh, what is the other song? What is the other song? Viva Varisha Shaloka Pravesha Nidrachati Utachiva Ananda Vardhana Premani Kirtana Mula Sarado Yakava Kupanganagana Chitta Vinodana Samasaguna Dhama. Says this Bhav, this Ras, this is really why Mahaprabhu came and what he came to give to this world. So this is the most valuable thing, this Kirtan, these songs that we have. that within them there's so much ras. So I just wanted to finish with that, with Gurudev.
Yeah.
And one thing he said, the last thing in Goura Purnima, also the last, he said that the greatest mercy of Mahaprabhu is that in other Yugas, Krishna comes and kills the demons. But in this age of Kali, he kills the demoniac nature in one life. He kills the demoniac nature.
Yeah, your time is up. Thank you so much.
In the same body, he gives the position of a Vaishnava. So this is the great mercy of Mahaprabhu. Goura Premanande.
Haribol. Thank you, Radha Kanti Didi. Our next speaker.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, our next speaker is Syamarani Didi. Syamarani Didi, everybody knows in the Vaishnava community, but still for glorification, Syamarani Didi, she got her Diksha in 1966 from Srila Prabhupada. She was one of the first disciples of Srila Prabhupada. She met Srila Gurudev in 1992, and then Syamarani Didi also got her Harinam and Diksha from Srila Prabhupada in 1966. Syamarani Didi is well known for her as an artist. She has over 400 works of art, and Syamarani Didi, my room is filled with all your paintings. I mean, it's beautiful, and as Gurudev described, by looking at your paintings, it's very inspiring. The bhav, the mood of a devotion to Krishna. That's what comes in when we look at your paintings. Thank you for making available to talk. With that, I will open the floor for you.
Agyanam timirandasya Jnananjana salakaya Chaksurunmilitam yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tudalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namah. Yam Pravajantam Manupetam Apeta Krityam Dvaipayano Viraka Taruva Juhava Putreti Tanmayataya Taruvo Banedos Samsarvabhuta Vidayam Manimanatosmi Bhaktya Vinina Aparada Lakshay Tiptasya Kamaditarangamadi Kripamai Tvam Sharanam Prapadyam Vrinde Namaste Charanarvindam Tavaivasmi Najivami Tam Vina Iti Vidyaya Radhe Tam Nayamam Charanantite. I offer my obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, to Srila Gurudev, to all of our Gaudiya Guru Varga, to all the assembled devotees on this glorious day of Goura Purnima festival. How many minutes do I have?
Didi, you have 30 minutes. As you get closer, just 5 minutes before, I'll give you a prompt, if that's okay with you.
Okay. So I'm sure that many speakers have already spoken about the reasons that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came, the two internal reasons, the two external reasons, the primary internal, primary external, secondary internal, secondary external. I'm sure the devotees have talked about that most important verse, Prema Ras Niryas Korite Aswadan, Ragamarga Bhakti Loke, Korite Pracharan, that he came to taste Radha Bhav and came to give Raganuga Bhakti in the mood of the manjaris. I think that's already been covered. So I was thinking that because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one without a second, there's no one outside of him, and fear arises. Payam dvitiya binibesita syat. Fear arises when one forgets that there's nothing but Krishna, and thus forgets his constitutional position at the same time. So, since Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is everything and everyone is within him, we've been hearing, depending on how long we've been a devotee, we've been hearing about the four sampradayas, the Lakshmi Sampradaya, the Rudra Sampradaya, the Kumara Sampradaya, and the Brahma Sampradaya. So, and the four Sampradaya Acharyas, those are the Sampradaya heads, the Sampradaya Acharyas of Nimbaditya, Vishnu Swami, Madhvacharya, and Ramanujacharya. And all these years I've been thinking that, they were all separate lines, different philosophies, they are different, little bit different philosophy, little bit different mood. But I never understood until just recently, when I've been delving into the Navadvip Dham Parikrama of Gurudev's lectures and the Navadvip Dham Mahatmya of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, which was the source of inspiration for Srila Gurudev's Navadvip Parikrama lectures, that actually Lord Chaitanya is the head of all the sampradayas. He's the one who manifested the sampradaya heads, who manifested the sampradaya acharyas of Kali Yuga, who told them exactly how to preach. Then he took two qualities of each of them and added his own to make his Achintya Veda Tattva, which is the supreme, ultimate quintessence of all philosophical expositions. So I was happy to read in the last couple of islands of the Navadvip Dham Mahatmya and Navadvip Dham Parikrama in Modadruma and Rudradvip. The four Sampradayacharyas, not only them, but even Sankaracharya, went to Navadvip. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur starts. Well, he really starts by offering obeisances to Nityananda Prabhu and Jahanava Devi for coming in his trance and manifesting the whole parikrama and their discussions and their ecstasies and their rolling in the dust. So in Modadrumadvip, we come to Vaikuntapur, where Narada Muni came and he saw Lord Narayan there, because even all the Vaikuntha planets are in a little tiny northern border of Navadvip. All the holy places are not even complete when the holy places are in their own place. They only become complete when they're in Navadvip Dham, like Naimisharanya, where the Srimad Bhagavatam was spoken, is part Naimisharanya in Naimisharanya, and it's full Naimisharanya in Navadvip. Vidyanagara is the place where everything happened, where Vyasa wrote the Puranas. Everything is all in Navadvip. So similarly, Narada came to Navadvip and he wanted to see Lord Narayan. And so Lord Narayan revealed himself there, and then all of a sudden, Lord Narayan turned into Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And after seeing him, Narada Muni went into very deep ecstatic love, and he stayed there for a long time, never wanting to leave. Any of the great souls who came to Navadvip, they never wanted to leave. Then coming to the next place, Mahatpur, Ramanujacharya, he went to Jagannath Puri and was offering his prayers and obeisances to Lord Jagannath. And Lord Jagannath, who's actually Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, none other, started speaking to Ramanujacharya, who's none other than Lakshmanacharya, who's none other than Lakshman, who's none other than Balaram, who's none other than the expansion of Krishna, who's non-different from Chaitanya. So then Lord Jagannath told Ramanujacharya, go to Navadvip, get darshan of Navadvip. Navadvip is more dear to me than my own abode here in Jagannath Puri. It's the sum total of all holy places. Your followers are all, they all believe in Dasya Ras, worship in awe and reverence, a Vaikuntha mood. So leave them and go to Navadvip and take darshan of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is Krishna himself, who's taking the Bhav and Kanti of Srimati Radhika, has now become golden to spread the highest prema ras to all suffering souls. Go there and meet with him, and then come back to Kormastan and meet with your own devotees. So Ramanujacharya said, this is the first time I'm ever hearing of Gaur. And so please tell me about Goura Tattva. And then Lord Jagannath was revealing to him how he's non-different from, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So Ramanuja eagerly went to Navadvip, and there he received darshan of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Or even before he went to Navadvip, he told Lord Jagannath, that's it. I'm giving up everything. All I want to do is spread the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu everywhere I go to preach. And Jagannath said, nope, that's not going to work, because you have your own duty given to you by the Lord. But go and take darshan of him. So when he went to take darshan of Lord Chaitanya, he was in so much ecstasy, fainting and tears flowing from his eyes, overwhelmed. And Mahaprabhu revealed his own personal form and Swarup, nature. And then Ramanujacharya told him, I never want to leave Navadvip. I want to appear in your pastimes. I want to spread your glories all over. So just as Lord Jagannath had told him, Mahaprabhu told him, this is not the time. After I leave, don't say anything. Keep everything a secret. Externally, preach Dasya Bhav, and internally, always be absorbed in me. And after I leave, after my manifest pastimes are over, automatically, everyone in the world will know about my glories and the glories of my Dham. So then Ramanujacharya followed his instructions, met his disciples, spread with them Dasya Bhav, but in his heart, his eternal associate and devotee of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then going forward, we come to Nityananda, and Jiva Goswami take us to Rujadvip, where Madhvacharya came, and Mahaprabhu appeared to him in a dream, told him how to preach his philosophy. And he said, I'm in fact, because you're my eternal servant, I'm going to come in your sampradaya. I'm going to come in your line, in the Brahma, Madhva, and then I'm adding to it Gaudiya Sampradaya. And the reason I'm coming in your line is because you are stressing the differences. The other, what to speak of Sankaracharya, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to stress the difference between the living entity and God, he came in the line of Madhvacharya, that is the difference between Jiva and Jiva, Jiva and Maya, Maya and Maya, God and Jiva, God and Maya. So Mahaprabhu said, so I'm coming in your line and I'm going to glorify your line. Don't tell anybody about me yet. Everything will be revealed after my manifest pastimes are gone. So Madhvacharya went to preach against defeating all the Mayavad philosophies. Even Sankaracharya came here because, as you know, Krishna, who's not different from Lord Chaitanya, ordered Lord Shiva, my goodness, he is Chaitrapal Shiva, and his consort Parvati is proud of Maya. So they're all like protectors, just like Lord Shiva is Gopeswar Mahadev, protector of the Rasa dance, gatekeeper of the Rasa dance. So they're protectors of different places in Mahaprabhu's Dham. So Krishna ordered Lord Shiva, only you can do this, even though Shiva objected, nope, you're the only one who can do it. Preach Mayavad philosophy. Why are you worshiping any other God? You're God, I'm God, we're all the impersonal God. Tattvam Asi, Aham Brahmasmi. And why? Why do you want to do that? Why do you want me to speak such false philosophies? So Krishna said, it's because people come to me with material desires to exploit others and to create destruction. And so I want to keep them away from me. I don't want their disturbance. So keep them away and telling me just you're God, no need to worship any other God. So he came as Sankaracharya. Sankaracharya is preaching all over India under the order of Sri Krishna, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But when he came to Navadvip, he was trying, but Mahaprabhu told him, you can preach everywhere. That's my order. That's my desire. I'm so pleased with you, but don't preach in Navadvip, because you can only preach to those who are envious and inimical to me, to keep them away. But those who are my devotees, and in Navadvip, primarily everybody is my devotee, don't go and create any disturbance here. Just go everywhere else. So even though Sankaracharya was turned away from the Lord's abode, he was very happy just to get the Lord's order and went to preach elsewhere. So then Vishnu Swami also came, and this is all way before Mahaprabhu's manifest time in Navadvip. So he came here, Vishnu Swami. He was one of the Brahmanas who were worshiping Lord Shiva. And then Lord Shiva, Rudra, appeared to them and said, yes, so I will fulfill all your desires. I'll give you any benediction. What do you want? So Vishnu Swami said, we want to be in any sampradaya where we can get pure bhakti. So Lord Rudradev said, yes, you can come in my sampradaya. So Nimbaditya became, from the Rudra sampradaya, he is the sampradaya acharya of Kali Yuga. So then he saw a dream of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and was in complete ecstasy. Mahaprabhu directed him how to preach his philosophy of Shuddha Advaita for those souls who at that particular time, where they are in the Sukritis and Sanskars, they deserve to have particular guidance. If it's their particular swarup, for example, if someone is a Vaikuntha Bhakta, then forever he'll be under Ramanujacharya and worship Lakshmi Narayan. But if it's just his tradition at the time, like with Gopal Bhatta and his family, then Ramanujacharya is preaching for them at that time. But whatever it is, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is guiding. Similarly, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu guided Vishnu Swami. And then also in Rudradvip, Nimbaditya came. And this is very interesting because Nimbaditya also asked Lord Shiva, Panchanana Shiva. Can you imagine Shiva with 5 heads? So he prayed to Panchanana Shiva, please direct us to a guru to help us develop pure bhakti according to the mood that we're destined to have. So Lord Shiva told them about the 4 Kumaras. They're seated right over there in meditation. So Nimbaditya went over to the 4 Kumaras, offered obeisances. The 4 Kumaras embraced them, accepted them into their sampradaya, and told them it's hard to speak anything, in X amount of time, because as soon as you say one thing, then so many things come into your mind. I can understand and empathize with any of the speakers, how it's hard for them to stop. So the 4 Kumaras, they said, we wrote this book, which is the Sanat Kumar Samhita, the Kumara Samhita. of the 4 Kumaras, and it's all about how to attain Radha Krishna conjugal love, and includes the Astakaliya Lila. So Nimbaditya was initiated into that sampradaya, the Kumara sampradaya. And then Lord Chaitanya appeared to him in a dream and told him, because when he saw Lord Chaitanya, he fainted, went into great ecstasy, like all of them went into, and he said, I always want to be in your pastimes. I want to appear in your pastimes when you have them. So Lord Chaitanya said, yes, you'll appear in my pastimes. You're a great scholar now, and you will become a great scholar, but you'll become the Digvijaya scholar, Keshava Kashmiri, and you'll be defeating scholars all over India. And then you'll want to defeat all the scholars in Navadvip. Then the other scholars will send you to me, and then I will completely defeat you. And then you'll go and pray to your deity Saraswati, and she will tell you, how can I let you defeat my husband, the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Then you'll come and surrender to me. You'll become a great devotee again, and then I'll send you off again to preach my mission. So Mahaprabhu took 2 qualities of each. Like, for example, I think I'm running out of time. He took two qualities of each philosophy. Like, for example, of Nimbaditya, he took Rag Marg, worship of Radha. From Madhvacharya, he took worship of the deity and defeating the Mayavad philosophy. And then he made his own Achintya, Abed philosophy, which comes very beautifully in Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Dasamul Tattva. And therefore, Sri Viswanath Chakrabarti Thakur, in glorifying Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as giving the best, highest philosophy to the fortunate jivas, he wrote that verse, Aradyo Bhagavan Brajesh Tanayas Taddama Brindavanam Ramya Karchidupasanam Brajabadu Bardena Jakokita Srimad Bhagavatam Puranamamalam Prema Pumarto Maham Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Matamidam Patradaro Napada. I only worship Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the philosophy that he gave. I'm not interested in anybody else's philosophy. He taught that Krishna is the supreme worshipful object and his Dham is equally worshipable. The highest worship is the worship of the gopis. In fact, when our Srila Prabhupada translated that, he said the worship that was invented by the gopis. And this is substantiated in the greatest body of evidence, the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, and the highest object of life is prema Pramartha Mahan. And what kind of prema? Radha prema. That is the love of the gopis for Srimati Radhika, which is their sthai bhav. Even for the other gopis, this Bhavulas Rati, or love for Srimati Radhika, is a sanchari bhav. It comes up in the ocean of their sthai bhav of Krishna Rati and then goes down. But for the manjaris, it is ever increasing, and so it is their sthai bhav. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, although he gave so many things, his contribution is, we all know, no need to say it again, the made service of Srimati Radhika following Rupa, Rati, Champak, Raman Manjari, Vilas Manjari. And we're so lucky to be in this line. We're so lucky to have met Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, and all of our Guru Varga. And I think my time is up, so I'm going to end here. Pancha Kalpachurivya Shikapasindha Devacha, Patitanam Pavanam.
So Didi, you still have 5 more minutes.
Do I really?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. You do.
Okay, that's great. So one thing that I was going to fully concentrate on, but then realizing that other devotees are going to be talking about it, I was going to talk about Srila Gurudev's 1994 lecture, where he's speaking about this prema ras niryas kori te aswadan rag marga bhakti loke kori te pracharan. That is, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appeared for two reasons. One, he wanted to taste the sweet essence of the mellows of love of God, and he wanted to propagate devotional service in the world on the platform of spontaneous devotion. So there, Srila Gurudev talks about exactly like he's so much of Grantha Bhagwat, Person Bhagwat, Person Chaitanya Charitamrita. I had never read this before in Prabhupada's Chaitanya Charitamrita. I didn't know it was there, or I read it, but then it went in one ear and out the other. But then when I heard Srila Gurudev explaining it, and then went back to the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it was as clear as a bell. And that's one of the great mercies of Srila Gurudev, that he helped us read Srila Prabhupada's books better. Because just as Krishna came to present the beautiful pastimes of Vrindavan and Rasa Leela to attract the living entities and to distract them and detach them from the love of this material world. So his killing of demons was just incidental. It wasn't even carried out by him in his full feature. It was carried out by Lord Vishnu. So he said, similarly, because Mahaprabhu's real ambition coming here is this prema ras niryas. So when he's doing other things like defeating Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya or liberating Jagai and Madhai, or any other conversation where he's defeating some false philosophy, these things are all incidental and they're not the real purpose. So I thought that was so amazing. Gurudev called these facts of wonder. That is, strange things, that Mahaprabhu is Radharani herself, but he's coming and defeating all these false philosophies and punishing the demons and then bestowing mercy on them. That's not the reason that he came. They're just insignificant incidentals, just like Krishna killing the demons is incidental and it's not performed by his complete self. It's performed by a part of him. And I thought that was so amazing. Of course, we want to know about all these conversations for our preaching to ourselves and preaching to others. But it's just amazing to know that it's just insignificant in comparison to the real thing that he wanted to do.
Thank you, Didi, for such a nectarian class. Really appreciate you taking time. And
yeah, Gurudev said it was even the Mahavishnu part of Mahaprabhu that performed these other activities.
And Didi, as your time is up,
yes.
So want to first say thank you for such a nectarian class. I love the way you described that there are four sampradayas, but they all started with Krishna or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and then how Mahaprabhu took two qualities from each of the sampradayas and gave us this Achintya Veda Abhed.
He's using our thing.
Oh, that says something?
Yeah, I sent him a
Okay.
message.
Oh, great.
And my time is up to provide the seva, so I would be handing over to my colleague Goura Prabhu for taking us over to emceeing the rest for the next couple of hours. Goura Prabhu, you wanna introduce Ashram Prabhu?
Yes, yes, thank you very much, Prabhu.
Is Ashram Maharaj in the room?
Prabhu, I don't know if you can hear me. This is Narahari.
I can hear you, Narahari Prabhu.
Dandavats. Maharaj went down to get his notes. He's going to use our computer to give the speech, to give the class.
So he might be there in just a couple minutes, I guess, maybe.
Yes. Momentarily, he'll be here.
Okay, so I'll just offer my pranams to all the devotees and invoke to make my contribution, my humble contribution to this amazing day, auspicious. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Vacharine Nirvasesa Sunyavari Paskatya Deshatarine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhika Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayani Namine. Gurudeva Gaurachandaya Radhikaya Tadaliye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Dandavat pranams to all the assembled devotees, to all of the illustrious preachers and teachers and Tridandi. So we now have in the room Sripad Ashram Maharaj. So I'd like to introduce him. He's zooming from India, so it's rather getting late there. Maharaj first met the devotees in 1978 and then subsequently met Srila Gurudev in 1996. Maharaj took Diksha from Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj in 1993 and took sannyas from Srila Gurudev in 2002. Maharaj doesn't really need an introduction to anyone in the room, I'm sure, but it's always important to glorify and respect the assembled devotees. And Maharaj is known all around the world since he's been preaching and traveling since 2002. So I'd like to turn it over to Maharaj and invite him, give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Jai Dandavat Pranam Prabhu. Can you hear me?
Dandavats Maharaj, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Mulitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Vanchakapaturu Kripasan Bevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Jai Sachinandan Gaura Hare Ki Jai. Srila Gaur Govinda Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Narayan Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Shri Guru Parampara Ki Jai. So last time, I believe I was speaking on Sannyas Leela, right? And I had gotten to the point where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had just left home and he went to Nijoy Ghat. His mother, she was outside the house, and when the devotees came, she said that she would not enter the house anymore, that the devotees could have it. Vishnupriya, she was completely heartbroken. She was just crying and crying and crying, fainting, getting up, fainting. Devotees were just completely devastated. Even those who were externally not devotees, they also became overwhelmed. They're saying, what is the use of my house? Better I take a light and torch it. And there's no point anymore living here now that Nimai is gone. So in this way, Nimai, he threw the Navadvip Basis in the ocean of separation. At the end of the class, last time I spoke, we're speaking reasons why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he took sannyas. So this is another reason, is that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes, Nimai's pastimes, are an extension of the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So, so the same pastimes, the same leelas are there in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but manifesting in a slightly different way. So just as Krishna, he threw the residents of Vrindavan into an ocean of viraha, in the same way, Krishna in the form of Nimai, he also throws the residents of Navadvip into an ocean of viraha. There's the sannyas lila, and I was going to speak about that. But as I only have 30 minutes, I think I want to speak more about some of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes manifesting viraha in Jagannath Puri. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he after taking sannyas from Keshava Bharati, then he was tricked by Lord Nityananda to come back to Shantipur. And there he met with his mother and the devotees. The devotees in Navadvip, when they found out that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that Nimai was now in Shantipur, then it's explained in Chaitanya Bhagavat that they ran to the Ghat to cross, to go to Shantipur, and that even if somebody was lame, somehow they got the legs to walk. Those who were blind were able to make their way. The pregnant ladies, they were also running, and the boats were completely overfull. They were so overfull that devotees who could not get across, or basis who could not get across, they would uproot banana trees and swim on top of the banana trees and go. And when they got across and they were running and running to the house of Advaitacharya, and then they saw their Nimai. But now Nimai, he no longer had his beautiful black hair. He had sannyas cloth, shaved head, and they started running to touch the lotus feet of their Nimai, who is now Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Nimai, he started a most beautiful kirtan, most beautiful kirtan. And the devotees were completely without any reservation. They were all dancing in complete abandon. And at the end of the kirtan, Nimai, now Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he told them that you should know you're all my eternal associates and that we're never separate in reality, that there is not even a sesame seed amount of space of separation between you and I. You will always be with me. So now Sri Krishna Chaitanya, to placate his mother, rather than going to Vrindavan, he went to Jagannath Puri, which was somewhat close by. It's explained in Chaitanya Charitamrita that Puri and Navadvip, they're like two rooms in that same house, because devotees are always going back and forth. So in Puri, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he manifested such pastimes that have never been seen before and will never be seen before, be seen again. That we know that Srimati Radharani, Gurudev explains that she has these three aspects: Vrishabhanu Nandini, Viyogini Radha, and Samyogini Radha. Vrishabhanu Nandini Radha is when Radharani and Krishna are within Vrindavan, when they're in the kunjas of Vrindavan, where they're having Ras Leela, where there's Vilas between Radha and Krishna. This is Vrishabhanu Nandini aspect of Srimati Radharani. And Viyogini is when Krishna has left Vrindavan and he's in Mathura and Dwarka, and Srimati Radhika is in Uddhav Kari, Lalita Kund, and there she's in extreme separation, Mathura Viraha. And Samyogini Radha is when Radharani and Krishna, they meet again after a long time in Kurukshetra. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in Navadvip, then he was experiencing this aspect of Radharani, Vrishabhanu Nandini Radha, in Kirtan, every night in the house of Srivas Angan. It says from like 11 o'clock till 3 o'clock in the morning, there would be all night Kirtan. And in these Kirtans, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would enter into Ras Leela. We'll discuss this later even. And when he would go out in the day, Kirtan, and in midday, when he would go to Ritudri, then he would, through Kirtan, he would experience the meeting of Srimati Radharani and Krishna in Radha Kund, Shama Kund. But in Puri, especially, he tasted Viraha. So you can tell me when I have like 15 minutes left, Budar Prabhu, and then 10 minutes?
Yes, Maharaj, that's fine. Yep.
All right. So let me see, where was I now? Vrishabhanu Nandini, and then Vyogini. Yeah. So if Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not left the Navadvip Basis and gone to Jagannath Puri or elsewhere, then the complete leelas that are manifested in Radha and Krishna's pastimes would be missing in the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because that aspect of Vyogini Radha, of extreme separation from Krishna, and Samyogini Radha, of meeting Krishna in Kurukshetra, then this would not manifest. So Srila Raghunath Das Goswami in Stavavali, he absolutely astounding prayers, poems, works of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. In here there's Vilap Kushumanjali, the prayers to Govardhanastakam, Radha Kund. And in here he has Sri Gauranga Stav Kalpa Vriksha. And Gauranga Stav Kalpa Vriksha means the desired tree of prayers to Lord Gauranga. I'm fasting. So basically, Chaitanya Raghunath Das Goswami, he was there during the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Jagannath Puri, and he's remembering these pastimes. But in the remembrance, then a spurti comes, and in that spurti, then Shakshat Darshan, where these pastimes they manifest. It's explained that especially for one, those praying bhaktas who were with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in those pastimes. So then it is more easily and more vividly than when these pastimes manifest within their hearts and they get Shakshat Darshan, more vividly do they come. So he's remembering that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is in Jagannath Puri, and he's dancing in front of Lord Jagannath at the Rath Yatra festival. This is text 2. He says, decorating himself with, I don't even want to reveal all this. So, wait a second. So Raghunath Das Goswami, so he's explaining that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is dancing in Rath Yatra, and he's totally overwhelmed. He's in such ecstasy that Lord Jagannath himself, he becomes mesmerized. And Lord Jagannath is just staring at Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with unblinking eyes. The devotees, they're also stunned because they've never seen anything like this. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's eyes are like Arun, a very beautiful reddish color, like the full moon when it comes up. And tears are very beautifully cascading down the eyes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But Raghunath Das Goswami says that they're not only cascading, but just like today, we're celebrating Holi in Vrindavan, and tomorrow will be a very big Holi. And in these pastimes, we know that Krishna and the gopis, they're engaging in water sports in Radha Kund. Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami has explained very sweetly. And that Krishna, when he's shooting his syringe, that the one squirt, then it multiplies into thousands of different squirts, and they go and they cascade all over the bodies of the gopis. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was dancing in Rath Yatra, then Raghunath Das Goswami explains that the tears from the eyes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then they don't just go straight, but then they just come out like an arsenal of arrows that are just going against the different enemies, and it's just covering them. And in this way, his tears of love, his tears of prem ashru, that they're just cascading over all the devotees, and the devotees are becoming intoxicated. Raghunath Das Goswami, he says that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he's ornamented, very, very beautifully ornamented. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Jagannath Puri, he's a sannyasi. What are his ornaments? Says that his ornaments are his Astasadvik bhavs, the 8 symptoms of ecstasy which are manifesting, that the torrents of tears are coming like torrents of rain. He says that his teeth are chattering so loudly as if they're going to fall out, that he's shivering uncontrollably, and he's perspiring. When somebody perspires, even a Mahabhagavat, when they're exhibiting this perspiration, then perspiration will ooze out of their skin. But with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he was in such an elevated state of Astasadvik bhavs that blood was oozing out of the pores of his skin. It's explained that the hairs of his body, they're standing on end, just like the pores of little balls, like jackfruits. You know, jackfruits, they're round and they have like these little points coming out, that the hairs of his skin, that they're coming out like that. And when he's trying to chant Jagannath, he's going jaga, 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 jaga. In between, his teeth are chattering. Raghunath Goswami, he says that he becomes stunned. He can't walk. And then he falls down like a piece of wood. So at this point, the level of Astasadvik bhav that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is manifesting, there's what, Dhumayita, the first stage, then there's Dwalita, where you have like 2 or 3 Astasadvik bhavs are manifesting, but they can be concealed. Dipta, 3 or 4 Astasadvik bhavs are manifested, and they're difficult to conceal. Dipta, 4, 5, 6 are manifesting, and they cannot be concealed. Then Udipta, 6, 7, 8 are manifesting. They definitely cannot be concealed. And then Sudipta, where all 8 are manifesting to the most supreme degree. That this state of Sudipta Astasadvik bhav is only manifested by Srimati Radharani and one other person, and that's Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That during this Rath Yatra, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's manifesting these Sudip Astasadvik bhavs, and it's explained that such bhavs have never been manifested before, nor will they be manifested again in the lifetime of Brahma. That they belong only to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srimati Radharani. So it's explained that he's dancing in such a way. Here, Maharaj Prataparudra, he's looking, and he's just astonished that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is jumping in the air, and he's suspended in the air. It's explained that when he's dancing in Srivas Angam, that he also has a similar dance where he suspends in the air. So here he's suspended in the air. It's called Danda Nritya, the Danda dance. And how much time have I got?
You have 15 minutes, Maharaj.
Okay. So when he
actually a little bit more than that. Sorry.
When he would fall down, then it's explained that he fell down like a golden mountain hitting the ground. And Lord Jagannath, in the Rath Yatra, his cart is stopped. He's looking at the dancing of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with unblinking eyes, because only one other person has danced in this way in Ras dance, that is Srimati Radharani. So this meeting of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with Jagannath, this is like the meeting of Radharani and Krishna after after so many decades, and they meet again at Kurukshetra. And there, Krishna, he is trying to placate the gopis. So this is called Sudu Prabhash. This is explained in Ujjwala Nilamani by Srila Rupa Goswami. That separation, which takes place for a very, very, very long time. So this meeting, this is Samyogini Radha and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he manifested this Samyogini state of Srimati Radharani in the Rath Yatra. Then, how did he manifest Viyogini Radha? Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, in this Desire Tree of Prayers to Lord Gauranga, he has explained this Samyogini Radha in text 2 and 3. And now in text 4, he explains Viyogini Radha. He explains that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the Gambhira, that he was, in the nighttime, he was so absorbed in Ras Lila. And actually, anyway, so he was so absorbed in Ras Lila. And in the daytime, when he went to take darshan of Lord Jagannath, then that mood of absorption carried over from the nighttime, it carried over to the morning. And when he went and took darshan of Jagannath, he did not see Jagannath with the big eyes, hands and legs in the body, but he saw Vrajendra Nandan, Sri Krishna. He saw Sri Krishna with his Tribangal elite group, his threefold bending form. And he became so absorbed in that darshan, and he was relishing that darshan. And he was so oblivious to everything around him that he was in Vrindavan. The devotees, they became worried, seeing that he was in such an ecstatic state that they wanted to take him from the temple to bring his mood down because it was going so high. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he realized that, oh, I'm not in Vrindavan. That actually I'm in Kurukshetra. That this is Krishna in Dwarka. This is not Krishna in Vrindavan. And then he started to cry. In this way, the devotees were finally able to take him away from the temple and take him to Gambhira. But in Gambhira, then he was just crying and crying and crying. He was in such a mood of lamentation. And the devotees, they could not break it. Not only could they not break it, they could not even break his trance. That again, he was oblivious to all external surroundings. He was oblivious to all the devotees. In that state, he was crying, Kwananda Kula Chandrama. Kwasiki Chandra Kalankriti. Kwamandra Murali Raval. Kwananda Surendri Nula Duty. Kwarasa Rasa Tandavi. Kwasaki Jiva Rokshadi. Nidima Masuritama, Kwabata Hanta Hati Vidim, that he was crying, Kwananda Kula Chandrama, that, oh Krishna, you who are the moon in the ocean of the dynasty of Nanda Maharaj, that where have you gone? That, oh Krishna, who wears the peacock feather on his head, oh, where have you gone? Oh Krishna, who are Mandra Murali Rava, whose flute produces such a deep, sweet sound that completely enchants, attracts, and mesmerizes everybody. Where are you now? Oh, Kwanu Surendra Nila Duty, that your bodily luster is just like Nila Duty, just like the Indra Nila jewel, that where are you? That, oh Krishna, you who expertly dance in Ras, that, oh, where are you? And in this way, Mahaprabhu, he was crying and crying. He said, Jiva Raksha Shodhi, that, oh, you are the medicine to save one's life. But in his mood, he was feeling, but you are not coming to me. You're not coming to me. And my life is going. My life is going. My life is going. And in this way, he was crying and crying and crying for 12 hours in the Gambhira. This was from the daytime to nighttime. The devotees were beside themselves. They did not know what to do. All that I'm telling you, this is from this Gauranga Stav Kalpa Vriksha. This is the commentary. If you just go online and you find Stavavali, you find the commentaries. You can just read it. You can read it yourself. I'm telling you practically word for word. So So he was in such a mood for 12 hours. Devotees, they did not know what to do. And now it was time for Roy Ramananda and other devotees to leave. So then Sarup Damodar, he decided that he would stay back with Govinda to see, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in such a mood that they were so worried, what will happen. So in this way, through the night, Govinda and Sarup Damodar, they were outside the Gambira, and they could hear Mahaprabhu crying and singing so many songs and crying and crying and crying. And in this way, Govinda and Sarup Damodar, they went to sleep. But they got up at 3 o'clock. But when they got up, they could not hear any sound. And they're wondering, where is this is strange, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's always in this state of viraha, of crying. Which state? This is Mathura viraha, that when Krishna, he has left Vrindavan and he has gone to Mathura, then in that time, Radharani is crying and crying and crying. Rupa Goswami has explained in Vidatta Madhava, in other scriptures, so many scriptures, it's explained this viraha, this Mathura viraha of Srimati Radharani. Now, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is mirroring these same moods. So they're wondering, where is he? Where is he? They open the door and he's not there. But all the doors are locked. How could he get out? And then they start to look within the Kavi Mishra Bhavan to see where he is. But Kavi Mishra Bhavan has been also, everything has been locked in the night. It's now 3:30 in the morning. They're gates. There are 3 sets of gates, and all of these gates are locked. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was able to get out of the Gambira where they were sleeping, and then he was out the gates, and then they started to look for him. So then it's explained that they came to the Jagannath temple, and then they saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu lying outside, I think maybe the eastern gate, and that his joints were removed from, they were elongated. They were elongated. They were not like touching. They were like 6 inches or so longer. The skin was just holding them together, but they were not joined. And in one hand, they were so happy to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but to see him in such a state that it devastated them. And he was totally unconscious. He was only uttering, "Ah Krishna, Ah Krishna, Ah Krishna, where are you? Where are you?" So then the devotees, besides themselves what to do when they saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu completely stunned. I think maybe this time he was not even saying anything. And then Srup Damodar, he said very loud, "Everybody do Nam Kirtan." And then they started to chant, "Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare." Actually, he was chanting Hare Krishna when he was in the Gambira, but now he was completely out of conscious. There was not even any breathing coming from him. So he was in such a state, not even any breathing was coming. But then when they started to chant, then slowly his breathing, he started to come slowly. Then he started to move his hands, his legs, and then he looked around, and then slowly his body started to come to its normal state. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "What happened? What happened? Where am I? How have you brought me here?" That I was having such a nice darshan of Krishna. How much time have I got now?
I've just been given notice that you have a bit of extra time because we're running a little bit early.
Okay.
And I have a question for you when you want to get round to it. So
how much time have I got?
You've got, let's say, well, I'm going to say 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then Finally, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he sat up, and then he just started to chant, Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. And the devotees there, it was like if their lives came back, because they thought that he was leaving them, because he wasn't even breathing, that his body was in such a state, such a state, manifestation, intense manifestation of viraha. So then Sarup Damodar, he said, let us take him back to Gambhira. They took him back to Gambhira, and then Sarup Damodar, he was asking him, so what happened? And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was still not really in the external consciousness, let's say. You have these different stages, internal, half external. He was not, so he said, I just have a faint memory. I have a faint memory. He said that I was seeing Krishna, but this darshan of Krishna was chick. It was very quick, and then he was gone. And then he said, then all of a sudden, then Harinam came into my ear, and I'm here. I don't know what happened. Then now I'm just going from some notes. So then Krishna, so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his trance, then he got a quick darshan of Krishna. Then in his eagerness, he wanted to catch Krishna.